Hello, welcome to the Cardamom Oval. And it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network as we are ready for some Sunday cricket on ECN. It is the FanCode T10 Spain. And we are looking at Group C action here. We have three sides. Only one of them will progress to Championship weekend next weekend. Already we know that Madrid United have qualified. Catalunya Cricket Club have also qualified for that Championship weekend, and we'll know who the other team will be today. I want to give a warm welcome to all of you watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent and all of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm very pleased to see that the subscribership is going through the roof, as we thought it might during this period. We've put on something like 6 or 7% ever since our Italian summer. And right now you are watching Group C match number 6, and this is a match between Gracia and Costa del Sol. And you can see the news from the toss that Gracia, they won the toss and elected to bat first. No surprises there. They've been doing some good things, haven't they? And right now we're seeing Kuldeep Lal out there with Mukhtar Singh. So Kuldeep Lal is pretty dominant with the bat, as you'd imagine. Costa del Sol, Manav Naik comes into the lineup for them. It's going to be the CDS Express, Chris Batten, to open proceedings. And Costa del Sol had a mixed time yesterday. I'm sure they would like to get one over Gracia here. Here we go with the start of day 2, Group C. It's almost chopped on by Kuldeep Lal. He does get some bat onto it. It's Bruce Reynolds. The old six-shooter, Bruce Reynolds. Saw him having some fun yesterday when he got in the wickets, as he likes to do. So Mukhtar Singh will get an opportunity now. Now, there you go. That's exactly what Chris Batten's on to do. Can move that new ball. He's not quick, but just have a look at that late away movement. Andrew Crom behind the stumps. AJ Crom. Lovely shape it was. This one swings a bit too much, too early, and it'll be a wide. Just want to say a quick hello to all of you watching in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Hope you're well. Great to have your company. That's well bowled. Just sneaks inside. I want to say hello to a few people in the chat. How about Andrew Hogan? Good morning to you, or good afternoon, I should say, probably there, or even good evening, probably in Tasmania. Also say hello to Mrs. Hogan. Big swing and a miss this time. Well, almost had a sneaky chance of a stumping there. Look here. Oh, I think if that hits, he would have been gone. The bat was still in the air. So I don't know how you can miss from there, AJ. This time he'll get a wide. I think he's standing back because he feels there's more chance early of an edge than actual stumping. I don't think he'd struggle with the pace of Batten. Just push and run. So Batten keeping things pretty quiet early. Yeah, hello to Andrew Hogan and Mrs. Hogan. Hello to Jeff Maguire watching from Northern Ireland. Good morning to you. To Keanu, nice to have you with us. And also Kai watching from New South Wales. A few Australian viewers with us already. Goes after this, might have found trouble and has. So Kuldeep Lal goes early and a big win for Costa del Sol, and it's Manav Naik who comes into the side with immediate effect. Batten induces this stroke. That's power play batting, trying to go over the top. And Manav Naik gleefully accepts that. So good reward for Batten for being accurate in the first over. Just towards the end of the bat, wasn't it, for Kuldeep, who took on the infield and lost. You see the impact point here. Just not what Kuldeep Lal would have wanted. And it is the first wicket of the day. It's also the end of the first over. It's 4 for 1 after 1. Disappointment for Kuldeep Lal, no doubt. He's dismissed for just 1 off 2 balls. But with being a weekend, we are not on as many international broadcasters, so it isn't a chance to be able to have a bit more of a specific chat with our chatters in the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So make sure you throw any questions in there to me. I'll be taking you through the first part of the day. Rico will be here to finish things off a little bit later. Corey has the day off, so next time you hear Corey complaining that he's not getting enough days off, let's just remember he's got this day off. And actually, I think he had Friday off as well. So you can make your own judgments about who's working harder than who here at the European Cricket Network. I'm sure our astute viewers will be on top of that, but he does do a great job. Corey Ruckers, we were getting very wet the other night in this commentary box. And the rain was coming in sideways for a very brief period, dramatic period at the end of day 4 in Group C of the ECC. Right now, here's Rick Hatchman to bowl over number 2. Always nice to see Rick out there. He'll be bowling to Mukhtar Singh first up. Here, Amahe, the captain, has joined him. A little bit short. This is pounded square. This will be 4. A bit more pace on the ball from Hatchman, but he drags this first one down. That goes to the boundary. Just got to try and draw him forward here. I mean, Gracia, have been pretty dominant with the bat. I think there's no doubt about that, but a lot of runs have been off the back of Kuldeep Lal, who's gone early in the piece here. Got to draw him forward here, Hatchman. Too short again. This one is going, and it's going all the way this time. Maximo, first one of the day. He's been tested out a couple of times, but it wasn't really a test that challenged Mukhtar Singh. He's a powerful striker of a cricket ball. Being in the power play, so hard to protect those boundaries. Hatchman, see if it's third time lucky here. Again, it's a little bit short. This time, it's just knocked down to the offside for 1. Here, Mahe will be on strike for the first time. There's Lee Rimmer. Of course, he's been doing a very good job in the commentary box. We're not required on the field in his FanCode EC T10. Certainly happy to see him get a few runs yesterday. Hatchman to Mahe for the first time. Sneaks it in. Ooh, I say sneaks it in. That probably should have been a wide. Straight over the line, wasn't it? So Hatchman will take the charity. It's a good cut shot, but also well fielded. So much better start this from Costa del Sol, even though those 2 loose deliveries from Hatchman at the start of this over. They would have been disappointed, I think, with some of their performances yesterday. A team that made it all the way to the Spanish Championship weekend last year, vying for an ECL spot. Too short again, and this is also going to rattle the pickets. So here Mahe is off the mark with the boundary. And will be the end of the over as well. So Hatchman, yeah, just dragging half of those down. So as a result, that over goes for 15. It is 19 for 1 after 2 overs. Question in the chat about what the weather is like today. Well, it's beautiful weather. We've got a few little wispy clouds around today, which I haven't seen too many clouds at all during this this Cartama adventure. But currently it's about 22 degrees, heading for a maximum of 26. So a nice mild day on the Costa del Sol. Now this one's an attempted slow ball, gone wrong. And it's blasted out of the ground. Maximo. That's into the killer python zone. You can see. Thought maybe he rolled his fingers on that a little bit, but maybe it was just the orthodox swinger. But doesn't get the length right. So if you get the length wrong here, you can have a bad time. I think that's pretty obvious early in the piece here for Costa del Sol. So yeah, question in the chat about who is leading the group. Well, Gracia, they They had a good day yesterday, put it that way. 3-0. Costa del Sol and Madrid CC won 1 game each. This is in the air, and this is also out of the ground. Maximo, 6 more. And so, see, Batten goes back to back. Maximo's at the start of this over. Chris Batten now has been caught up in Hurricane Mukhtar Singh. He's 24 off 9. CDS Express on a collision course. It's a good comeback from him. I suppose that's the skill, isn't it? You do get whacked, you have to be able to come back and try and deliver. Chris Batten's first over and he went for 4.
Come on, Chrissy Batten. Come on, fella.
This is a really good shot. We treats him a bit like a spinner here. He just saunters down the wicket and plays straight through the line of the ball. It's a good cricket stroke, isn't it? Yeah. Bounced off the fence, so Batten. I suppose one thing about him, you know pretty much what he's going to deliver. Now Crom's going to come up to the stumps after he's seen Mahe whack that for 4. The early loss of Kuldeep Lal not really hurting Gracia so much. They're up and away now. One thing that has been a concern for Costa del Sol is a bit of lack of depth in their batting, I think, at this level in this tournament. Well, he goes straight and he goes true and he goes through the line. Maximo. Now, very tough over that for Batten. In the end, it does go magical. 24 come off the 3rd. And Gracia putting the power into the power play at the end of 3 overs. The score is 43 for 1. I want to say just to everyone in the YouTube chat, if you'd like to throw a few questions or comments in there, they're most welcome. And Jeff saying that he's sponsored new bat for John's Madrid tournament to raise money for refugee camps in Lebanon and Belgrade. That is really wonderful to hear. I hear good things about that tournament. I believe it'll be 21st to 23rd of October up at the new Madrid cricket ground. Obviously, fantastic to chat to some of the Madrid CC guys. They wandered down yesterday and they were telling me about that new ground. More about that probably when they hit the field later. All right, time for some spin. Manav Nayak is going to bowl. Very clever leg spinner. Introduced into the team for the first time today. I've seen him playing for Costa del Sol before. Toss it up. First one turns into a full toss, but the batter stay put. Dot ball. Bowled, but well, it's going to be 4. So Rimmer had to come around to his left there. It was always going to be an awkward one. He was trying to turn it into a catch, which I don't mind considering how quick these guys are going, but he gives himself an awkward hop. I don't mind that decision making from Lee there, because I think they know the value of a wicket here, but he just couldn't get there in time. Keanu just reminding me that the east coast of Australia started daylight savings, so everything's now later now. Well, still the same time here. The clocks don't go back in Europe till around the end of October. Whereas I think they go forward in Australia around the start, which makes sense. Wow, this is pumped out of the ground. It's a challenge delivery, and let's just say Mahe was up to the challenge. It was an absolute cannon of a shot. He's a strong guy. That actually, international or not, would have to be one of the biggest sixes we've seen on this ground. Not really getting a lot of side spin there. A good correct shot there. What I like about that shot, he doesn't try and go across the line. He just hits it straight and true. That one's probably going to have to be dug out of the hill. A question from Keanu. Will Catalunya CC and Gracia be in the ECS Barcelona? I'd imagine so, but I don't have any information about which clubs we will have just yet. I know there will be 16 clubs involved. Feeling for this. Good ball. Mahe was interested for a single. Muktiar not so much. There's a lot to like about the bowling of Manav Nayak. He's got good rhythm. There's a little bit of drift in to the right-hander. That's a very good comeback. Very, very good comeback. You see he just drifts in, turns away. It's excellent cricket delivery. Well, I think they lost the other ball, so this ball working a bit better for Manav Nayak so far. Takes it on again, goes down the ground. This is a catching opportunity for Hatchman, and he hasn't dropped too many this weekend. So good reward for Manav Nayak, who does get thumped a couple of times, but he does create a chance. And when he does, Hatchman's ready to gleefully accept it. The same position that Manav Nayak took a catch himself a little bit earlier. It will be the end of the over as well. So Manav Nayak ends up only going for 10 in that over, picking up the wicket of Hira Mahe for 19. And after 4 overs, the score is 53 for 2. See some chat from our Australian viewers talking about daylight saving. I've got to say, it's always upset me we didn't have daylight saving in Perth, because, especially trying to play cricket with training and things like this, it would get dark pretty quickly. Really after 6:30, 6:45 in the nets, it became very difficult to see. I've got to say that we did trial it sometimes. It narrowly lost in a vote. It must be about, well, maybe it was about 15 years ago now. Something like that. And I've got to say I'm for it, because I just think having that extra hour of sunlight at the end of the day just allows people to be a bit more active. Wasn't a huge fan of the sun coming up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. Some people prefer to get out and about at that time. I understand that. Here is Richard Lake, who's going to bowl. Starts with just a single knockdown. This is Rathod, now the new batter, who's out there. Richard Lake, very experienced campaigner. Just a quick issue here. Now, here we go. Wow, okay. Let's see. The issue here is Richard Lake, according to my sheet, was not in the listed 11, so it may be a mix-up with the team sheet, in which case maybe this is going to be nullified. That ball, which I believe went for 1. Wow, a controversy here. I'm just going to give you an idea of what's happening. So maybe Richard Lake will be allowed to bowl. It's just a slight issue with the lineup. So I'm going to give you some clarification very, very shortly. All right, so Richard Lake will be able to continue. All right, Lake is okay to continue. And he will get a single here. So, Gracia brought up the 50 as well towards the end of that fourth over. This is out, I reckon. It's him right in front, and he's gone. Yeah, it's a good decision. I think he better got too far across there. And so Lake, well, the decision to persist with him does pay dividends. This one looked to be stone cold for me. Yep, I think that's missing. He's on the walk, but when it hits him, he's not that far forward at all. And so Jessing's going to have to go. So, handy wickets for Costa del Sol. Controversial umpiring? I don't think so. That's a good decision. There's no way that's missing the stumps. No way that's missing the stumps at all. Let's have a look at it. Here. Yeah, get out of town. That's not missing. That is not missing at all. Leg stump. It exists. It's going to hit leg stump. Doesn't have to be hitting the middle of metal. That's a very good decision. And, Richard Lake maybe just getting a little bit of movement back to beat the inside edge there. I think if I would actually go so far as to say is if he didn't give that out, it would have been a bad decision. So well done to the umpire. It's not going down there, you guys. Come on, give it a rest. Remember, you only need a little bit of the ball to hit the outside edge of the leg stump. And that was plenty of the balls hitting the stump there. Look at what the impact is, and look at where he's hit. He's not hit that far forward at all. You can trust the Maximo Hawkeye. I've seen a lot of cricket. You've probably seen, I don't know, 200,000 balls from behind the stumps. you get a knack for it. I definitely don't think the batter could have too much to complain about there. He's missed a straight one. A ball by Lake. He just gets a little bit of an edge down to third man. This is hit to point and no run that time. So into the over from Lake, and the score is 56 for 3. Yeah. Louis Bruce thinks it's plum. I'm going to say I tend to agree with you, but I do understand. Sometimes people see things different ways. Certainly wouldn't say, in my mind at least, that seemed to be crashing into the stumps. That couldn't conceive it missing. Here's Stephen Bales, who's getting a chance to bowl here in the 6th. So sticking with some slower bowling options. So it's pretty well fielded by Chris Batten. Goes and knocks it down. I know he's not quite 100% at the moment, Chris Batten. Wipes himself out, loses the extra hat for his protection. Goes after this, and wow, this could be gone. Well, this is amazing if he can catch it, and he's knocked it. Now it's going to go for 4. Well, this is incredible. It'll be 4 runs. It's gone into the rope. I don't even know if they know that. I mean, Man of Nike does everything right there. I even like the fact that he horns it, but he actually throws it too far for the fielder next to him. Yeah, it'll be 4 runs. Now have a look at this. This is fine. He doesn't touch it there. He throws it before he lands. But he throws it over the fielder. He then couldn't hold on and then knocked it into the rope. Wow, that was crazy. Crazy cricket. Meanwhile, they ran about 7, but it didn't matter because it was 4. Wow. I think that's now confirmed that it will be 4 runs. It's the kind of cricket that we love to see here on ECN. Well, Bales, he applauds him. I guess he saves 2 runs in a way. He was heading for 6. What a start to the over. Well bowled by Bales. Hello to Prakash, hope you're well. And nice to have so many viewers from all around the world with us. This FanCode ECT10. It goes after it this time. This time Manav will have a bit more range to go and take the catch. Well, that time he had no real estate problems. That's an excellent piece of work. That's Manish Manwani. He's into the lineup for Gracia here, but he's going to have to go. And Manav, well, had a few issues the first time. This time, he's just able to get there, get 2 hands to it. He's got such range as an outfielder, Manav Naik. You can see he's making a difference very, very quickly to this Costa del Sol side. It's just thick outside edge, bit towards the bottom of the bat. And the thing with Manav Naik, if he reaches them, most of the time they stick. So excellent catch. The problem with Manav, he just didn't realise how strong he was, how far he threw that earlier in the over. Maybe he's been spending a bit of time in the gym lately, but he certainly did well to take that one. Manwani, disappointment for him. Gracia 62 for 4. A question from Keanu in the chat about the ECL next year. Will it be the first comp of the year? It's looking next year that there might be 1 ECS before the ECL starts. Probably looking to start the ECL right towards the end of February. So we might have about a month of the season even before the ECL. And it should run for 4 weeks. It's not confirmed yet, Keanu, but we'll tell you exactly how it may work. Bales gets the wicket. And pretty good over, all things considered. It's 1 for 7 off 1. And Gracia, they are 63 for 4 after 6 overs. This is Ishan Patel, new batter. So it's a bit of a Raval Sporting feel to this Gracia lineup. If you were following the Barcelona series last year, wickets for Chris Batten, as well as Man of Night, Richard Lake and Bales. This is what's coming up tomorrow. And we will be right back here at around this time. We'll be halfway through the first innings of Group D, Germany versus Norway. And we'll see Romania, Switzerland and Italy as well. You can go check the squads out at our website, europeancricket.com. And yeah, join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for more ECC action. It's the Euros of cricket, and Tomorrow we'll get to see the 5 remaining teams we have not seen yet in ECC 22. Well, here's Lee Rimmer, who is going to come on with his off spin in over number 7. Yeah, doesn't toss too many up, Lee. Keeps the pace on the ball, gets those revolutions. He's got a slight wrist injury. You can see it's kind of bandaged there. It's an attempted catch in a tour match a week or so ago. Tossed up and lured him into this shot. This one was a little bit slower. Beats the outside edge this time of Rathod. Well, Costa del Sol can really sense an opportunity here. Borderline on the width, but letting that one go. And Rimmer's a key cog of this batting lineup as well. This one's a little bit shorter, and it's smoked out of the ground. Well, it's just timing from Rathod there. So Rimmer just dragging that one down a little bit. Maximo time. After not going for too many in the first half of the over, you can see that's more timed than anything else. Wasn't a huge swing of the bat, but got the middle on it. Beautiful shot by Amal Rathod. This is in the air, but it's going to be away from the fielder. This is going to bounce off the stairs. Maximo back to back. This time is Lake out there. Can't do anything about it. This time the batter on the charge again. I like the way he's not trying to overswing there. He's just getting a good piece of willow on this, and it flies away. No real wind to speak of for the first time in a while here this morning. This is in the air this time. Could be a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So Lake's the man out there on the deep cover point boundary. Just came across a little bit after that. So 6-6 and out. Not a bad trade-off, though, for Rathod. Rimmer will finish over number 7 with a wicket. The score is 76 for 5. So Rathod, 18 off 9. Pretty good strike rate at this level. And not as easy, because that one did bounce first before he hit it. And a pretty regulation catch there for Richard Lake. Rimmer, not a bad over at all. It's just those 2 sixes that hurt, and they're probably both because of bad balls. Keanu has a question. Do I think the ECL will be under lights? Well, I don't know yet. I would be in favour. I've got to say, I know it's caused a few issues for some people in some time zones where it does get pretty late, but I think as far as, for example, if rain does rear its ugly head during the ECL, like it did earlier this year, it gives us a bit more ability to keep the matches the 10 overs. Of course, we had 2 days of 5 over matches in the championship week because we lost 3 full days to rain. We went into the reserve day. And yeah, I would be for it. But let's see what happens. I think it does get a little bit cold, I suppose, that time of year here, but nothing that the players would be used to playing in European cricket. Also, I can give you a bit of information about what probably will be the structure of ECL. Again, this is not official yet, but it's just some discussions going on behind the scenes. Keep our loyal viewers up to date that are watching here on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course on FanCode. One of Nike's back for over number 8. I think got a pretty good first one. Knocked into the leg side, just a single. Yeah, so I think I mentioned this earlier, but potentially ECL next year, and maybe even the ECC, depending on the amount of countries. It might involve something like 30 countries, 6 groups of 5 teams, and instead of the groups being 5 days long, they'll be 3 days long. So you'll either play a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group, or you'll play a Thursday, Friday, Saturday group. False shot in the air, won't carry though to Batten. Too much to do coming in there. It's well bowled though. It's Kuantakur, who is the team owner. as I recall. Just gets a good one from Nyack first up. Back to live action. Nyack gets knocked into backward square region, just a single. This is good over so far. So groups of 3 days instead of 5. It allows us to fit 2 groups in a week and keep the tournament to 4 weeks, which I think is about right. Current ECC 5 weeks. Not having any complaints about that at all, but obviously some issues around availability and these kinds of things. It's a lot easier for players if they are working to get 3 days off rather than 5, maybe even a 4th if you include the travel day. Now gets a little outside edge. Crum actually does pretty well because he's so far down the wicket. Even there's a big edge, he actually has a bit of time to react, but not quite enough. Have a look at this. You can see he reacts, but the ball's already gone. The further down the batter is, the more of a look you get at those, but yeah, it would have been humanly possible to get that one in time. Slides in. Crom, he had some issues throwing yesterday, to say the least. This time he just underarms it back, and I've got to say that's a pretty good over from Manav Nayak. It's just 6 singles off that over. So no boundaries, apart from the first and the 5th over. We've had boundaries in every other. So after 8 overs, the score is 81 for 5. This is what's happening after our Cardamom adventure is finished on the 14th of October. We'll be in Croatia from the 17th. I'm actually taking a week off, but I'll leave you with Rico and Corey for that one. And I know they're really looking forward to going to Zagreb. I've got a bit of FOMO, actually, fear of missing out, because I haven't been to Zagreb before. But I know that they'll have a wonderful time. And then 2 weeks in Malta and 5 weeks back in Spain, in Barcelona, to finish the season, where we may see teams like Gracia, like Catalunya CC. In fact, the season will finish on a Super Sunday, a grand final day for ECS 22. Will be on Sunday, the 11th of December. Let's get back to the action. They're sticking with spin at Stephen Bales to come back. Hit, square, and caught. Well, one thing they have done pretty well is hold their chances, and that's Nushan Alwis down there on the deep square leg boundary. Yeah, Costa del Sol. I know they weren't very happy to be 1 and 2 yesterday. Right now, they're coming out and playing a lot better. They still have to bat well. You can see Kuwant Thakur just going after it. Yeah, Bales just bowling around an off stump line there. The batter took it on, played on length, couldn't quite get the elevation. Yeah, Keanu saying 5 weeks in Barcelona, great way to finish the ECN season. He's saying Spain is the home of ECN T10 cricket. Well, we certainly have probably played more in Spain than anywhere else. But I like to feel like we have multiple homes all around the continent. I'll say hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching us from Virginia in the USA. Must be pretty early in the morning, late at night where you are, Kitty. Probably just past 6 a.m. if my calculations are correct. Maybe they're not. So Bales hoping to bowl good over here and keep Gracia below 100. This one's hit towards 2 outfielders. It's Rimmer that does the job. Here's the thing though. When these two met yesterday, had a few issues with the bat, Costa del Sol. That should be a single. Taking the pace off has been really effective here. The issue yesterday, I mean, at one point, I think for Costa del Sol in match 3, they were 55 for 9. Just lost their early wickets. They were 31 for 6 at one point as well. Goes after this straight. This will be a teaser. Hatchman takes the catch. Well, that's excellent. Excellent outfielding. And so once again, you see pace off the ball working. This time it's Ishan Patel. Tries to go downtown, but he finds the safe hands of Hatchman. Costa del Sol. Very good start to day 2 for them. Made his way down the wicket, got a fair piece of it there. Ishan Patel. But again, I think slightly towards the bottom of the bat. And Hatchman, that's a good fielding position. He's pretty straight there. They've gone all from almost for that Southern Cross fielding position where you've got 3 fielders protecting the straight boundary, not just the 2. So you've got almost a straight hit, which is Hatchman, who started slightly offside, but just have a look. This ends up slightly leg side, but it's easy for him. Comes around about 5-6 metres, takes the catch. We've got Manav Nayak on the more or less maybe a slightly wide long on. Got a deep mid wicket as well. So more or less a 4-man wall down the ground. Here's Sahil at position number 9 to face the last ball of over number 9. And he gets a French cutaway. Now the French have left, and then we have Ataloya with a lying down throw. They will allow 2. Wow. Big fan of the no-look pass in the NBA. I don't know if this will catch on. Yeah, geez, that was so close to the leg stump. Ataloya. Player we saw playing earlier in the season, in the ECS we had here. Fortunately, due to weather, that only became a 2-day series. 9 overs down, the score is 87 for 7. Richard Lake is going to bowl over number 10. Yes, it's been very effective. Look at the figures for Bales, 3 for 12. And one of those could have been a 4th wicket that Manav Nayak caught but threw back. And the second fielder wasn't able to gather it, and ball ended up going for 4. So if you switch those, you would have had 4 for 8. Excellent spell from Bales. Anyway, here's Richard Lake to finish us off. This is sliced away. Should just be a single again. Costa del Sol, if they can keep Gracia to double digits here, they should back themselves to chase these down, but you're still going to have to bat a lot better than they did when they played Gracia yesterday. Let's not say they can't. There's Lake on the charge. Wimmer who's coming in. They're going to go for 2 here. Good throw would have had him dead, but it's not a good throw. Pulls Crom away from the stumps, and they do get 2. It's good attacking running there. See there. Wimmer just pulled the throw. But yeah, Costa del Sol, they seem up for this contest this morning. Can Gracia find the boundary or 2 they need to get to the triple figures? Leg side and gone. So this one's angled in a little bit from Richard Lake. It's a fairly simple catch taken there. Loving the European Cricket Network cap as well, which is being sported by Elvis. See a perfect view of it here. They have that man in the circle because they have more protection down the ground. And very, very simple catch taken. So Costa del Sol, again, different kind of a team at the moment. And Sahil goes for just the 4 runs. I mean, one of the keys here for Costa del Sol has to have been that they've taken their chances. And I can't really think of a catch that's gone down unless you count the one that Manav Nayak caught, threw away, and ended up going for a boundary. But I think their standards have been very, very good in the field. If you're going to knock good teams over, you have to take wickets. And to do that, you have to hold your catches. Okay. New batter out the middle is Rohit Ratu. We'll get an inside edge onto his leg here for 1. 91 with a couple to go now. 100 looking a fair way off. Sharul Chauhan. We'll be hoping he can whack 1 or 2 away here. But again, They've done the hard work. Costa Salt, can they get these runs with the bat? That guy there, Richard Lake, will have a big responsibility, I'm sure. Rimmer, probably Crom, that's probably top three. Got guys like Hatchman, which I think are also pretty important guys. All right, last ball. Seatbelts on, everybody. The score is 92, plus whatever comes off this ball from Lake. Left-hander out there. No fine leg really here if he strays. Now he hits it in the air. Maybe catchable for Hatchman. Does take the catch. Fantastic catching from Costa del Sol. And this is really typical of what they've offered in the 10 overs. They've held on to almost every chance that's been offered. And so even that one I thought was going to fall well short, but Hatchman, like a greyhound there, ran in and sat under the ball. And at the end of the 10 overs, Gracia 92 for 9. So if you thought this was going to be all one-way traffic today, with Gracia steamrolling the opposition, well, think again. Costa del Sol, very proud club. Know that they weren't particularly happy, particularly about their batting yesterday in that key game in Game 3 against Gracia. But right now, Gracia going to have to bowl and field very, very well to defend this total of 92. Let's roll the highlights, and it is day 6, the second day of Group C here in the ECT10. Asad Ali, nice to see him out there. The CDS Express, well, he was wobbling it early, and he came up with an early wicket. Manav Nayak into the side with an immediate impact, taking that catch. And Kuldeep, a big wicket to get early. You feel you're going to get Gracia, you've got to get him before he does damage. He only scores 1. Then they just let themselves down a little bit. I think Hatchman with 3 bad balls in the second over. They were all punished. And that was a large over of 15. But not as large as over 3 that ended up going for 24. The CDS Express was derailed. Big hitting from Mukhtar and Hiramahe. That was one of the best of the lot. It was absolutely tattooed out of the ground. But Richard Lake came on and he got this LBW decision. Caused a bit of debate, but I think it was a very good decision. Could not see that missing the stumps. The batter just getting a little bit too far across there. It was a big wicket of Mukhtar Singh. And now Batten throwing himself around, but for me it was all about the catching. Now this is the only one that you could say was put down, essentially, even though it was thrown away by Manav Nayak. Ended up hitting another fielder going into the rope, but Manav was not going to let that one get away. It's a very enthusiastic young cricketer. Held on with 2 hands. Lake took one down the ground as well. Some good hitting here from Rathod, who just timed a couple out of the ground. Essentially, he would go 6-6 it out. There's Richard Cunningham, another one of my favourites. Crom couldn't quite react to this in time. But yeah, the spin was pretty effective towards the end of the innings with Manav Nayak and Rimmer and Bales all taking pace off the ball. And Gracia really, having lost those wickets, they could really get the acceleration that they were looking for. 56 came off the first half and just 36 off the second. So they lost their way somewhat. They lost some wickets, and this was the one to finish it off. Very good catch by Rick Hatchman coming in from long on. So it's all high fives and smiles right now for CDS, but they'll want the points. And to do that, they will need to bat well to chase down this score. Remembering that yesterday, when these two teams played, they were only able to gather 70 runs off their 10 overs. They'll need 93. Looking at the scorecard there, Mukhtar Singh with 32 off 13. He was the top scorer. 19 for Hiramahe, 18 for Rathod. And apart from that, there were just single-figure scores, but 10 batters do score runs in this first innings of the day. 3 for 7, Lake, best of the bowlers, I think. Bales with 3 for 12 as well, chipped in, but I've got to say that the spin was effective. Nayak 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. Also wickets for Lee Rimmer and Chris Batten, the CDS Express. Hatchman's over was a bit loose. He just bowled a 1 for 15, but he did field very, very well. We'll take a quick break. When we return, it will be the run chase here in Match 6 of Group C. Costa del Sol hoping for some revenge on Gracia. They'll need 93 if they are going to win this match. See you very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you join us for the second half of this exciting match just after the break. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. And we are in the midst of the FanCode European Cricket T10 domestic tournament from Spain, which involves 9 domestic clubs. And this weekend it is Group C action, which involves Gracia, Costa del Sol and Madrid CC. Right now, looking at match number 6. And it is Costa del Sol coming out to bat after doing a pretty good job in the first half of this one. After Gracia won the toss and elected to bat, they put 92 for 9 on the board. Early loss of Kuldeep Lal. Muktia Singh 32, Hiramahe 19, and Amal Rathod 18 were significant contributors. But certainly not the finish they wanted, and they continued to lose wickets. Notice that the last 3 overs only went for 16 runs. So we didn't have a boundary in the last 19 balls of the innings. In fact, we had 5 wickets in the last 19 balls of the innings as well. Yeah, so 5 for 16 in the last 19 balls. And right now, Gracia, this might be the challenge they need. They have been scoring a bunch of runs so far in this series. Yesterday, Gracia scored 149, 125 and 125 in their 3 matches. So there's no shortage of big scores for them to defend. Right now, they're going to have to work a bit harder. I think they're good enough. They would be able to do this, but I think a lot rests on the top 3 for Costa del Sol to get them off to a good start. They did run into trouble yesterday, losing wickets against Gracia. And at one point, even were 15 for 5, 31 for 6, 48 for 7, 54 for 8, 55 for 9. Bit of a late partnership between father and son, James and Jamie Riley. Got them to semi-respectable score of 70. They want a lot more today. No Rileys in this side this morning. It's going to be Trilojan Singh to get us going. A man with happy on his shirt. He will be happy if he gets off to a good start and probably removes some of these key batters. Lee Rimmer is opening the batting for CDS. Richard Lake with him. 2 very experienced campaigners. Let's get going. 93 for victory for Costa del Sol. Pitched up, driven, and 4. Really good shot by Rimmer. Doesn't try to overhit this. It basically turns into a half volley from Trilojan. And a very good start for Costa. Just searching for a little bit of that outswing. Didn't really go a lot. Rimmer's got a good technique, doesn't he? I think in the power play, you don't always have to go in the air. Ball's hard, it's new. As soon as they got it in the gap. It was always going to be 4. Rimmer scored 59 in their opening match yesterday, match 2. This one is more at the stumps. The Rimmers happy to play it out. I suppose the thing here, yesterday they were chasing a lot more runs and probably felt a bit more pressure to play shots early. But I think these two will know you can't afford to respect the good ball and still achieve this required run rate of 9.3 and over the 10 overs. Oh, this isn't a good ball. It's full toss, just whipped away. Good shot selection. Not a good ball from Trilojan Singh. And so Rimmer gets the second boundary. Was hanging up. Still had to hit it. I mean, it's on the stumps. But full tosses. Batters would back themselves to put them away. It's exactly what Rimmer did. It's a new Costa del Sol so far this morning. This is driven down the ground, and this will be 4 more. He beats the mid-off straight this time, and Rimmer gets a 3rd boundary. Gets slightly over-pitched. And right now, could be heading for an early lunch the way things are going. Wasn't quite a complete half volley, but almost. Again, I like the batting shape of Rimmer here. Prepared to hit through the line of the ball. Say hello to all of you out there that are watching on FanCode in India, of course, and our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Just talking about Costa del Sol yesterday. A bit disappointing, I think, when they lost to Madrid CC. It was match 1, in fact. Costa del Sol put 110 on the board, didn't bowl particularly well. Madrid CC chasing that down in the 9th over. After this, but it is called wide. Another wide. So you can see it's not the start that Gracia would have wanted. This can sometimes happen, and Gracia weren't really tested too much yesterday. You come out, it's a new day, and maybe not quite the intensity thinking it's just going to happen for you, but Costa are pretty determined to change the narrative. Now he goes over point, and this will probably run away for 4 as well. So Rimmer gets 4 boundaries in the first 5 legal deliveries. Again, this one is more on a length, but he knows where the outfielders are, and more importantly, he knows where they aren't. Lee Rimmer. What a good start for him. 16 runs, all in boundaries. Pitches up, and he'll get a 5th in the over. Wow, shades of David Hooks off Tony Gregg in the centenary test. 5 4s in the over. And the first goes magical with the 2 wides in there. It's 22 without loss after 1. I talked about how important the top 2 or 3 will be for Costa del Sol. We're seeing it right here. Rimmer's the guy you've got to stop in a hurry if you're Gracia to have any chance of reining this in. Golden ball counter. Well, we had one only, what was it, 3 or 4 nights ago. 22 without loss after 1. And we've got 9 matches without a golden ball now. Almost hitting double figures. When it did go off the other day, it went off after 117 matches without a golden ball. So obviously it's something we keep track of. Provides a lot of interest and entertainment. What a crazy golden ball that one was as well. In the driving rain, came from nowhere. Start new over here. And they're turning to Ishan Patel. Just up, long chase for the long on here, but he'll get there. That's Manish Manwani that does the fielding. Back by Lake, who hasn't had to do too much so far. More or less a spectator, but he won't be too worried about that at all. Sweeps and sweeps pretty well. He just uses the pace of the ball. This one runs away for another boundary, so Lake off the mark now. The decision to go, a bit of spin. I don't mind it to break it up, but this one just gets too close to the Lake. And sneaks past the haunted ice cube with the 3 ghosts inside. 4 carreras. This one always hits Rimmer. Goes pretty quickly down to Manwani, who makes the stop. Just a single there. So what are you thinking this morning, guys? TDS looking a bit more organised. obviously the importance of not losing early wickets. End of the second over here. So over, not a bad one from Patel. Still, they will get 8 runs off it, and the score is 30 without loss after 2. Well, question from Tariq Sandhu, what's the shortest time between golden balls? Well, in their first series of the year, we had just 1 match in between. We had basically 2 golden balls in 3 matches. This is the table. We can have a look at it here. Costa del Sol could make up a couple of points here and go to 2-2. All right, so we'll still have a game in hand, but Madrid CC will be watching this one pretty closely, because if Costa del Sol can pinch one off Gracia there, so he makes their path to the final a little bit more difficult. There'll be 4 matches today, which are group matches, and then the top 2 teams will play a final as the last match of the day under lights. Now going back to Trilchan Singh here. Surprises me a little bit, and what I'm not surprised about is there's another 4. That is the 6th 4 that Rimmer has hit off Trilchan Singh in 7 balls faced off him, and this time it goes on the back foot. So Trilchan obviously being trusted to continue, maybe make some adjustments, but maybe an overcorrection. Rimmer looks very, very focused in this inning so far. Rimmer 26 off 9. 6 of those are 4s off Trilchan Singh. Rear dot ball. It won't be a dot in fact, because it bounces off Trilchan for a single. Richard Lake will get to face this bowler for the first time. Yeah, so shortest distance between golden balls. Just 1 match in between. But the day will come where we get back-to-back golden balls. I'm sure it will. Something to look forward to. So driven, they go on their hit. Well, they go the long way. Rimmer has to hustle, but gets there. So Lake, it's his call. Rimmer holding up a little bit, as you can imagine. Probably Lake was more of a chance to be run out, just because it was a much shorter throw. Whips this across the line to deep square leg. Had a bit of length to work with there, Lee Rimmer. So Tariq's asking, when does the next game start? I can tell you it starts around about 52 minutes, 50 minutes or so. It'll be at 11:30 GMT, which is 1:30 in Central Europe, 5 p.m. in India. Well, this is whipped in the air. It's going. It's Manwani's right back, and he'll take the catch. Excellent catch. Very, very good catch. There's Lake who's going to have to go. He just tries to time this, and he gets a fair piece of it, but he gets 2 underneath it. And that was a very good piece of outfielding from Manish Manwani. Check it out here. He kind of has a very good idea of where the rope is and knows where he can't go. That's why he turns his body. He doesn't try and get behind the ball because he's worried he'll step on the rope. So very well done by Manish. And Richard Lake, unfortunately, he can't replicate the fireworks of Rimmer. He's the first man to go for Costa del Sol here in match 6. He goes for 6, and the score is 37 for 2. Nice bit of outfielding and ground management from Manish Manwani. Question in the chat, what's better, spin or pace? I don't know if you can say one's better or not. I would say that spin, I think pound for pound, has probably been more effective here at the Cardimer Oval. If you bowl it well, that's probably the key. I just think the good batters seem to make more errors against spin when they have a bit more time to think and play and maybe get mixed up. AJ Cromp, the new batter, is happy to play this one out. Trilchan does get the wicket in the end, but he does go for a few. 1 for 29 of his 2 overs, and at the end of the power play, it's 37 for 1. Power play comparison. Gracia, they were 43 for 1 at this stage. Shows you how far they fell. Gracia, their first 4 overs went for 53. their next 6 overs. Just went for 39. So first 4 overs, 13.25 and over. And last 6 overs, just 6.5 and over. You can see it there, listed on the graph, showing you that the tall towers went missing in the second half of the innings. New bowlers, captain Hiramahe. He'll be hoping he can get his team back into things. There's Rimmer on strike. Whips it straight to mid-wicket. No run. They've already got that rate required down to about 8 and over. Your batters for Costa del Sol. They'll not want to leave it to anyone else. Once again, the bottom hand here. Sets a bit of a task. Bit of foot fielding out there, but it was effective from Rohit Ratu. Rimmer takes the opportunity to come back for a second. Goes after this and gets it pretty good. Maximo! He seals the strike back with the double, and then that spells trouble for Mahe, who just angles in, and this one is just caressed out of the ground by Rimmer, who looks on here. It's his first 6 after hitting 6 boundaries. This time he just goes with that angle. The length was comfortable for him to pick it up. Now it's a bit slower from Mahe. Handled cleanly by Rathod out there. Just a single. You see how important Rimmer is to this innings. And he's 37 out of the 46 runs that have been scored so far. Gracia to come back into this game. They need to go through him, but right now it's Crom on strike. Puts the pace on this. Top of the bat, maybe glove there from Crom, but he gets away with it. Just a single. Yeah, I think AJ's pretty happy just to get out of the way at the moment while the Rimmer show's in full swing. Goes after this, trouble. Wow, trouble for the fielding side. Maximo 6 runs, and Rimmer had a heart in his mouth moment there. Just couldn't resist, went after it. The fielder, I don't think he could have done anything more. Went over him by a matter of inches, but it did go over him. It's curving as well, sideways. 6 runs to finish the over, and the 50 comes up as well for Costa del Sol. It's 53 for 1 after 4 overs. So just 40 runs required off the last 6 overs. And now they're going to try and slow things down again with Isham Patel. Rimmer's on a real heater. I always think if a guy is going well, he needs to get more of the strike sooner, and that's what's happening so far. He's faced 2/3 of the ball so far, Rimmer. Crom showed a bit of power yesterday. Hit a big 6 onto our production van. Maybe AJ's been in the gym over the summer. I mean, you wouldn't know it by looking at him. But he certainly did pack a punch with that one. Batting in the key number 3 position and the responsibility of captaining Costa del Sol this weekend. How long can Rimmer sustain this assault? Tossed up. Thought about going after it. Changed his mind, I think, at the last moment. Clever bowling, actually. Tossed it up. Tried to lure him in. Rimmer wasn't falling for it. It'd been a big stumping chance, I think, if he had come down. Similar kind of ball. It's really good bowling by Patel. Not easy to bowl to a guy that's in full swing. It's exactly where he needs to be. Maybe he could sneak outside off a bit here, Rimmer. Well, this one's off the fingers, goes past the stumps. Just a single. I think Rimmer can afford to be selective. I think if he bats the 10 overs, there's no doubt that they're chasing this down. Gracia will be hoping for some kind of a collapse here from Costa. Now he might be stumped off a wide, or he might not. And the keeper likes it, but there's almost a bit of twister at the family dinner here because he does almost get back. Not in time. I think he's going to be gone. Yep, there you go. Bails are up. He's not quite back. It's good effort from Crom to try and get back, but he will be stumped off a wide. Good keeping from Kuldeep. Seems like a clean take as well. Wide called by the bowler's end umpire. And, yep, by the barest of margins. Crom will appreciate that as a keeper, but he might not appreciate it just yet. Excellent work from our crew at Spring Productions as well. So Crom couldn't resist going after that, but he will be stumped off the wide. He goes for 2. And the score now is 55 for 2. Clever bowling though, even though it's a wide. Sometimes people say, oh, is that very fair if bowlers can get wickets off wides? Well, yeah, I mean, a wide's not as much of a sin as a no ball. No balls that are patently illegal delivery for one reason or another. A wide is just a slightly misdirected delivery, and he beats the batter in flight there, even though it is a wide. So you can be stumped off a wide, and you can be hit wicket off a wide. They're the two modes of dismissal. You can be dismissed off a wide, but a no ball. And we actually had a hit wicket off a wide 2 weeks ago in this ECT10, but I don't think I've ever seen that before, and I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Anyway, this will be Nushan Alwis, who caught well. Also, some useful contributions from him yesterday with the bat. And the other thing, I suppose, like Keanu's saying, he doesn't know if he likes you being able to be stumped off a wide. The thing is, as a batter, it's really your fault. You've made an error of judgment to be stumped off a wide. And I'll tell you why I think it's a good rule in a minute. So we'll see how West gets off the mark with a single. Yeah, I suppose the thing is, Keanu, that wides also are very interpretational from the umpire. So you wouldn't want a bowler to get cost a wicket off a ball that the umpire maybe judges wide that isn't. So I think they get it right. He's cut away pretty hard from Rimmer, but he will retain the strike. Moves to 45 on the verge of his second half century of the weekend. And the halfway point of this chase is 58 for 2. Upish, but plenty of gaps in the infield now. Hello to Nico Fernando. He's saying that his match was cancelled today in Rome, and he's hoping they're selected to the semis for the first time after a few years. Well, hello to you and all your Kent Lanka teammates, Nico. Let's have a look at how Championship Week is shaping up. Hard to believe that it starts tomorrow week. So it's only 8 more sleeps till Championship Week. We still have to fill in one more name to go with those guys as we start that. We start with a wicket, and Hira Mahe comes back and he gets the wicket that they need to maybe turn this cricket match. So Costa del Sol, 58 for 3, and Rimmer just went back and slightly misjudged the bounce of this one. It's more or less an orthodox seam-up delivery. Doesn't really get up. Just falls off the shot a bit. He'll be disappointed, I think, to go in that fashion, considering how well he's batted here, Lee Rimmer. But still, very good contribution. He goes for 45 off 21 balls. The score is 58 for 3. Gets a warm reception, as you'd imagine. Manav Nayak comes to the crease now. And Manav Nayak's he's more a worker of the ball at this stage in his career, but I think that probably suits this situation with the run rate required. Only 7.24. Keanu saying, can't believe it's only 2 weeks left. Yeah, it's going quickly. Of course, we've got England 11 automatic qualifiers for Championship Week. They've been joined by Spain, Netherlands 11, now Scotland 11 as well. Yeah, hits him in front. Big appeal. An interesting replay. He's playing slightly across this one first up. Oh, it's close. Maybe the height. That's all that saved him. The line was no problem at all. Maybe just climbing over the bails, but very good shout. Just can they put the squeeze on here, Gracia? Naik get off the mark here with a single. Coming in at 5. Interesting that they've gone for money here. Like I say, a bit more of a worker of the ball, probably not an out-and-out boundary hitter. He'll run fast, he'll run hard. But they do have some more kind of out-and-out hitters they could have used. He chops down. Don't know how this misses the stumps from Alwis, really. But they will get a single, takes them up to 60. That ball. Not good cricket, to be honest, from Alwis. Because Alwis is just sitting on his bat at the non-strikers end. Look, he never even really moves here. Look, his bat never leaves the crease. And Manny's saying, hey, hey, I'm here to run. Are you on the same page as me? Obviously not that time. 60 for 3 off 6, so they stay marginally ahead of the rate required, but not by much. I feel like we might have a big finish here, you know. So Nico saying the Kent lanky young boy's doing good. Ken Achinta, that'd be Achinta Danuwan, right? Took 4 and 4, missed another 4 and 4, right? The only double hat trick we've had this year on ECN. Performing very well. Hope next year I'll do more than this year. Well, hope it keeps improving for you, Nico. Well, this will be a boundary, and maybe we know why Alwis never wanted to leave his end. He'd almost put up a picture at the non-striker's end last over. Didn't want the single, but now he gets 4, just uses the pace. That was on the ball. This is Kuwantakur, who's on now. And Costel Sol creeping up on this target. Probably creeping is the word I'd use. Just keep an eye on that. Runs required versus balls. 29 off 23 now. This is hit, and this could be 4 more. That's good placement. So Alwis, that's all making sense now. He didn't want the single. Now he's got 2 boundaries to show for it in the 7th over. So Alwis is a guy who I thought he wasn't disgraced yesterday. You know, CDS didn't make a lot of runs in the day. But right now, it's going to be hard work for Gracia. That's the thing here. I think I'd be concentrating on just scoring every ball. Trying to score every ball, and the boundary will come when it comes. You might get the odd extra as well. But the only way you can really get into trouble as a batting team in this situation is a bunch of dot balls. That pushes that rate up. Suddenly you feel that ones aren't enough. That's what Nike's trying to do here. Just chops down on this and gets 1. So I think that's smart. It's actually quite conceivable you could get the 7 or so and over without even hitting a boundary if you're scoring off every ball. Alwis not in the mood for singles, and he almost gets caught. This will run away for 4. And Costa del Sol, they wanted some revenge, I think, since yesterday, where they were shown up a little bit by Gracia, who wrecked their batting innings. Right now, revenge on a Sunday morning, I think. Puts him in a pretty good position at the end of 7 overs. 74 for 3. Well, coming up, we've got more cricket coming your way. There's still 4 matches coming. And looking forward to seeing Madrid United for the first time today. Again, they're a team that had one win. It was over Costa del Sol yesterday, where they chased 111. So the news from the toss, Madrid United winning the toss and electing to bat first against Gracia. So a few players to watch out for there. I'm going to say Daniel Block looks like a good player to meet. Got strangled down the leg side yesterday, but Madrid CC, recent winners of their region in Spain, so it's been a pretty successful season for them. Looking forward to them being out there. John Woodward can also give it a smack. We saw that yesterday. Galileo Finlayson Blake. Saw him captaining earlier in the year at Gracia. I've got a few players that missed out with the bat that'll want to make up for that. It's Manwani who's on now. Just get a single off this one. So like I say, top ball's the only way you can really get in trouble here. A pretty competitive match. I suppose one thing we've lacked a little bit in this ECT10 over the 3 weekends is close finishes. This could still be one here. Right. Punches and goes. That's what he's out there to do. He's so quick between the wickets. Difference is this time, Alwis is on the same page. And they get there fairly easily. And Wani, good young cricketer. Put an inside edge on this, I think. Again, look how quick one of Nayak is through there. Yeah, two things here. Have a look at this. I think it's big inside edge. But then one of Nayak is backing up, does everything right there. Look how quickly he gets down that other end. 15 off 14. Not a good ball. Striving for some extra pace there, Manwani. Loses it down the leg side. Let's ball that one again. Yeah, it's a good ball that time though. That's what he's looking for. But again, good technique from one of Nayak to be able to knock that out. Gets the one. It's the kind of ball that would have done quite a few batters at this level, I think. Last ball of the over coming up for Manwani. It's been a pretty good over, but still they've got 6 off it, you see. Wow, gets the wrong no ball, and this is escorted down to the ground. Maximo! And so Manwani said he'd only gone for 6. Well, that's out the window now. Yeah, it's waist high, isn't it? And Alwis just turns on it. Striving for the Yorker, but gets it wrong. Again, waist high or above in ECN cricket is a no ball if the ball doesn't bounce. There's the 3 ghosts watching on. So free hit to finish, and suddenly, just like that, it's only 6 to win. It'll take a bit of time to get that one back. I think this one is now pretty much decided. That one just hurt so much. And to be honest, it's a bit like Costa del Sol. They served up a bit of that yesterday. They were their own worst enemy. Maximo can win it right here and now. Free hit. Wow, this will be runs. It'll be 4 byes. It'll be 4 byes. It hits the stumps and it bounces away for 4. So it's a big swing and a miss. I think the umpire might have forgotten to signal byes here because I don't think there's any bat on this. It's will be 2 to win now. Well, you see it all here in the European Cricket Network. So that ball turns out costs how much? 11 off the last ball. So it'll be 91 for 3 after 8 overs. So yeah. Given that runs, it's I don't think there's any chance that he hit it. So I know Elvis would like the runs, but I don't think he should get them. All right, here we go. With the last over, even though it's the second last over, I can't see us getting into another one. That'll be one, it'll tie the scores. It was given runs. Apparently there's an edge on that. Oh, well, this might be it. It will be it, I think. So they're going to go off with 11 balls to spare. And so, well, when it's all said and done, Costa del Sol will get the points. And a very good comeback from them. So congratulations to Costa del Sol. And got to say, it was a pretty comprehensive performance. Gracia, wakey, because they got two opponents here, Gracia, that are desperate to beat them, and they came out having scored a slightly under par, 92, you felt. But they still needed a good start, didn't they, Costa del Sol? And Rimmer provided it with 5 boundaries in the first over. He just cashed in some slight inaccuracy from Trilochan Singh, carrying that slightly injured wrist as well, Lee Rimmer. But he certainly made pretty quick work of the power play. It's just what they needed. I think this shot selection was what made it for me. He would end up receiving the Player of the Match award, rightly so as well. Lake at the other end didn't have a lot to do, didn't have a lot of the strike. This is one that he got almost to the boundary. 98% there, but it was well held by Manwani. While Grazia tried to search for a way back into the game, Rimmer continued his assault on the bowling. It's a key wicket. I think, as long as he's making runs, Costa del Sol can win any cricket match this weekend. Crom couldn't resist a full wide one. He ended up getting stumped by not too much. And Rimmer went, and that's where you felt the game changed slightly. It became a little bit more plausible that Gracia would come and try and make a game of this. But you see, just some of these half chances probably had to stick if they were to come up with it. Then we saw this one, big no ball out of the ground. Then we saw a free hit, which apparently was inside edged onto the stumps. I'd say I was convinced. But the batter maybe sold it to the umpire, said, yeah, got a little nick on that. But when it came down to it, scores tied and wide from Shirul Chowan finished things off. And pretty entertaining start to the day, even though that one doesn't look close on paper. It did feel that the game was in the balance. And that no ball six really hurt. Followed by the 4 off the free hit that bounces off the stumps. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It was 27 off 11 in the end. That was Rimmer really that took the game away from Garcia in the first half of the innings. 45 off 21 with 2 maximos and 6 boundaries in there. In fact, all 6 boundaries were off Trilochan Singh in the first 7 balls he faced of him. Nayak came and crossed the T's, dotted the I's, ran hard for 6 not out towards the end. As far as the bowlers went, Alisha Patel certainly bowled okay. 1 for 12 off his 2 overs, 1 for 18 here. Mahe just fixed up his pace as usual. The other wicket went to Trilochan Singh, but he was very expensive, wasn't he? And Manwani bowled a good over, but he couldn't get out of it. 11 of those 17 runs effectively coming off the last ball. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into match 7, where we'll see Gracia back on the park. They'll be taking on Madrid CC. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is the Cardimer Oval. It is a hive of activity at this time of the year. It is the roadshow that is European Cricket Network descending on this part of Europe. It is the ECC at the moment, the European Cricket Championship. We're 3 weeks down there, still 2 weeks to go. But on the weekends, slight change of pace with some domestic T10 action from 9 clubs, all from around Spain, and they're descending on this venue. And right now, it's time for match 7. Gracia, after losing their first match of this series and the first one of the day, they're 3-1 now, taking on Madrid CC 1-2. And you can see that news from the toss, Madrid CC winning the toss, electing to bat first. And, they'll be hoping to do a bit like what Costa del Sol could do this morning to Gracia, removing some of those key batters. Just have a look at some of the names there for Gracia. All top 5 there have been influential. Madrid CC though, looking forward to seeing them out there again for the first time today. Got to say, I like the work of Simon Hussain. Sean Stevenson again provides a bit of pace in their attack. But it will be with the bat that we'll see Madrid Cricket Club first, as we get ready for the start of this one. And it will be Trilochan Singh to open the bowling. And I think that I've been a little bit upset with how he bowled earlier on. Conceded 5 boundaries in his opening over to Lee Rimmer. There's Muktia Singh looking on, slip in place. Ishan Patel in that position. Let's get going. Match 7 on the way. Will it be a happy start? Well, it might be. No, it's into the gap. So this is Hussain, who starts with a slightly false stroke. Simon Hussain driving on the up. He's out there with Daniel Block. Feels for this. Can't get any bat on it. That's the kind of length I think Trilochan's trying to bowl. Kind of induces a drive, but he wasn't quite there to hit it. I think Block, I know he's played a good level of cricket. Sometimes a bit of an adjustment when the bowling isn't as quick. You almost have time to think. When you bat at a high level against pace bowling, you don't really have any time to think. You're just reacting. Just to get a bit creative. This is missing another set of stumps, I think, outside off. I think he needs to get a start here, Block. Warm welcome to everyone in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Keep the questions and comments coming in. Time lucky for Block, perhaps. Does get some bat on it and gets off the mark. So Madrid United yesterday. Okay, they started with a very good win over Costa del Sol, chasing down 111 in the 9th over. And they got outclassed by Gracia, 149-90 in match 2. We also saw them in match 4 going down to Costa del Sol, so splitting their matches with CDS yesterday. And the last game of the day, Gracia once again did the business against Madrid CC. Well, this is a stand and deliver job and it's hit very well. Maximo! What a good shot that is by Simon Hussain. Just puts his big foot down the middle of the strip and swings straight through that one. 6 runs. Madrid CC. They know the approach. Played a fair bit of this type of cricket now. So earlier in the year. Now we're here. In fact, they played a golden ball earlier in the year against their crosstown rivals, Madrid United. This time it's off the back foot, hanging in the air. Fielder goes a long way back, can't get there. Maximo. And Hussain takes on the long on. Samuel Rathod and wins. It was good effort from Rathod, did everything he could do. But the first over ends up a little bit expensive once again for Trilochan. He goes for 14 in the first. It's 14 without loss. Now I think we'll probably see a slight change of pace. Looks like Hiramahe, the captain, will bowl over number 2. So I like this attacking approach from Madrid United. They'll be hoping they can put 100 plus on the board. Ideally 120 plus, but even 100 plus. And they need to take a leaf out of Costa del Sol's book and hold their catches. I think against a team like Gracia, a lot of firepower, but they will give you a look in sometimes. He's an interesting bowler. A bowl mixture of kind of seam-up deliveries and off-spinners. It's more of an off-spinner to get him started. He'll keep you guessing till the very last moment. I'll say very quick hello to Luke, who's in the chat, as well as Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. Also to Wazza, who's watching from Australia. Nice to have you with us. And Roffey, Hussain, he's out there to attack the power play. That's pretty obvious. They've got a fairly wide, long on, and a deep forward square leg at the moment there. They're two outfielders. Luke's predicting Italy to win a very open Group D. I do agree it's open. I think they're an interesting Group D. Takes this on, and well, they just changed the field, and they brought that man up, and he's going to have to chase it 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And well, they put the long off back instead, saying, all right, let's encourage him to go across the line. He did, and he did it pretty well. Nicely struck. Hussain. Bit of a difference maker at the top of the order here for Madrid CC. There's the leggy, just mixing it up, but, well, the result will be the same. It'll be 4. This time he goes with the spin. I suppose Mahe does have these variations, but I mean, it's quite pickable when you bowl a leg spinner. I think Suman knew exactly which way that was going to break. Went over it once again, getting a big chunk about on it. Not afraid to go aerial. Not trying to overhit the ball either. Another leggy, pretty well pitched. In the air, and the fielder will take it. He'll be gone. And what a very good catch that is down there by Amal Rathod. And, wow, it's a bit unlucky for Hussain. I suppose you make your own luck. You're going to dice with danger occasionally. You're going to get the wrong end of the stick. And I've got to say, credit to Rathod to hold on to a very good catch. Again, he went with the leggy. Proper all sorts over this. But he holds it. And you can see plenty of space between his heels and the boundary line. Not a lot in it, but clear-cut catch. We've seen some action in that part of the ground so far. So Hussain, his cameo comes to an end on 21 off just 7 balls, and in the second over is 23 for 1. Wow, it's always great to have a bit of company in the commentary box, and here's a guy that has been providing me a bit of company over this ECT10. Joining me as a special guest commentator in his game off is Costa del Sol opening batter, off spinner, and player of the match in match 6, Lee Rimmer. Lee, welcome.
Good afternoon, Vin. Good afternoon, chat. Good afternoon, chat. Good afternoon, all the viewers at home. Are you enjoying your Sunday cricket here today?
Beautiful Sunday morning. Pretty good for you as well. I mean, we're just watching Trilochan Singh in the first over getting a bit of stick. You certainly got after him with 5 boundaries in the first over. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was nice to get on top. Just wanted to sort of break the back of the of that run chase, really.
Let's have a look now at Woodward, who's coming out at number 3, John Woodward. He's a big part of the Madrid CC club and a big part of the fact that they get their ground finally up there in Madrid. Anyway, it's the end of the over and the score is 23 for 1 after 2. We're looking at the standings now. You've made up a bit of space with your guys. Costa del Sol, Ali have moved up to 4 points. Gracia still leaders on 6 points, but you can see that this is probably the weekend. It's the most even weekend, I think, of any of the weekends we've had. Yeah,
absolutely. It's the start of the cricket this weekend has been it's been really, really good so far, and it's nice to see 3 teams that every single game they're all in with a chance to win. So hopefully that can continue for the rest of the day and make some good viewing for everybody at home.
Yeah, of course. Last over the power play coming up is Ishan Patel, who's going to bowl it. And, this is Daniel Block on strike. Steps across, hits with the spin, and probably gets 4 here. That's good batting. I think that's good identification of where the gaps were, and he probably knew he was going to get an off spinner from Patel, so he didn't really care about the line. He just goes with it. Fairly risk-free shot as well. Smart batting.
Yeah, really, really good batting. Just steps across there. He knows exactly where the field is. And Grazia just needs to have a look at this because he's very, very strong playing that sweep shot. So could force a little change in the field. I think it already has done. They definitely need to keep the ball outside the off stump to it's a very strong sweeper of the ball.
Yeah, he took that from fairway outside, didn't he? This time he cut straight at the fielder. And so a few people in the chat, happy to see you, of course. And obviously we've seen a fair bit of you on the field. I think it was a really good performance by Costa del Sol this morning. It was built on, for me, one aspect which I think we talk about a lot in this form of the game. Good keeping to block that, just the one wide down the leg side. It was the catching. I think you guys held your chances really well, and you have to do that against such a dangerous batting side like Gracia.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And when somebody, or when you get teammates that are taking fantastic catches, it just breeds confidence into the rest of the team.
Block, gets a bit of bat on this. Woodward scrambles through for the single. Yeah, I think they were all taking it. There was one that was a bit of a strange one. Manav Nayak caught it on the boundary, threw it away to Richie Cunningham, who actually couldn't get up to it. He threw it over his head almost and ended up as a 4. That would have been something.
Yeah, that would have been I mean, it was a special piece of cricket, irrespective of the eventual outcome. But no, just the awareness that Manav has there on the boundary. It's something that is difficult to practice.
Yeah.
Those sorts of catches. So for him to have that awareness and for Richie to sort of be around there, ready to take it as well.
It's a heads-up play, even how high he threw it.
Absolutely.
She threw it too far in the end. Right, goes after this offside, nobody home. This may or may not go. It just does, bounces into the rope. So Cuatro Caderas block goes over the offside, moves into double figures. Nice looking cricket shot from him. I just think he needs a bit of time at the crease. He looks like a good player to me.
Yeah, he does. He's an organised cricket. I saw him in the warm-up yesterday, Vinny. I was impressed with the way he went about his business there and the way he's hitting the ball. So, again, good awareness. And if he can force them to not just bowl to a sweep shot, he's going to go over the top there as well.
Down the sides. I must have caught something on the way through. It's an interesting one for me. It's Tyrone Peters out there. But if this misses the leg stump, it's a wide, unless it flicks something. It must have just flicked the shoelace or something. It looks like it did take may have just flicked something on the way through. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. And the score is 34 for 1 after the power play. Not a bad power play for Madrid CC. It's Gracia obviously finding it a little bit more difficult here on day 2. That's the thing I said sometimes, Lee, if you have a lot of success in a tournament, sometimes it's just natural that you might not have the same intensity. But then the other teams, they're trying to get more intense because they're trying to catch up to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough to play consistently good cricket across the whole weekend as well. I like to think that sort of keep myself in some form of fitness, but it's tough waking up the next day.
Yeah.
Because we're just not used to playing these many games of cricket.
Well, this is a proper French cut from Woodward and Trillichan. Can't really take a trick this morning. And it will be a single. Need a bit of luck. That's something we talk about in this form of the game as well. That could quite easily have gone into the sticks, but Woodward survives. Block on strike now. Trillichan is bowling in the 4th now. Tries to go leg side, but it wasn't there for it.
Yeah, I think he premeditated that there, Vin. I think he knows he's just practicing that sort of that square drive, the shot that he could have played there. I think he premeditated that one. He's to play the ball that's merit here.
Yeah.
And,
I think someone like Block, there's a big gap over cover. That's where I'd be going, because that's where normally Trillichan's going to put the ball. Basically, he's trying to take on 3 outfielders on the leg side here. There's deep backward squares, deep mid wicket, and a fairly wide long on. So even if he hits this where he wants, it's not a really a safe area to hit.
Exactly, and the way that the Happy shapes the ball away as well. If he just gets a little bit of bat on that, it can go behind square on the offside, and it's going to be 4 runs. So
see if Block doubles down on this plan. This time he does get a little length, so he can. More or less a traditional pull shot for 1. So yeah, we've seen you in the commentary box more than on the field lately. How does it feel to be out there in the middle on ECN again with the bat and the ball?
Absolutely. I've been absolutely itching these last couple of weekends watching everybody else hit boundaries left, right and centre. So it's nice to get out there and try and have a little bit of fun, get out there with the lads and first and foremost enjoy it, but also try and play some good cricket as well.
Yeah, well, it's nice to hear. I know you love your cricket. And I'm not sure if it's this week or next week. I think you'll be down with the school you work at, British International School Marbella.
Yeah, it's this week.
It's the week coming up.
Yeah, it's the week coming up. So we have a class coming each day. So starting with the Year 7s Monday, Tuesday, the Year 8s Wednesday, Thursday, and the Year 9s on Friday. So I'll be here on Thursday.
Good to hear. It's part of our cricket school project. Block just gets a single this time, ends the over. So much better figures for Trilchan this time. He finishes with none for 18 of his 2 overs, 4 overs in. Madrid United are 38 for 1. Any questions or comments? Feel free to throw them in. Lee Rimmer from Costa del Sol. And I thought you were going to get your second 50 of the series this morning. Obviously fell just short, but set up a very good win for your team. Just a reminder that you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. You can even scan that QR code on the right of the screen to join our Telegram channel or join +49 170 954 1799. But all of those channels, you can find out some of the highlights of European cricket and a few things going viral. We had a pretty interesting week, as you'd imagine. Wait for Ishan Patel to start a new over. Blocks after him straight away, and Manish does very well to stop that. Now they're going to come for 2. It's pretty alert running by the Madrid CC batters, but still a very good stop from Manwani.
Yeah, really good run in the block. He knows that it's going to be a difficult ball to pick up. It's bobbling along on the boundary there. Does well to stop it initially, and have that awareness to turn around and throw, but he's off balance there. So yeah, quick scramble back there from block, and I think he's going to target the leg side here with this with Patel bowling.
Just looking at some of the highlights of this week that have gone up on social media. Just looking at my list, there's been a lot going on the last week. Gone, and it was just full. I don't think it's a Yorker. I think it's a full toss at block. Again, maybe getting a bit too funky here. Backing away, premeditating to go cover that time. And he just misses a straight one. He forgot the most basic thing to watch the ball. So Patel breaks through. That's a handy wicket because block. I do think that he's a player that can deliver, but look how high this is when it goes past the bat. It's more or less past the middle of the bat, but he will be the first man to go, and he'll be dismissed for 15. It's 40 for 2.
It's a really good piece of bowling that by Patel. He changes his pace up really, really well, throws in the quicker one, and doesn't change his action too much, and it just sort of beats block for place there. I think he was trying to think about where he's going to put the ball before he'd actually got bat on ball, which is something we're all culprits for as batsmen, but yeah, really good piece of bowling. Smart piece of bowling.
I think you're right. It's just forgetting the basics. So I mean, I think block's got a lot in common with you actually, Lee. You were telling me about your mindset a little bit earlier that you. Well, you tell me in your own words. How have you kind of adjusted? For example, in your innings this morning, what were you thinking about when you were opening the batting?
Yeah, so this morning with this innings, what I found is that if I try to over hit the ball, tend to lose my timing, lose my shape, and end up playing shots that I shouldn't be. So just speaking to a few of the lads on the sideline yesterday that made a few comments about my innings, just a case of waiting for it a little bit longer and playing the ball under my eyes rather than trying to throw my hands through the ball. So I've always had hands that are quick enough to get through the ball. I try to keep my base fairly solid. So it's just a case of not getting out to the ball, waiting for the ball to come to you and play it under your eyes. And that first over today showed it really, because I just sort of kept it on the carpet.
Yeah.
And you can afford to, because you don't have to go over the top in the power play with just the 2 men out. So
yeah, it's a good point you make. Steke's a new batter for Madrid CC. He's off the mark immediately. It's just something that I kind of recognised when I've seen people that have played at a high level of cricket and then playing at this speed of cricket, which the pace bowling probably isn't quite as quick. Come back to that in a sec. Plus you've got bowlers trying to slow the ball down. I remember playing pace bowling at a high level of cricket. You don't have time to think. You're playing on instinct. Whereas here, you almost have too much time to think, and it can get you into trouble because timing is such a funny thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's going to be gone, I think. Got a bad feeling that Woodward's gone. He's already walking, and it's a smart bit of wicket keeping from Kuldeep Lal. I think Woodward just kind of going walkabout with the shot. A good bit of bounce. This is a pretty good take from Kuldeep.
Yeah, he's impressed me with his glove work all weekend, Kuldeep. Very, very compact keeper, and stays low here. Rises with the ball.
Yep.
It's a fantastic piece of work.
He was never going to get back, was he, there, Woodward? So, yeah, I like the way he waits for the ball. You're right, he's a very good utility player, Kuldeep. We've seen him at the national level with the bat and the ball, but he's also a very good keeper. That's how he's being used this weekend. So, Woodward, again, kind of on the long march to nowhere there, wasn't he? But he better keep walking because he's the third wicket to fall. It's 41 for 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about there, Vin, about waiting for the ball to come to you rather than going out and searching for it. Woodward, we saw Woodward last night. He's clean striker of the ball. And he just goes searching for a ball there that wasn't really there to hit. As a result, ends up overstepping and he's out stumped. So I think it's just a case of waiting for the ball. You do have enough time here to wait for the ball to come to you. and just keeping your shape when you are making those strikes.
I just think you've got so much time to get yourself in trouble when when you've got the bowling that is slower. If it's accurate, and that's the other thing that's important. But you can almost think of 3 shots and you can't decide which one you want to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus facing bowling at kind of 80, 90 miles an hour where you are just kind of locked in and your instincts take over. Good keeping once again by Kuldeep Lal to block this one from Patel. Langan's the new batter for Madrid CC.
Yeah, I find when you're bowling real pace bowling, I'm not thinking too much about where the field is. I'm just backing my hands, backing my eyes, and trying to keep the ball on the ground. When the ball's a little bit slower, you can afford to then manoeuvre the field, think about where the gaps are, and try and force the bowler off the line. It's a little bit easier because you can react when the ball's coming down to you.
It's expert comments from Lee Rimmer, who's certainly been one of the batters to watch this weekend. 5 overs down, Madrid United. They're 42 for 3 after a pretty brisk start. We saw 14 off the first over. Just seen 8 off the last 2 at the moment. Boundaries have dried up. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to this. Group D. Well, it's going to be a delight, Group D, I'm sure. Germany versus Norway first up. Romania versus Switzerland in match 2. Italy will join in match 3. Look, probably the most even group, I suppose, because Italy are the highest ranked team at only 30 in the world. But we will find out this week who will join all the other teams in Championship Week. I'm sure you're looking forward to that one as well, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, like you said, just to echo your comments there, it's the first time when we've not got a team in there who looks or appears on paper to be the sort of the standout side. So that to me just sets up for some exciting competitive games of cricket this week.
Yeah, not so much buzz about Norway, but I think they're a team to watch because I think they picked it up pretty quickly last year. Now in Group A. And, they had a day or two, a bit like Scotland 11 in the last week. They had a day or two where I think they lost their first 4 games, but they were very competitive. They came back to get 3rd in the group. Couldn't quite make the final in Group A last year, which would have meant they were through. But I've seen them playing T20 cricket in Desert Springs earlier this year. Some very good players. Mohammad Sher Sahak is one for me. That he played probably the innings of the weekend in that T20 International triangular series involving Spain, Norway and Guernsey earlier this year. So looking forward to seeing him again. And now here Mahe. He's got the ball on the string and Langer's just struggling to connect here. 0-4 now.
He's got really good variations actually, Mahe. He's got that leggy there, he bowls a few offies. Yeah. He bowled a quick one that absolutely zipped through me last game, so really good variations.
That one's the offie, I think, this time. But yeah, he does change the pace, and that's it as well. I mean, as a batter, you might be able to pick it. There's another thing to hit it. You're spending a bit of time just identifying what it is, whereas a guy that's bowling leggies all the time, you kind of can always bank. That's what you're expecting. Full. This is pretty hard. A lot of work for the fielder to do. He does pretty well to stop this. He's fielded well so far, Amal Rathod.
Yeah, it's tidy work from Rathod again there. He took a really, really good catch at the start of this innings. And yeah, safe there, isn't he? But no, really good ground fielding as well. Really fantastic piece of fielding just to back up the bowling there. Yeah,
end of the over. It was a good spell from Mahe. Finishes 1 for 12. 6 overs down. Madrid United are 45 for 3. Have a look at the bowling figures. Just the 3 used so far, which means you can kind of bowl your 2 death bowlers in tandem. 2 for 15 for Patel, 1 for 12 for Mahe. And Trilichan not the worst either, going for 18 off his 2 overs. Projected score now 75. It doesn't seem like enough against this strong Grazia team. I mean, even you were all over them like a rash this morning. They still managed to get up in the 90s, 92. It's hard to imagine Madrid United finishing with that many at the moment.
He's got a long way away at the minute, isn't it? Someone's got to go big even.
That's right. Cheryl Chowden's the bowler. And he gets pumped
Here he
straight,
comes.
and he's
Here
pumped
he comes.
out of the ground. Maximo. Well, there we go. That'll wake you up. Spring Productions. Get that right on the roof. And maybe a skylight that wasn't in the planning, but what a good shot that. What a good shot that is from Siddiqui. He is one guy that can bang the ball. You see it right there.
Yeah, it's going to absolutely miles that Vinny. Just an extension of the arms. It's a nice solid base. It didn't initially look like it was in the slot, but he's a tall guy and just reaches for it slightly, but it comes straight out the screws.
Pretty talented striker. I remember seeing him here back in March. Goes again, and well, this one might be even better. It's out of the ground as well. Maximo That one rattles the scorer's box, and they know it's 6, and the 50s come up this over, and Siddiqui making a difference, Lee.
Oof. I think reverberations are still absolutely rattling down Irvine after cracking that box. It's a huge hit, massive hit. What are we saying, 3 and 3?
Well, we'll be hoping. I've got a feeling this might be straight up in the air. I've seen enough ECN cricket to know that it will be wanting to go again regardless. Now it is in the air, but it won't carry all the way. One hopper. Yes, got to say, very good ball striking from Siddiqui.
Yeah, clean hit in that fin. I think that was my favourite shot of all of them there. Just sort of held his shape and yeah, sort of kept his elbow over the ball and hit it a little bit too well.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Langens. He needs to at least get a 1 here. Well, don't worry about the 1. It might be more, it might not be. The fielder comes around, takes the catch. Well, that's well done by Isham Patel. Langens really wasn't a bad shot, but he just didn't have enough power in it to get him there. Ends up going within about 2 or 3 metres of the boundary, but 2 outfielders converged. It was Patel that held the catch in the end, so he's got to go for 1. Madrid CC lose a 4th wicket. It's 58 for 4.
Yeah, when it first came off the bat, Vinny, it looked like it was coming our way again there, but just sort of died a death in the air, I think. Must be this Andalusian air that just held the ball up a little bit. It's a good piece of fielding on the boundary, though. He comes around from the right. It's never easy when you get 2 players converging there on the 1 ball. So, no, tidy hands again to support the bowler. And again, it's a case of Gracia just sort of pegging back Madrid when they get going.
I don't mind that, though. I mean, Langens goes for 1 of 5, but I mean, at least he was trying to be aggressive there. Another day maybe gets it slightly better, gets it out of the ground. But it means that we'll have Patrick Telford coming to the crease with a couple of come left-hander. And so, yeah, Siddiqui at the other end, pretty keen to keep this up. Charms in with his first wicket of match 7. Keep her up to the stump, so you always got to be a little bit alert. The bowler may not keep his line. So, again, Kuldeep's been pretty good down the leg side, blocking some of those. See what Telford can do here. It's short, but simple single out there. Madrid. Now, just like that with those two shots, they're up at kind of 87 pace compared to the 75 they were on. So you can see how quickly it can change. I want to say a quick hello to Wayne, who's watching from Australia. I believe could be Wazza Matron's brother that he's got him watching. So hello to you, Wayne. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying your evening in Australia. Clocks have just gone forward there on the eastern states. Goes after this, doesn't get it. Should be out, and it is out. Manish Manwani takes the catch. And so Siddiqui trying to turn the clock back a few minutes this time. He gets it off the inside half of the bat. He didn't quite get all of it. And Manwani takes a good catch low down, just cushioned the blow. And so 2 wickets in the over for Chowan. As Gracia turned the corner, it's 59 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, Siddiqui was is looking good there, but it's as if Gracia just managed to stem the flow, and that's the man that he would have wanted. It looked like he could really sort of take the game. I won't say take the game away, but definitely put the foot on the accelerator. And yeah, it's a big loss there for Madrid.
Yeah, it is. Again, falls off the shot slightly. I think it's probably not intentional, but he sets out trying to hit that straight, but then the fact he's slightly early on it, I think, means that he drags it to the leg side. It's a nice catch by Manwani. So new batter at the crease, won't be on strike. That's Rahil Shafiq. So yeah, Shafiq, also a pretty handy cricketer. Manwani, benefit of taking the catch. No one could get the ball off him. He's going to hold it, and he's going to bowl over number 8. And, well, now they might think of what is entertaining stuff. Manwani fumbles it, probably had a chance for a run out. Forgot to hold it. This is championship week of ECC. Group D winner, of course, will be joining those 4 names. It should be an absolute banger of a week. We were just thinking of what we're going to see. Things like England versus Scotland. I mean, that could break all sorts of viewing records in the UK for ECN cricket.
Oh, it's an exciting, setting up for an exciting week of cricket, that, Benny. Interesting to see who gets to join them.
Wide open, like we said. There's no line here. More pad than anything, but I don't think this will be out.
Yeah, he's looked like an organised cricketer actually this weekend, as Telford. Ball some really nice slow left arm as well. He varies his pace well. But it's as if they need someone to really sort of hit out here and accelerate them up to a defendable total.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Slight inside edge there, so that was given a run. Drilled down the ground. Yeah, some of these things we've seen this week have been quite incredible on social media. You had somebody not getting bowled because the ball hit the stumps, but the bails didn't fall off. That was one of them. We had some amazing one-handed catches again. I have a personal favourite though, which I'm going to try and sneak in to this innings if we can. This is driven. In fact, this will be 4. It's good batting by Telford. You mentioned he looks like an organised player, and this is just a caress through the point region for a boundary.
He's a brilliant cricket shot. I've noticed he keeps his stance quite open, Telford. He bats like just outside leg stump, and with the right armour that's going to be pushing the ball across him, I think that's the right play to go square or through cover. It's open here, so I think the bowler needs to either come around the wicket or bowl a little bit straighter. Otherwise, Telford's going to feast on that angle.
Slight miss hit, but they will get a run here. I'm thinking of 2, and they're going to take it on. I think they're going to get away with it. They do, so that's good hustle from Madrid United, who finish the 8th over with a double, and the score is 67 for 5.
It's brilliant running that, Vinny. It's Sadiq is absolutely rapid between the wickets. One of the fastest players I've seen here this weekend, and shows that intent with the wickets, with the running in between the wickets there, and it sort of pays off. But they need to inch every single run they can get here, Madrid.
Probably need them, because despite fighting through this innings, that 84 pace they're on at the moment probably isn't winning too often against grass here. Here's Chowan, an interesting over the first time around. Hit for a couple, but then got a couple back. Goes leg side, and this is out of the ground. Maximo! Nice shot by Shafiq, who got a bit of length to work with. He took on the fielder and he wins. 6 valuable runs to Madrid.
Yeah, it's a great shot, this Vin. I think it's hand speed more than anything. Didn't sound too clean off the bat, but obviously he's a strong lad, and it's his quick hands to get him out of trouble there. Great shot.
Chowan. Outside edge this time, but they'll come through for 1. It's good backing up and running by Telford. The left hand will be on strike now.
It's important that they don't get too premeditative here. Madrid, make sure they just play the ball on its merit. That one was would have been better off going through point there, but good intent again. See if Telford can work it through the covers again this time.
Well bowled, traps him up for room. Oh, bit of cramp, is it? I think it is for Chowan. Oh, well, have a look at this. This isn't really an injury, it's just overexerting himself. You can see those cramps. I know I used to bowl pace until I was 18. I think most overs are bowled today, probably around 28. About 28 overs in a day.
28 in a day?
Yeah, at times. And yeah, the cramps after the day's play, I'll never forget them.
Especially in Australia, Vinny. Obviously a lot of sweat loss and loss of salts to contend with as well. There's a pull shot by Telford.
Yeah, what a good bit of fielding though. He has to find it. And he put a bell on the ball for that fielder down there. He knew he stopped it. He had no idea where it was. He was hoping it was still on the field. That's a flying stop and a very good stop. I think that's Ratu down there that makes the stop.
Brilliant stop. It's a long way down for him, but shows his agility down there on the rope. He's good enough to get up and have a cracking throw into the keeper as well. Excellent cricket.
Yeah, saved a couple. They do get a couple. Telford back on the rack. Wants to get funky, and I think he almost wraps this into his own face.
Yeah, he could have. This could have got messy actually, Vin.
Which side of the bat? Yeah, that's a grill master. And to be honest, Kuldeep could have taken the stumps there. Yeah, just slow this down a bit for you. Look at. Yeah, well, we could slow it down, or we could do it faster. He shows the back of the bat as if he's to punk everyone, and then look, Kuldeep just forgets that he can hit the stumps here. would have been stumped off his own face.
Well, it's a decent enough connection. It's just that his grill's in the way, unfortunately.
Yeah. I love the fact he was even keeping the bowler guessing not whether he's hitting it right-handed or left-handed, but which side of the bat he was going to use. Last ball of the 9th. This will be a single, so it'll be 77 for 5. Well, I mean, that's something in the face, and we're happy that players wear helmets, but it's not always the ball you have to worry about, because have a look at this. This was in the France versus Belgium game on finals day, and look at it, it's a good shot, but check out this out. It's a proper, rocks him in the face. It's Rahmatullah Mangal who goes the glove punch, but it's an aggressive glove punch. And he actually goes straight through the glove and rocks him with a left hook. Watch this.
I mean, that's a cracking straight left, that, Vin. I think Mohamed Ali would be proud of that one.
The best bit for me.
He drops him.
He has zero knowledge that he's actually rocked him and just keeps on strutting to the other end. But the thing is, the batter, Zion, he hit a 6 next ball as well, so it obviously worked. Actually finished with 3 sixes in that innings.
There's one way to get your partner pumped and get the adrenaline going is to jab him in the face. I don't think you'll find it in any coaching manual, Vin, but you know, whatever works for you.
It's a bit old school coaching. Used to have some coaches that would, I won't say threaten with violence, but almost. Back in my generation. Steps away. This one sneaks inside.
Yeah, I've got a similar anecdote actually of friendly on friendly fire on the cricket pitch. I once we were playing in a cup final. I was up to the stumps, the grill on.
Yeah, from Marwani here, and he's probably going to go for a boundary, or is he? Yes, he is. Well, Trilochan not using the bending down method there. Instead, the ball beats him. 4 lucky runs really for Madrid CC, but they'll take them.
Yeah, every little helps here, Vin, and that's going to help the cause for the Madrid CC team.
So go on, tell us. So you're keeping up to the stumps?
In a cup final, up to the stumps to our quick, who had a batsman was trying to get down and use his feet to him, and he ends up snaking him off, taking the catch. It's always nice to get a catch stood up to the quicks. Obviously, I was so pumped. Big, huge wicket, ball up in the air. I run towards him, and we go to sort of hit hands together. Got a little bit too close. I end up pretty much headbutting him with the grill, and it opened up a big gash in his cheekbone.
That'll do it.
Still to this day, he's got a big gash in his cheekbone.
Wow, celebration fails.
It's yeah. So we've got jabs and headbutts.
Oh wow. Yeah. I mean, it made me realise there's more than one way you'd need a concussion substitute. Anyway, a couple to come here. 83, probably taking on a 2 here. Can't see them doing it, to be honest. Half a fumble, but only half a fumble from Amal Rathod. I mean, they probably would have gotten away with it because the throw wasn't particularly good to the bowler. They may have had an infamous poke in the eye. I think it was Brad Haddon got poked in the eye by James Faulkner in a one day, and he had to go off the field. We've seen a few interesting ones. We saw Joti throw the ball up in the air to the Swedish keeper, and it hit him on the top of the head when he
saw that, didn't it?
When he was running in. Anyway, all's well that ends well. Madrid United, okay, something semi-competitive on the board now. Last ball from Manwani. False shot. I'll probably try for 2 anyway. Feels a bit slow getting there. Oh, there you go. Ooh. Well, he says, don't worry, I don't need anyone's help. That's Chowan with the direct hit. So Telford will be run out for 13 off the last ball. Madrid CC. 86 for 6 after 10. Not a bad effort, I think, from Madrid CC. But I mean, they're going to have to take a leaf out of your book and get these big hitters early. Otherwise, Gracia, you feel, will be a bit too strong in this match. Yeah,
so that was a sheer nonchalance on that throw there, Vin. He just puts his hands out to go, calm down, settle down, I'll throw the stumps down.
He wasn't rushing towards the ball. Well, it was match 7, lucky for some, and Gracia already slightly shock loss this morning considering how well they played yesterday. Trilochan got elevated out of the ground as Madrid went to work, and it was Suman Hussain early on making the difference. I mean, the power play was pretty good, wasn't it? It was worth 34. First over went for 14. You can see that Suman, he was hitting them very well, but as usual, we had Hiramahe there with his licorice all sorts, tries a bit of everything, and ultimately he would draw the false shot. That would be caught. Well caught by Rathod, who kept his feet the right side of the border. From then on, we saw some innovative stuff from Block as well, but I just think that Gracia, with their bowling options and their fielding as well, I mean, they were willing to put their bodies on the line, and that's why they keep it down under 100. Disappointment for Block, who I think misses a full toss, probably trying to be a bit too clever by half. But ultimately, Madrid CC, I should say, they do get 85 on the board. Smart piece of work. They're 86 in fact. But, they're in the game. They've got a score on the board, which if everything goes right for them with the ball and in the field, then they could perhaps pull this off and get a win over Gracia.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to do well. Everything's got to go right for them. Everything's got to stick. They're going to have to field well, bowl their areas. But if they have the plans and we've seen already that Gracia can be restricted. We didn't really see it happen to them yesterday. Sort of really came out and hit the straps every game yesterday, but we know that they can be kept to a total, and there's no reason why Madrid aren't in this game here, Vinny.
And the other thing is, we haven't really seen them chasing. In their 3 matches yesterday, they batted first and made big scores, 147, 125, and 125. So it's a bit different when you have that chasing pressure. I think the Gracia is still, like I said, still favourites, but saw a pretty good finish from Chowan. He just loped around to the ball and made sure there was no second run. Madrid CC finishing on 6 for 6. I think a lot of that, it comes down to the start they got from their openers, who scored 36 runs between them. Hussain was the difference maker, wasn't he? 21 of 7, but he fell just short of a Maximo getting caught by Rathod on the boundary off Hiramahe. Block with 15. Siddiqui with 16 looked good as well while he was there, but he just couldn't bat long enough. And then towards the end, we saw the last pair doing a good job moving the score along. Telford and Shafiq got them to that score of 86. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 15. Isham Patel, he bowled very well. Mahe, once again, so hard to get him away. He just goes one a ball pace, 1 for 12 for him. Chowan with a couple of wickets and a direct hit. And no one really going the journey for Gracia in that one. Well, Lee, I know you've got a game to prepare for, but maybe we can keep you around for the first part of the second innings, because it should be an interesting one. It'll be 87 for victory. Gracia will be swinging the willow when we return in just a few minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Lee Rimmer with me. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode EC T10 Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Carnival Oval. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain, a domestic tournament involving 9 clubs from all around the country vying for ECN glory. And how about this Carnival Oval? Looks absolutely magnificent. Beautiful day again with plenty of sunshine, a little bit of wispy cloud cover, but I don't think we'll have any rain. And right now we're watching Grazia versus Madrid CC. These two teams doing battle once again. Of course, 3 teams per weekend. And the winning team goes through to the championship weekend, which is only a week away now. And in the first half of this game, Madrid CC, they won the toss. They put 86 runs on the board. And so, Grazia, they will want 87 for victory. Their batting faltered somewhat in the first game, where they were only able to score 92 for 9 against Costa del Sol, who held their chances. And I think that will be really important in this innings as well. You have to create the chances, but you also have to take them. But I would say the men in red, Madrid CC, they've given themselves a shot. It's going to be Sean Stevenson to bowl the first over. And out there to bat, Kuldeep Lal and Hiramahe. So 2 very strong openers. Kuldeep went cheaply this morning, going second ball for only 1. If he sticks around, could be an early finish. Once again, anything's possible. This is ECN cricket. 87 to win for Grazia. First ball bites back and slides into the pads of Kuldeep. And Stevenson certainly can move that new ball around. It's wiry kind of bowler. He'll generally curve the ball into the right-hander, left to right on the screen. Holds its line slightly, so a pretty good start for Stevenson. Let's see, Madrid CC really up for this, especially with that result in match 6 where Costa del Sol beat Grazia. They'll be feeling that this is a real opportunity to steal some points off Grazia and put themselves in the frame for that final later on tonight. Of course, the top 2 teams after the triple round robin, where each team plays 6 preliminary games, they will make it through to the final. Very good fielding there. That's Woodward, who always creates a crater in the Cardiff Oval there, but importantly, fields the ball. Again, right on the money from Stevenson. You can see Kuldeep is quite selective with what he goes after. Doesn't want to throw it away off a decent delivery. Stevenson's just a little bit unpredictable. Most of them are coming in, but some of them are not going as much as others. This one, I think, grabs the pad on the way through, so he gets another dot ball. So if you had 5 dots on your bingo card at the start of this innings, you're doing well. And Stevenson on a maiden. Kuldeep Lal stuck in the twilight zone. Last ball of the over. That will be a maiden. Wow, who'd have thunk it? 0 for 0 after 1. And Stevenson, credit to him. Lal didn't want to really take a risk to go across the line. Of course, he went cheaply earlier, but he is still there. And 87 off 10 overs becomes 87 off 9 overs required. What a very good start that is. I'd be tempted to bring him back now. Looks like it'll be Galileo Finlayson-Blake to bowl the second over. Oh, 10 matches without a golden ball now. It was Thursday night in rain that was so sideways it always came upwards into the commentary box. Dramatic scenes between France and Belgium. But we are now searching for our next golden ball. So we had 36 golden balls now. I'll give you a fun fact in a second. So we see Finlayson-Blake come out. There's a 7th dot ball to start the innings. We've now had 6 overs of golden balls, 36 golden balls. We've never seen a no ball or a wide. So just shows you, if you had a proverbial gun to the bowler's head, they can bowl straight. Mahe. Can he break the run of dots? Nope. 8 dots now. Very, you got to hand it to the bowlers here. They've bowled nothing loose. And I think the batters here a bit conscious of losing wickets because that's where the innings got derailed earlier. They'll feel they'll get enough loose stuff throughout the 10 overs to make this score of 87. So far, they haven't got any. Now, big swing and a miss. So 9 dot balls in a row. Nine dot balls in a row. And now, let's just say, I don't say I'm alarmed, but I'm concerned if I'm batting there when you haven't got a run in 1.5 overs. I'd keep these guys on if it's working for you. Look at the last 10 balls. That's only a 9, but they're all dots. Make that 10 dots in a row. Excellent pressure being built up here. I can feel the pressure cooker bubbling away, and something's going to give soon. 10 dot balls to start the innings. We did see back-to-back maidens the other day. I think that was Belgium versus France as well. Actually saw 3 maidens in the innings, but overs 1 and 2 were both maidens. How long can this last? Goes after it, and, well, the chance comes. Not really a chance, but it was chancy, wasn't it? Mahe does get off the mark, and so do Gracia with 4 runs, and Finlayson Blake and draws the false stroke. Again, it wasn't a bad delivery. It was in a pretty good spot. Just enough bat to get it over. A little bit of luck for Hira Mahe. Madrid CC still bringing their A game early in the second half of match 7. Last ball of the over coming up for Galileo. Oh, well, 11 out of 12 isn't bad. A very, very good over from Galileo Finlayson Blake. Just 4 off it, and after 2 overs, it's 4 without loss. And just like that, have a look at the run rate required. That has gone up now from the original 8.7. Suddenly, I need something around about the 10.3 mark, 10.4 mark now. Have a look at the table. You can see why it's so important, because Madrid CC, they'll lose a lot of ground, I think, if they can't beat Gracia at some point along the line. Here we go with over number 3. Stevenson finally goes for a run. So, yeah, I think it's a smart move. I think we saw a bit too much chopping and changing of bowlers that had been successful during the week in the ECC. If someone was a really good first over, I just think it's worth so much, especially with a modest target on the board, to keep them on. And this time, wow, this would have been a catch and a half from Shafiq, who tips it over the bar. He just went flying octopus style with the one hand, and I think he probably had to go one hand. As Lee Rimmer comes back into the commentary box. Lee, that would have been a sensational catch.
Yeah, remnants of David Seaman in the 2002 World Cup there then. Just thought he was getting chipped over by Ronaldinho. Just need tips it over the bar. Crack a bit of goalkeeping. But again, his chances being created here by Madrid CC. It's fantastic start with the ball.
Stevenson with the comeback ball. Pitches up. And, well, this time the left hand does the trick for Shafiq. Hustle through for a single. Well, question from Keanu in the chat. What's the most dot balls in a row on ECN? Well, I got to say probably 12, which was Belgium versus France the other day. I might look it up, see if there was an extra 13th or something around there. But I don't remember ever having 2 maidens in a row before. So that's probably my guess. This one's just turned around the corner. Long chase. Oh, and he's made a meal of it there. That's Langens. This will be 4 runs. And, well, he gets down, he gets dirty. But unfortunately, it's a dirty result for Madrid CC.
Yeah, he did all the hard work there, Vinny, and he just hits it back into hits it back into his thigh, and then trying to evade the ball ends up not stopping it. And
well, he
it
knows
trickles.
He can't touch it again because he's over the line, so he just has to watch passively. There's that one trickled into the rope. This is another long dot. Incredible power play here, really, for Madrid CC. I mean, this is hit really hard, but Kuldeep was hoping it beats the fielder. It doesn't. That was Suman Hussain. Makes the stop. Just wangles this behind point. And it's been played on, and it's going to be an own goal from Bentley. Well, how do you describe this? Foot fielding gone wrong as the power play ends with an unearned boundary. 18 for no loss after 3.
Well, after a great start with the ball, we're seeing some... I mean, I think some of these Madrid CC fielders are playing the wrong sport, Finn. We've had some goalkeeping at cover. We've had a fantastic tip over the bar. We've had a stop down low. And then we see what can only be described as a through ball through the legs of his own teammate. And he goes straight over the boundary for 4 runs, Ben.
Yeah, and Woodward, Well, he didn't have the football skills because he tried to then trap it but then couldn't. So a tooth missing in the first over. Went for 0. Second over went for 4, but the third over goes for 14. Like I say, 2 of those boundaries probably shouldn't have been boundaries. And that hurts when you're trying to defend a score like 86. We've seen some excellent contact with boot on ball, though. We've seen some proper hoofs this week. One of the Belgian fielders went 1 foot to the other and kicked it across the line. Foot fielding is its own punishment. Corey wants penalty runs for foot fielding. I think if you want to know what the punishment is, just have a look at that last ball. Here we go with Siddiqui, who batted pretty well. He's going to come on for over number 4. Pad, I think. Wait for the signal for the umpire, but I feel like this will be a leg bite.
Yeah, keep it as well there, Vin. It's not an easy one. You lose sight of it down leg side. He's got a little bit of pace about him as well, Siddiqui. He gets it down at a decent lick. So now keep it as well. When it takes that deflection down leg side, gets a hand on it and stops it from going for four leg buys.
Yeah, probably gets away with that in the end, doesn't he, Siddiqui? And again now to Kuldeep Lal. Too short, and this one is dispatched, and that one is going to be out of the ground. Maximo! It's exactly what Kuldeep's waiting for, a loose delivery. It's just too short. Not a lot of footwork, but he's got such good hand-eye coordination, and he made light work of that ball.
Yeah, it's a real fixture of the Grazia baton, actually. They just rock backwards. It's an observation we made yesterday as a team, that there's rock backwards, and they're just waiting to feast on anything that's just back of the length. So I think Siddiqui really needs to pitch it up here if he's going to cause problems to the Grazia batsman.
Driven, and long chase for Hussain. And he's somehow run around the ball. Ring a rosies. He all falls down. And another boundary unearned. And Madrid CC, after such a good start, they're their own worst enemy in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's friendly fire again, Vin. They're causing themselves their own problems here after a fantastic start.
He made it look like that ball was doing everything. It just rolls straight. Well, that's the earlier one. And, well, there you go. Have a look at this. Cue the Benny Hill music.
Yeah, calamitous at best, that, Vin.
And have a look at this. He's going dead straight, and he runs around it, and then he cannot get back. I mean, I've seen that in some skateboarding type competitions, those kind of manoeuvres. Probably not required here. Now, this should be out. It is. And so, well, Kuldeep's going to have to go, and finally they get him after an unconvincing 19. And I think an important one because it just gets a bit of momentum back from Madrid CC. Like I said, they've shot themselves in the foot for the most part. It's slightly short, and Kuldeep tried to get it up and out of the ground, but he'll have to go. He knew he was in trouble as soon as he hit it. It was a well-judged catch down the deep square leg boundary. So it will be the first wicket to fall, and the score is 29 for 1.
Yeah, it's good hands from Telford there. We picked him out first innings, didn't we? He's a nice, tidy cricketer, and never in doubt there at a deep square leg. Fantastic take.
Nicely taken, Kuldeep. Disappointed. So let's see if that helps or hurts Madrid CC, though, because I suppose Grazia, they've got a lot of big hitters that can come out. Kuldeep hasn't quite had his A form today, but it's a long day. Of course, potentially final later on the day for Grazia as well. New batter coming to the creases, Manish Manwani for Grazia.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, Vin, there's a lot of depth in this Grazia lineup. Doesn't matter who's coming in next, you know that they've all got the ability to make the ball disappear. So it's important that Madrid keep the foot on the gas here and that they really press on and try and force another wicket for the Grazia from the Grazia batsman.
Siddiqui has been important with bat and ball now. Manwani, good young all-rounder. Seen him playing Barcelona for a couple of years now, developing his game. The number 3 slot here in match 7, facing Siddiqui now. Feels for the ball, will get one. Good early call.
That's really well bowled. That it's he's not an easy bowler to face, but when he digs it in, it takes away a little bit of his pace and it's surprise. So it's important that Siddiqui keeps it full here, challenges those stumps, and draws the batsman forward.
wickets is the answer to try and slow things down. Drives through the covers, really nice shot. And very authoritative shot. Hiramahe, well, he puts that one up the steps. Just slightly over pitch, and he plays a traditional drive. He's well balanced when he hits this shot. Slight forward press, follow through. Lovely to watch, and 4 runs to Gracia.
That's a shot. I think that's the shot of the inning so far. That Vinny, it's a fantastic traditional cover drive, square drive. Just waits for it. We talked about Siddiqui pitching it up there, but it's a shame it was just a touch too full, and a batsman of his quality is not gonna miss that opportunity. So, no, good to see traditional cricket shots being played here. I think that's your batsman. They've got the power, and they've also got the finesse as well.
So into the over, 34 for 1. You can see that pretty much on the rate here. And want to be around about this many after 4. So that's despite the fact that they started with 10 dot balls. Well, Keanu, I looked it up, and there were 13 dot balls at the start of that innings. France's innings in qualifier 2. It was a maiden, then a triple wicket maiden, and then a dot. So I think that's the record dot balls in a row.
At what point as a batsman do you think you'd start becoming extremely concerned?
Yeah, somewhere along there. I would have run out of patience. I
think I would have got to ball 4.
The other thing is you're on 0, so you probably naturally, as a batter, you don't like being on 0, so you don't really like taking huge risks when you're on 0. You normally like to at least have something to your name. Yeah, here's Telford with his left armers. Elevated down the ground, and this is going to be 4. And just hits that too well, and it beats Saman Hussain down at long on. And Manwani, you can see, he's a powerful young man. He just gets the contact point right there, and Cuatro carreras para Gracia as they hunt down this target.
Yeah, it's a strong shot, Vinny. I don't think he actually gets all of it. It sounds like he mistimed it slightly, but just the strength there. He's got the hand speed and goes straight as an arrow. 4 runs.
Probably wants to go again here, Manwani. A bit too careful because doesn't quite get the length he's looking for. Clever bowling by Telford. Left arm spin. It's a very useful weapon to have in your attack. Hustling through his overs as well, Telford. Oh, now it has to change his shot last moment. It's a pretty good adjustment this time. Well, all right, Langhams does handle this one. He had a few flashbacks there, I think, as he was sliding after that one, but he does make the stop.
Yeah, I think he might have envisaged himself just sort of kneeing that over the boundary there, Vinny, but a tidy bit of fielding. Make up for Elia's misfortunes.
It's like a simple catch, for example. Sometimes it's so easy, you start to think, what could go wrong here? Telford's been pretty good, though. He's gone for 5. He still has an over to go after this.
Yeah, he changes his place really well, actually, Telford, and it's tough to get under him. Skiddy bowler.
Goes back and cuts. It's really good footwork there. Goes back and actually makes that shorter than it actually was. And so Mahe gets 4 to finish the over. Gracia still tracking pretty well in this chase. Move up to 43 with that stroke.
Yeah, really good wrist there, Vinny. It's just, like you said, it wasn't actually that short, but some fantastic just adjustment in body weight there. And he just rocks onto the back foot, uses his wrists, creates a little bit of space and gets it away for 4, but hopefully Telford can get out of this first over.
Tossed up, turns into a full toss. Plenty of protection in that area. 3 fielders guard the offside boundary. And so it will be a single to finish the first half. And after 5 overs, 44 for 1. So you double that, you get 88. The target's only 87. So Gracia, they're not blasted their way through this first half, but they still are on track after a very slow start.
Yeah, done well just to claw this back a little bit, Gracia, and without too much damage as well, just losing the 1 wicket. So I think they'll feel fairly comfortable going into this second half now. They've still got batsmen to come as well that can get the job done. So I think it's going to take something special from Madrid here and their bowling unit to sort of tie up the Gracia batsmen.
So you see those 4 teams. England 11 automatic qualifiers for Championship Week 5. Spain 1 Group A, Netherlands 11 1 Group B, Scotland 11 they 1 Group C. We don't know who'll win Group D. We'll have Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland here from tomorrow. They'll be arriving maybe around now, this afternoon at least, at the Sunset Beach Club. This one's asking for trouble, and well, the trouble is for the fielder as Shafiq knocks this one over the line. It was just a ball that was too short, really. Hit it powerfully, so powerfully, it burst through the hands of the fielder on the boundary. 6 runs, Maximo. That could be game defining.
Yeah, so just releases the pressure. First ball of the over. You get one away like that. I think it's a tough one for Sadiq, really. It's going so fast, and he's not got much space behind him to work with. But it's would have been a good catch.
So just be a dot. Got to say, we've had Sophia as our special guest in the commentary box this over. Sophia Lake, daughter of Richard Lake, and she has been drawing some amazing pictures up here. I'm going to read out some of the text on it in a second. But we've been showing her how everything works, and I'll tell you what, maybe in the next over we'll get Sophia on if you'd like to commentate an over with me. How about that, Sophia? But she's just said that she's really loving being in the commentary box, and that when she grows up she'd like to do it. Well, maybe we won't have to wait till you grow up. Anyway, this is going to be all over for Mahe. And, well, John Woodward, wow, Christ the Redeemer style celebration as he puts out the arms and says, don't hit it near me. As this one is into the Woodward vortex. The catch is taken. Mahe departs for 24. Could be a big wicket in this game. 50 for 2 now, Gracia.
He's happy with that one there. Piece of divine intervention. I know he put a couple of chances down yesterday, so makes amends here today. He's happy with that one. Look at that. I think he's thanking God, thanking the big man upstairs for just sticking to that one there. But no, very well done to you, Mr. Woodward. And Madrid again, just keeping themselves in this contest here, taking wickets.
It's a real character, isn't he, John Woodward? See, Mahe just loses his shape slightly, I think. And equal points, joy and relief there. And John Woodward says, yes, that is my zone, a short third man region. And, Gracia, I mean, when I go back, that's 6 that gets dropped on the line. I know it wasn't an easy one for Shafiq, but one of the issues was he never seemed settled. He was on the move, his eyes were moving, he didn't really know where his feet were. And that's why I think he's just not in the position to have a solid base from which to get his hands in position. But anyway, they do pick up a wicket in the end. And I'll be pretty happy, including James Bentley, who does take the wicket. New batter comes out immediately, starts with a single to get Manwani back on strike. So new batter out there is Mukhtar Singh. So left-hand, right-hand combination remains in effect. Again, more or less at that original rate. Started 8.7, right now it's 8.64. Last ball of the over. A little bit short, pulled away. Shafiq back in form. And it takes us to the end of the over. After 6, it's 52 for 2. Well, it's Vinny Sander here for the European Cricket Network, Mr. Maximo, to many. And joining me in the commentary box for 1 over, because you've been so wonderful up here, is Sophia Lake. Now, Sophia, welcome to the European Cricket Network. And you've been in the commentary box this innings, haven't you? And you've really enjoyed it. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you've been drawing some nice pictures. I thought it's only fair, because you did say on Rico's whiteboard, which is now full of text, that you'd like to do this job one day when you grow up. What do you think of the things which are cool about the job that I get to do every day?
You get to talk to on live.
Yeah.
Get to watch people and be up on high services.
Yes, I'm up on a high service for sure. Do you know the other day, Sophia, it got so rainy and the rain was coming straight into the commentary box, so we were all getting wet at the same time. You know, it was a bit crazy. Anyway, we're going to watch the game here, because right now, Gracia, they need 35 more runs. There's only 24 more balls left in this contest. Here's Galileo Finlayson-Blake to bowl. And a premeditated charge from Manwani. So how old are you, Sophia?
I'm 8.
You're 8 years old. Wow, 8 years old. And you're already getting to to talk to millions of people on the European Cricket Network. So this is good practice. When you grow up, you can put this on your resume, so you can say that you've commentated cricket. Do you like cricket?
I love cricket.
You love cricket. I really love to hear that. And so obviously your dad's a very good player, Richard.
Yes.
And do you sometimes play cricket with your dad? And so learn.
Yes.
And I met your brother Marcus, right?
Yep.
Met Marcus, I met him, and I think he's 15. He's 14 or 15. He's a very good
15.
player. 15. He's a very good athlete. So there's lots of things happening. You know, there's a lot of women's cricket happening now in Spain as well. So yeah, we'd love for you to get involved. Here's Finlayson Blay. He's knocked away for a single to the leg side. So what are your favourite things about cricket then? Do you like batting? Do you like bowling? Do you like catching?
I like fielding, bowling, and batting.
Okay, awesome. And so how about what did you learn from your dad? Did your dad teach you any tips for cricket?
Well, yeah, because we played in my garden sometimes, and he'd teach me a few steps.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Yeah, you're here, and this ball's over there because that's been blasted into the HCL software dome. Pretty good shot by Mukhtar Singh. He's probably thinking enough's enough. We're making this 87 look like hard work. And Madrid sees seats. Get a ball which is probably slightly overpitched by Gareth Finlayson Blake. So tell me, Sophia, what do you think of this cricket? It's very fast, isn't it? There's a lot of big hits in this type of cricket.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and so one of the things I was pretty excited about. So I was actually 12 when I hit my first 6. So the feeling of hitting a 6 is a really good feeling in cricket. That one wasn't quite a 6, it was only 4. Come back to the action now, and it'll be knocked away for 1. So then tell us, apart from cricket, what are some other things that you like, Sophia?
I like horse riding.
Really?
Yeah.
Horse riding, that's pretty cool. Do you like it when the horse goes fast?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's something I want to do more of, actually. I did a little bit of that as a kid, but I was in the city, so we didn't have a lot of horses nearby. But yeah, horse riding's pretty cool. That's another excellent sport.
Yeah.
Okay, couple to come. This is hit all the way out to Bentley, who does the fielding, just a single, so hanging in there at the moment, Gracia. Okay, so you like horse riding? How about at school? What do you like certain things at school?
At school, I like music,
art.
art.
Yeah?
I like art because I like painting a lot.
It's really nice that you've got so many different interests. Last ball from Finlayson Blay of the 7th here. This will be just a single, I think. Should be. Handled out there by Siddiqui. So it's the end of 7. 60 for 2. The game remains alive. And they'll need 9s for the last 3 overs. 27 required off the last 18 balls. Coming up next, well, there'll be some names here that you'll know a little bit about, Sophia, I think, because it is Costa del Sol versus Madrid CC. And looking at the lineup, well, there's Richard Lake. There's your dad, who's batting 5. I'm not sure who about that low, though. James Riley comes in listed opening. Not so sure, because that would be a promotion of 10 spots. Lee Rimmer, who's up here with us at the moment. AJ Crom in there. Costa del Sol, this is a very important game for both teams, in fact, because Gracia seem to have done enough to get a top 2 spot. It seems like these are the 2 teams that are competing for the other spot in the final. So the news from the toss, Costa del Sol, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. So they're probably doing that because they had some success against Gracia earlier with that strategy. That game's coming in around about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Got 2 more questions for you, Sophia. But first, let's start the 8th over with Siddiqui, who knocks him over. And that one crashes into the off stump, and that's a big wicket to get at this stage in the game. Well, Gracia having a horror start to their Sunday. And this is a very good delivery. It was full, it was straight, and Mukhtar played all around it. So that will be the 3rd wicket of the innings. Mukhtar goes for 7, 60 for 3. And what a good ball this is. Crashes into the off stump. And I'm telling you, you said you like bowling a bit, Sophia. There's nothing better than knocking over the stumps when you're bowling, because that's exactly what he's aiming at. And that's exactly what he hit. That was a good ball, wasn't it?
Yep.
And Mukhtar, he'll be disappointed that he has to go. Okay, I've got one more question then. So you liked playing music. So
Yeah.
what can you play any instruments, was my question.
Yes, I play the piano.
Yeah? So I was going to say that I still do, I suppose, play the piano sometimes. So now that you've been in the commentary box with me, then when we can find a piano together, we can play a duet as well. How would you like that?
That would be great.
I do a pretty good Frozen Let It Go. That's a bit tricky with my wicketkeeper fingers because there's some tricky bits in that. But anyway, Sophia, I want to say thanks so much for coming on the microphone with me. I think it's a very good effort. And I know that one day you'd like to do this as a job. Well, maybe you can have that as a goal and keep working hard at school. And maybe one day you'll be back here commentating on the European Cricket Network. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Fantastic job from Sophia Lake, guest commentator here. And at the moment, we've got a game on our hands. So 3 overs to go. Lee Rimmer joins me back in the box. Lee, we're unearthing commentators all the time at the moment, aren't we?
I know, it's left, right and centre at the minute there, Vinny, but no, fantastic game in our hands here. It's looking for a tasty finish. Siddiqui doing a fantastic job. That Yorker first ball of the over was some piece of bowling, so let's see where he goes with this one.
This is going to the wire, I think. This is going to be fielded down there. Woodward. Wow. That's his zone down there. That's the Woodward zone, and nothing's getting past him today. They are determined here, Madrid CC.
Yes, you heard the extremely expressive when that wicket went down. So they know they're in a contest here. They know how big this win could be for them in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, it's you can feel the tension out there, Vinny.
It all starts with the ball, and I think if you bowl bad balls from here, you're probably going to go down. But on the balance of probabilities, if you can get it in the right spot, you'll probably be okay. This is Siddiqui with his second over now. Lots of nice comments in the chat for Sophia, including Wazza. Said, learning piano is the best thing you can play to learn music and the theory. That's very true. I agree with that. I learned very young. So it gets well bowled by Siddiqui. Madrid CC just got their tails up at the moment, but this guy, Nishan Patel, he can smack it. And they're pretty much 4 Maximos away from winning this game. You've got to realise that as well. So it seems like this target's drifting away a bit, but it's still very, very within range for Gracia.
Yeah, margins for error slim here, Vinny, but he's doing an excellent job here. Siddiqui just cramping them for room.
Will Patel come off? That's the question. Well, he gets creative, and he's probably going to get 6 here. What a shot. Maximo. Attempted Yorker, overcooked, turns into a shin-high full toss. It's the no-look ramp, the no-look Maximo from Ishan Patel. And like I said, they were only 4 Maximos away from winning this game. There's one of them.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, he gets funky, and he gets a reward for it, because that's a phenomenal piece of cricket. It takes some guts as well, because like we said, Siddiqui's got a bit of pace about him. So to commit to that there, you know, he who dares wins, and it pays off for him this time.
I mean, it's the kind of shot, it's genius if it works, and it's foolish if it doesn't. I think if he has his stumps ripped out, and he's got egg on his face, but instead he's got another 6 runs to his name. 19 off 13 now. This game tightening up. Last ball of the over for Siddiqui. Another full toss. This time it'll be a dot. It'll be at the end of the over. Well, no, it's been called a no ball. Well, let's just check the height. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's marginal, but the umpires are instructed to call the marginal ones. If it's at the waist or above, then it will be called. So, tough one, but I mean, should we be bowling those? Lee, you're a batter.
Yeah, I think it's a stiff on that, Vinny. If I'm the captain of the bowling side there,
yeah,
won't be too happy with it. But you know, Siddiqui can't afford to be bowling those at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you bring the umpire into the game, really. Now he's going to get bowled on. Look, we could have another one of these ones. No, this should be just a bye. It doesn't have what it takes to get to the boundary. So twice off free hits today, we've seen the stumps disturbed. And this will be a bye, which goes against Victor Medina, the captain, the wicketkeeper, I should say. But it could have been worse. But what it is a bye, and Ishan Patel will retain the strike. 8 overs down, 70 for 3. 17 required off the last 2 overs. I want to say a quick hello to Mahmood White. It's good to have you in the chat. Hope that you're enjoying the day's cricket, Mahmood. Always happy to see you in there. What I will say about that is, in slow-mo, it's a lot easier to see exactly the height of that ball, but you've got to realise the batter's moving around, the ball's coming at quite a pace. So I actually would rather that get called than they be missed when they're a bit higher, because I don't think they're very fair deliveries for the batter to have to face. So even if you slow that down and say, well, maybe it's fractionally below the waist, the playing condition says if either umpire is not absolutely certain it's below the waist, then it should be called. So I think that when it's all said and done, I don't have a problem with that call.
Yeah, likewise. I think as well, if you sort of take on that approach where you are giving the benefit of the doubt to the batting team in more occasions than others, then yeah, I think both sides can accept that.
Yeah. And I think as a bowler, you don't really have too much of a defence. You probably shouldn't even be bowling balls that are top of the pad height on the full. It's not
true.
Really in the spirit of cricket. That's why those balls are illegal deliveries. Anyway, here is Daniel Block with his leg spin over number 9. So going to the wrist spinner in a crucial moment. But a very good start. And half an appeal for the court behind.
It's a brilliant delivery for Storp. He knows that they're going to target him to the leg side there. He gives it a little bit of flight. That takes guts as well and hangs it outside the off stump there. It's fantastic bowling.
On the charge, goes with it. And this is going to be 4. Very good batsmanship from Patel there because he goes with the turn and he's got a gap at deep cover. He goes straight over the infielder's head. And so Cuatro Carreras, that one maybe swings things Gracia's way with an excellent elevated cover drive.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult cricket shots to play, the inside out over extra cover there, particularly with Block, who does turn the ball. He does get a lot of topspin on the ball, but no, great piece of cricket.
This one would have been a wide, but it goes to the Woodward zone. So probably a good result for the fielding team here, because it would have been a wide and extra ball. As it is, it's just a single and uses up a ball. It's had too long to reach that. The keeper had 1 foot off the pitch.
Yeah, best possible result, I think, there with that ball that was bowled. He just didn't seem to get through his action there, Block.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. Block's played a decent level of cricket, but he's rusty. I think this is the thing to try and recapture it. It's not the easiest thing. Was it asked me, did I like the ramp shot technique? Yeah, I think it was pretty good. I think Corey is a bit of an expert with that shot. He'll say to try and keep your head still. You don't actually have to swing the bat too hard. Having said that, let's not forget his last attempted ramp smashed into the stumps. So it's a little bit short, but it's going to be caught on the second attempt. Well, incredible stuff down there, and he's wiped himself out. Well, Raheel Shafiq has had quite a journey in this 10 overs. This time he drops it, but he catches it before it hits the ground. And Manwani, well, he probably thought this one should have disappeared into the bar. Instead, it finds the hands of Shafiq eventually, and Gracia lose the 4th wicket at 75 for 4.
And this ball had absolutely everything. It had long hop, it has a well-hit pull shot, it's got a juggle, excellent agility to go forward. And then in the celebration, Vin, I don't know if it's excitement that knocks himself off his own feet, but he goes absolutely flying or being hauled back up by his teammate.
It's a bit like a baby giraffe trying to learn how to walk in the celebration. You see, he goes down, and then he's thrilled. And he just his body moves too fast for his feet here. Over he goes, and I think he'll take the trade-off of the catch and the stumble. And Shafiq, again, that's a huge moment. If that blasts for 6, it's huge advantage to Gracia, because that would have made it 6 off 8. Instead, it's 12 off 8.
Huge moment. Manwani, we saw him yesterday as well. He really puts back to ball, so huge wicket to take. But no, well done.
Tell you what, I'd be appealing timed out here. I'd be asking the question because they got 90 seconds, and I wouldn't be mucking around. Taking a long time to get set, and something we've never had in ECN cricket is a timed out with Shafiq just going up for some attention there. I think they might have busted into his hands. I don't think that's even close to 90 seconds, if I'm completely honest. And yeah, like I say, 2,500 matches, no timed out yet. And yeah, taking a long time. Maybe the issue is, well, what's going on here? Has it been given 6? Well, what's going on there? Okay, here we go. You can see he's just touched the rope. And it will be 6 runs. Well, what a good spot that is. We did not pick that up at live, so fantastic. Camera work, bad result. And well, just like that, it's only 6 to win. What a good spot that is, Lee.
Yeah,
by
we
the
didn't see
officials.
that at all, did we? I think we were I think we were more taken aback by the celebration, but no, it's a fantastic spot on the.
Wow.
Some eagle eyes down there, Vinny.
When he there, yeah, you saw it just moved. He's like, yeah. Fantastic. Applaud the officials for that one. Shafiq. Wow. So it wasn't the second stumble, it was the first stumble. What great umpiring that was. And now, guess what? You blink and you'll miss it. The window of opportunity was fleeting, wasn't it, for Madrid CC, but they will lose with an over to spare. Well, dramatic finish. We thought there was a wicket. Instead, it was 6, and then it's finished off in style. Nishan Patel goes bang, and just like that, Madrid CC hearts are broken. As the final score in match 7 is 88 off 9 overs. Gracia, Madrid CC 86, and well, so close yet so far for Madrid CC.
Completely changed the complexion of the game there. With that 6, if you take the catch there, it's a completely different game going into the final 7 balls. But no, quite a controlled finish by the end there by Grazia, even despite them using up the 12 balls at the start of the innings. But yeah, they weren't too far away, were they, Madrid there? It's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, no, it's a sign that I think this is the strongest, or I should say the most even group, I think, Group C. But I think you look back at some of these, Madrid CC will rue, there's 3 errors, and I suppose there's probably even more than that, considering how close this game might have become. It's a very, 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 what's the word, frustrating fielding effort from Madrid CC. They did some good things, but it's going to be a very, very interesting end to the day. I think this becomes huge now, Madrid CC versus Costa del Sol, your guys in the next game, because Gracia with that, they're kind of firm as one of their certain starters in the final, but only 2 teams out of 3 can make the decider.
Yeah, it's this next game now, Vinny, I think if we get the win, that should sort of secure the final 2 teams that are going to be playing that last game tonight on the lights. We see Woodward there, thanking the big man upstairs for clinging onto that one. Some good stroke making by the Grazia batsmen there. They've got a lot of power, these lads. We saw that Yorker there from Sadiq. He's got good pace. Yeah. Brought that in beautifully. Little toe crusher. There was the ramp. Really brave shot that paid off for 6 runs. He tries it again later on off the free hit. Yeah. Doesn't get the calculations right there, but
yeah, then we had a dramatic 9th over. Rick always says it all happens in the 9th, but it certainly did. I mean, that's fantastic. And then this, again, it's just frame by frame. He flicks the rope with his back foot, and Ty's saying, yeah, well, they set us out. And the truth is, it was a very good spot from Suleiman Saeed and the 3rd umpire in the off-field tent. But yeah, it was out. He was holding the ball, and his foot flicked that rope. So I mean, it's bad for neutrals, because it probably ruins what could have been a really close finish. But as it is, Gracia, not convincing. They started with 10 dot balls, but they still get there with an over to spare. I suppose their strategy was that if their key batters could bat long enough in these 10 overs, they would make the required run rate, and that's exactly how it panned out. Mahe with 24, Kulib Lal with 19, Manwani 17 not out, and Isha Patel an important 18 not out at the end. But there was that big moment when the catch was ruled to be 6. 2 for 24, Siddiqui was decent, and Bentley just got the 1 over for 8. May have come back for the last one, but we'll never know. Blocks over. It was such an interesting one. Ended up going for 18, but it could have been completely different if that had been a catch, not a 6. Well, Lee, I want to say a big thank you to you for joining us as a guest commentator. I know you've got some work to do. In about 20 minutes, you'll be out there and you'll be on the field. And yeah, electing to field first in the next game. Yeah, same again this time round. So hopefully we can do a good restrictive job. The Madrid batsmen and get out there, chase it down in quick time, and sets up for an interesting evening of cricket, Vinny. But no, thank you again for having me. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to you, Sophia, and hopefully. Thank you for watching at home, and hopefully we can entertain you this afternoon. We haven't heard the last of Lee Rimmer in the commentary box. Don't worry about that. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. On behalf of Lee Rimmer and Sophia, hope you're having a great Sunday. Join us very shortly. We'll be back in 20 minutes with more FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. Hello, welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. This is our coverage of the FanCode European Cricket T10. It is Group C and the second day of 2. Every weekend we're bringing you this domestic T10 action from Spain. And we have 3 clubs here fighting it out for the final spot in the championship weekend. Right now, 2 teams that are theoretically at risk, because only one of these 2 teams will make it to the final. I think we can be pretty sure Gracia will be the top side, barring something dramatic. Certainly Gracia will make the top 2. These 2, we're not so sure, but Costa del Sol, they do have a 2-point advantage over Madrid CC. Madrid CC can tie it up at 2 wins apiece if they can win this one. News from the toss, Costa del Sol winning the toss and electing to bowl first. I think that's a lot to do with the fact that they were able to do a number on Gracia earlier, keeping them to 92 and then chasing it down. You can see there, Lee Rimmer has been very good for Costa del Sol. Richard Lake listed down at 5, but I feel like he'll be opening up. But that was the lineup that was provided to us.
We've got 3 out now with you there.
And now we'll see Madrid CC. I've got to say Simon Hussein was really impressive for Madrid CC at the top of the order. I think the issue with their batting innings last time, they ended up making it to 86 off their 10 overs, but they just didn't have a guy that went for an extended period of time. They had a few cameos. You see that Hussein 21 off 7, 15 for Block, 16 for Steaky, 13 for Telford, Shafiq at the end 15. Not out, but the fact that no one could get more than the 21 that Simon Hussein scored in just 7 balls meant that they weren't able to put the triple digits on the board. So almost ready to go, and I see Jamie Riley back into the lineup. And almost ready to go. And a left armour, young left armour. Good to see him back and opening up. Here we go with the start of match 8 of Group C. Pitched up, driven down the ground, and great effort, but it's not good enough to stop the boundary. That's Richard Lake at mid-off. So yeah, Richard Lake, very important player. Keanu, there was something interesting in there about some of the law changes that took effect yesterday, the start of October. This one sneaks in, I think. So he says that the Mancad is now just called a run out. Well, to be honest, it's always been a run out. It's always been a run out. It's just they changed the section that it was under from unfair play to the actual run-out section, but it always was a run-out. Mancad is just a colloquialism. It's just a name that people tend to call it. Good bowling by Riley. So the funny thing is that it was originally moved to unfair play because they were trying to say it's actually unfair for the batter to be stealing ground. And over time, people thought the opposite. They're saying, well, it's unfair for the bowler to do it. So it kind of had the opposite effect. So now they've just moved it back to run out. Really isn't a law change at all. It's just moving the sections. This is hit pretty hard. Slightly mishandled by Lake, but it should just be a single. Oh, it's been really good to have some guest commentators today. Of course, Lee Rimmer helping me out in the last game. Also, we had Sophia Lake on for a little bit. We have a man coming back very shortly. Probably a bit more experience than a guest, put it that way. Riley, very raw talent. I know that Corey Ruckers was pretty impressed with what he was delivering yesterday. He's got a pretty decent technique with the bat. Probably at this stage, not as destructive as he will be once he gets a bit more experience and continues to grow. Telford, left-hander at the top of the order to partner Hussein this time. Nice looking cover drive, but it's fielded out there. It's Marcus Lake that does the fielding. Nice to see him in the side. So yeah, Costa del Sol, I feel like they turned a corner today. Because they were a bit lackluster yesterday, to be honest. Big squad of players for them. One of Night coming in made a big difference as well. Pitched up, just knocked away for a single. So far so good. Is Marcus Lake. So we have another father-son combination for Costa del Sol. Takes us to the end of the first over. Pretty good one from Jamie Riley. The score is 7. Without loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and welcoming into the Dream Box for the first time today, none other than Rico Full. Hello, Rico. How's your day been so far? Welcome to day 2 of Group C.
Buenos dias, everyone. Yeah, good morning to you, Vinny. Yeah, lovely to be back here again at this magnificent Carnival Oval and this EC10. And nice to see Madrid CC, who are the champions of the domestic league back in their part of Spain, their region. They won the 40 over tournament for the first time in their history, 21 years. So they're a team that are on the up. A lot of good things happening with Madrid CC, but I think if they're to stay in this competition, if I understand correctly, they need to get a win under their belt here.
I think so, because otherwise they'll be trailing by 2 wins, and they'll just have 2 matches to go. And then Costa del Sol, they've got matches in hand, so a match in hand at least. And the net run rate not too favourable for Madrid CC either. Anyway, here we go with Rick Hatchman in over number 2. Flat batted, and this is going to get over the fielder in the circle. And it's going to be 1 bounce for Hussein's been really good, hitting straight down the ground, and that was no exception. Hatchman was a little bit short earlier, and unfortunately for him, that trend continues as we have a boundary at the start of the second over.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Hussein. I mean, saw him when he was batting yesterday, when he played some beautiful shots, straight shots as well. He seems to struggle with the ball outside the off. If they target that about a yard outside the off stump, he struggles, he plays and misses. But anything that's there for the drive or anything that he can clip on the legs, he's very strong, very powerful.
Hatchman just has to put it in the batter's half, I think. Try and draw Hussein forward. Too short again. This time he picks out the fielder. It's Bales over there, does well to come around to his left and keep that to a single. Yeah, so no Chris Batten, no CDS Express in this lineup. Richard Cunningham also pops out of the 11. You can see that Marcus Lake's come in. Also, you can see that's Nike obviously coming in as well. Jamie Riley hasn't been seen today until now. May get a second over straight away. They may elect to just take the pace off in the third. It's been around the wicket. This will be a wide, but it's much better length, I think. But isn't it nice to see some names that we have seen a bit of on ECN, like Rick Hatchman, like obviously Lee Rimmer, some players that we didn't get enough of a look at, I think, in the ECS that was washed out after 2 days here back in March. Yeah,
absolutely right. And don't forget Chris Batten as well.
Yeah.
But what a marvellous impact he had.
Goes back and punches. This is Egan Daniels, who throws from downtown. Will just be a single. And look, the thing with Costa del Sol that I suppose won them the match in the first match, in my opinion, was their catching. They were brilliant. They didn't really miss a chance at all, which you have to do against good sides.
Yeah.
Some very good catch. I think Mud of Night coming into the side as a fielder. He's very, very solid. And now there's going to be a wicket. Hatchman does pitch it up, and it does the trick. Hussein swings all around it. And so dangerous play up. Legs 11 on the board for Hussein, and he has to go walking. And the first wicket of match 8, Madrid CC 14 for 1.
Yeah, this is well bowled, really, isn't it? I think they know, as I was saying, where they've got to target Hussein. And this one is a perfect delivery. Look, starts outside and off, draws Hussein to play that shot, gets it wrong, gets the timing wrong, and misses out. Good bowling, good cricket. And they get, like you said, a dangerous Hussein back in the dugout.
Well, Hatchman needs to take a little screen grab of that ball and replicate it, I think, if he's going to use the new rock. I just think it's more likely to induce an error, and it did. As you can see, the batter Hussein just lost his shape a little bit. He wanted to be aggressive. That's what he's there to do. Ends up playing down the wrong line. And Costa del Sol very happy with this start, I think.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, it almost looks like it straightens on him, Vinny. I mean, it looks like Hussein is playing for the shot with the ball still coming into him. And that one just seems to hit the deck and hold its line and straighten up a bit. The same playing all round it. So nicely taken. Nice to see the Iceman out there, Tyrone Peters. He's been joined out there by umpire Ruffy. Our men in black doing an outstanding job, the umpires.
They have been. Yeah, no rest for the wicket. Siddiqui comes to the crease in the number 3 position. He batted very well on a burst. But that's the thing, I suppose, for Madrid CC. They only had bursts in that last game against Gracia. Hatchman with a couple to spend in the second. Pretty confident looking front foot shot from Siddiqui first up. Gets off the mark.
Yeah, Siddiqui. It looked like a good player to me yesterday. All round performances from him were good. Scored valuable runs for his side. I mean, I think he's going to be one to keep an eye on for sure.
Last ball, the over coming up. The Hatchman's only conceded 8 here. It's left-handed Telford. Just knocks the ball into the offside for 1. That'll be the end of the over. And at the end of 2, Madrid CC 16 for 1. Let's have a look at the table, Rico, because of course what you missed this morning was that Gracia went to their first loss of this ECT 10, and that's a real bonus with these two teams seemingly competing for second place in the spot in the final where anything can happen. The fact that Costa del Sol have that win is basically the difference between the two teams at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's Gracia being the team in form. And it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because we know that in that championship weekend, Madrid United, I mean, they've earned their place in the Group A winners. Catalonia, well, they were in awesome form, weren't they, last weekend? And, well, who's going to join them? Gracia will certainly make things interesting. 2 teams from Barcelona there, and, of course, a team from the capital. But as we've already seen, though it looks like it could be a Gracia and Costa del Sol final here, we do know that Costa del Sol have got one over them, so stranger things can happen. Gracia, though, they'll be just hoping that that defeat was just a blip in their performance.
Yeah, so now it's an interesting one. I thought they might take the pace off, and they are. They're going for Lee Rimmer with this off-spin in the third. I wonder, perhaps this is because there's a left-hander out there, Telford. Goes after it. Could be trouble first ball. Knight can't get there, though. And Money did the hard work. It's kind of one I wouldn't expect too many people to catch it, but he's one guy that probably could catch it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get there, and it goes to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'd be too disappointed with the catch because it was a tricky one. I think he did well to even give himself an opportunity to take it. But I think the young man will be a little disappointed that the ball does get past him and go to the boundary.
Hello to Avinash Pai, who's in the chat right now. I think he's talking about Rick Hatchman, saying teammates at the Europa Eagles and Rapid Rico on fire. For once, I don't think they're talking about you. Probably talking about Rico Hatchman. And got to say, nice to see some of these characters. Hello to you, Avi. Hope you're well. Just noticing that McManus didn't quite cut the angle. Yeah, pretty good effort nonetheless. Rimmer gets to bowl as a right-hander now. And Siddiqui, proper swing at this one. Comes up with fresh air.
Yeah, big swing. Hey, coming in today, it was nice that as I was making my way out of the our partner hotel, Sunset Beach Club, that teams were arriving for the start of course, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship with the final Group D. Was nice to see some of our friends from Italy. We spent a lot of time there, and they all sent their regards. I mean, the likes of Bulgit was there, and some of the other players. We also saw Rajmani all saying, please say hi to Rika, well, not just to me, but to Corey and to Vinny as well. Say hi to everybody. And the team from Switzerland as well. So when we get back tonight, we shall see most of the teams there. They'll be having a lot of their photo shots and things being done tonight. Already to start tomorrow. What a week it's going to be. I think it's going to be, I got a feeling that this is going to be the closest and the tightest group.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there at all. As we see, Telford getting this one to leg. Well handled out there by Richard Lake. As we get to the end of the power play, Madrid CC, I should say. They are steady without setting the world on fire. 23 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, I think the key here for them maybe for the next 12 balls is maybe just to keep this partnership going steady. I know that Siddiqui, he's a big hitter off the ball. He can really make things happen, but they don't want to lose any wickets at the moment. Maybe get that score at the halfway point to around about that 45 to 50 mark, and then with wickets in hand really put a charge on here. I think a 120 score is what they'll be going up here. They've got the batting to do it. They haven't all clicked with the bat at the same time. If they do, they've got a very good opportunity to get some good runs on the board. But it's going to be a challenge because this young man, Naik Manav, I do like the look of him as a cricketer. I think he's somebody, well, one of many youngsters here on the Costa del Sol that has got a very bright future ahead of them.
Bowled pretty well this morning as well. He doesn't bowl a lot of bad balls. He did get hit a couple of times, but they're pretty much challenged deliveries where the batter might nail it, but also it might result in a mistake. But he's got the left-hander to deal with first, Telford. Telford, what's his strategy here? Big gap at deep mid-wicket. That'd be pretty tempting. I think they're just sorting this out now. Deep backward point comes up. Don't think you need him, and they put a third man back on the leg side. All right, here we go with Manav. This one's kicked several times, and eventually is no run.
Yeah, gives it good flight, doesn't he? And Telford, he's got to make up his mind, doesn't he, what he wants to do with this. Does he want to come down and hit it down, straight down the ground? Does he want to rock back and try and pull it? In the end, I think he puts himself in a position where he's unable to do anything with it.
That was the juggle game. He got several points there. I think it's about 5 juggles in there, but it's a very clever length, I think. Just trying to tempt Telford into a shot that he probably doesn't want to go through with. In the end, he pretty much just smothers it with the body. Tossed up in the air, and it is caught by Marcus Lake. What a fantastic start for him in the field, and drew the left-hander into the shot. This time Telford decided to go through with it, and Marcus looks very steady down there on the long off boundary. See him in the background there. Just had to judge it. Again, it's good guile by Manav to toss that up slightly. So he has a wicket early on in his spell. Madrid CC now 23 for 2.
Yeah, clever bowling from the youngster. He saw what happened with the first ball. He thought, well, this time I'm going to give him the bit of width. Going to draw him out, going to draw him into the shot, but no pace on it. So though he gives him the width, Telford goes after it, but the field is set prudently, and a very good catch there for Marcus Lake. So well done. Nice to see 2 youngsters in the action.
It wasn't a bad shot either, really. I do like that he tries to go through the line of the ball. The weight just slightly maybe falling off the shot. Probably wanted to get that a bit straighter. Marcus Lake, another good youngster. Made no mistake of the catch. Marcus Lake's also pretty handy with the bat and the ball. See how they utilise him. New batter comes out. That's going to be Dan Block. He's just been dropped from the opening position down to 4. Maybe take a bit more pressure off him. I think he looks very capable. I think he's probably overdone some premeditation today so far. He could be gone first ball. He is. And he doesn't get the middle anywhere near this one. Alois takes the catch. He's caught well today. And it's a blob for the block. He's going to have to go. Manav's on a hat trick, and the score is 23 for 3.
Well, unfortunately, Blotch, he's going to get a... Yeah, it's a first ball. Look, he goes down on one knee, doesn't he? He tries to clear the inner ring of fielders, but look, this sort of slices off the top of the bat, and it ends up being a very easy catch. So Block, he has to depart. He's going to be disappointed. But one man who's not going to be disappointed is Naik Manav, because the young man is on a hat trick.
He sure is. And we haven't seen a hat trick for a while. You know, we didn't have one the whole week in Group C. Our last hat trick was, I say all the way back, it was the first day of Group B. It was Asadu Zaman from Finland against Hungary in just the second match on Monday, the 9th of September. We're approaching 2 weeks. I think it's high time we had another one, Rico.
It's due, isn't it? It's due.
Got to say, Manav's been a very, very useful addition to this Costa del Sol side, not only with his bowling, but also his fielding. Block, though, I suppose he'd consider himself a little bit unlucky. This happened to be in the direction of Nushan Alwis, who holds on to the catch. All right, hat-trick ball. Well, could it be a hat-trick? It is going to be 6. Well, good effort from the fielder on the boundary. Jamie Riley went all the way back. He had the Statue of Liberty play, left-handed version, and so Maximo, it ain't a wicket, it's a 6.
Well, this is so close, but look, what a great effort there from Jamie Riley. He knows that he's not going to catch this, but he's still trying to keep it in the field of play. And as you go back to live action, you see Shafiki just playing this one out to point and taking a single. But it's a brave shot from Shafiki as well. He knows he's a hat-trick victim, and he decides he wants to come down and have a go. This is the ball that we just missed there. Just plays it down and gets a single.
Oh, it's about as close as you can get, isn't it, to a hat-trick? Ike will be unperturbed with that. A little bit short this time. Angled away. They think of 2. That'd be risky because Lake's got a good arm. Horns it into the bowler's end. They just get a single off that one. Pretty good over. 2 for 8. Well, hold on. No ball called, and this must be for too many outfielders.
Yeah, there is. I mean, on the leg side, I think it may have been Richard Lake that just, well, he forgot where he needed to be and stepped too far. He stepped outside the 30-yard circle, went on the boundary.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they've been penalised. So, well, this one could be big bonus runs.
Might have saved him a boundary, though, because he was on the boundary. He was the man who should have been in, but if he had been in, it might have gone for 4. But anyway, free hit coming up. You can even run at this one if you want. Pushes it through, called wide. I think it probably is a wide. Have a look when
tight call, though. Tight call. It's
it
clever
is
bowling.
Tight.
Clever
Just try
bowling.
and judge it when it passes the popping crease.
Very tight call.
Hard to tell, but you're testing the umpire's patience there. So still a free hit, in effect. I think that one's all right.
Yeah, well done to the young man.
2 millimetres to the right, so that's fine. And
yeah, that's good.
It's probably all right when it goes past the crease. Anyway, tight calls and evades any damage on the free hit. It is 33 for 3 after 4 overs.
Yeah, all the threes. Good over there from Manav. And though he did go for 10, he picked up 2 wickets and good wickets, valuable wickets as well. And not only did he get Telford, who was looking to accelerate after getting to 9 of 8, he gets Daniel Block. And we know that Daniel's been in good form. So youngster comes on and spin does the trick again.
They did this well. I mean, they used Manav, obviously. They used Rimmer. They used Stephen Bales. They really weren't afraid to bowl these spin options. Now we're going to get Ataloya Atateo. Nice to see him back in the Gostel Sol shirt. Saw him playing a bit earlier in the year.
Just wants to make a few changes to his field. Does Atateo.
Here he is in over number 5. Slides into the pads. Well, very slow to go with Siddiqui. Wow, this is close-ish, you know.
Well, I reckon he may be
hold on
gone
a second.
here,
There's another chance, and it hits the batter. Well, here's the thing. Signals for that early.
Hey, I love this. This is going to be 2 or nothing. 2 or nothing. What's it going to be? I reckon he may not have got his back down.
I just think it's closer than you think. He's very slow to go. He's ball watching. He's not watching his partner.
Here we go. Let's have a look. He's not, look, no acceleration. He's ball watching. That could be costly. And, maybe just gets his back down, you know. Only just. But that's not good running. He's very lucky. Very, very lucky. Just look at the way he's running. Look, okay, I can understand that. But when he sees he's got to go, and he's got to go. He's got to sprint. He doesn't. And look, I think he only just gets that back down in the time. So, looks like the umpires, they still haven't looked. No decision as yet. But I feel that he's going to get 2 runs there. Lucky runs. And just there. You see just that shot there. You see the ball just to the left of the bowler and the bat is down. So by the skin of his teeth, he makes it in.
Just a little thing there. The umpire signalled for the TV, but the correct way to do it is probably wait till the ball is dead because they're still running the second when he signals it. I think common sense there. They will get 2 leg buys. And now there's going to be more extras. This one won't get past the outfielder though. There's Dantas. So 2 wides. Extras having a field day here in the 5th so far.
Yeah, just strays this one. It gets a good bit of swing. Does Atateo, but still just badly directed towards the legs of Shafiq. Who, goes for the big shot and quite easily, he holds his head because he knows this quite easily could have been chopped onto the stumps. Both these batters are good hitters of the ball, Vinny, but they don't like the pace off. That is for sure. We've seen that here. spin has got them in a pickle.
Tosses it up. It's a hanging curveball, and this is out of here. Maximo. And not a good one from Adateo. Talked about spin being important, but you still got to locate it. And this one's high. It gets called correctly. That's going to cost him 7. Another free hit coming up.
Yeah, well, that's a Gundy ball. Full toss, bang, boom. Shakalaka goes into the Killer Python zone. And also, not only is it a 6, but with the no ball, that's 7. That's how you get 7. And free hit now coming up. So the acceleration I was talking about, remember saying they want to try to get to about 45 or 50 at the halfway point with a few wickets in hand, then really go for it. It looks like they're going to get there.
Another full toss. Marcus will chuck this in, and he trying to prevent a 2. Won't be able to. Slight mini fumble as it went into his hands, I think. You see Adateo, Nigerian representative. He plays cricket in a number of places around the world. Right now, just has to try and get his length right with these spinners. And this one slides in, hangs in the air, should be caught, and it is caught. Goes very close to the line, but he doesn't touch it. It's going to be out, and so once again, Marcus Lake, very good young fielder, takes that, cushions the blow. Had to make sure he didn't touch the rope. Stays on the right side of the line, and so it will be a wicket for Adateo. It'll be the wicket of Shafiq for 15. It's 46 for 4.
Yeah, another good catch from the youngster, Marcus Lake. Look, it's a good job he doesn't like to put his head down on the pillow, because if he did, he probably would have touched that rope, and it would have been 6 runs. So very well done for him. I like the way that he assesses the situation well. He knows that he's going to try and cushion this blow, you know. So as the ball's coming to him, he's also going backwards. Takes a good catch. Watch the technique here. Really good technique. Yeah. He goes back, gets himself in position, and then, look, it's all about cushioning the blow. Does it really well, and that ball is not coming out of there. And he keeps the upper part of his body in upright position, so there's no danger of touching the rope. So, again, it's more spin. It's more the slow stuff that gets a wicket. So there they are, getting up to that 50 score at the halfway point. They've lost 2 wickets more than they would have wanted to. They need a partnership here now. But this man, well, we know all about John Woodward. He's a lovely guy. He's the Mr. Nice Guy of Spanish cricket. He really is. He's an ambassador for cricket in Spain. And let's see if he can hit a few big runs here.
I think he wants to smash the ball out of the ground, knowing Woody. And he's gone very first ball. It might have been a slight wrong from Adateo. And once again, a hat-trick opportunity. Well, it was so slow that Adateo probably could have gone and grabbed it if he didn't like where it was going. But Woodward was way too early and doesn't pick the spin. I think it comes back at him off the deck. And, well, that's worst case scenario. It is the wrong-un, I think. It's a genuine wrong-un from Adateo, and he completely does Woodward there.
Yeah, he's trying to smash it, but no footwork for Woodward. That's the problem here. I know he gets down with the pace, but no footwork. And what a delivery this is. Look at the way he just rolls the fingers on this as well.
It's not a wrong-un, it's just a genuine in-swinger.
Yeah.
So it's just a genuine in-swing, and the seam position's perfect. Because I was wondering, how did it go that way? But you can see it's actually just a seam-up little induka.
Yeah, watch the fingers on it. I mean, you get a chance to see it again. Watch how he rolls the fingers on that. So, well, poor Johnny Woodward is going to say, Rico Fool, every time you're up there in the dream box, well, you're giving me nightmares. No, nothing to do with dreams. I was here yesterday and he dropped 2 catches when he played, and now he's got a first baller. So, like block, he goes first ball, golden duck.
Look at the seam position there. Perfect seam position. You know what they say, Woody, if you can't be good, be quick. And he was quick that time at least. Hat-trick opportunity here.
Probably heard that before, Vinny. But anyway, back to the cricket. Adateo, hat-trick ball.
Oh, this one doesn't get anything on the way through. It says Galileo Finlayson Blake coming in. Madrid CC 46 for 5 now, make that 47 for 5. Has to play out a dot. So the run rate not too bad for Madrid CC, but they have lost 5 wickets in the first half. 47 for 5 after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they get to that 45 to 50 score I was thinking they want to get to, and then with wickets in hand go big. But I don't think they were gambling on losing 3 more wickets in that period of sort of 18 deliveries that they had. But they still got a good batter out there. Finlayson Blake, he's a good batter. I mean, Siddiqui, he's been kept quiet, hasn't he? Only faced 6 deliveries for his 3, so he wants a bit more of the strike, but he wants some pace on the ball. That's what he wants. Richard Lake, a very good cricketer. Very good experienced cricketer now coming into the attack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I wonder, I think I probably would have stuck with some genuine spin.
Yeah, me
slash
too.
slow, which is probably more medium pace. But anyway, if you bowl, you got to bowl it well. And here he is bowling to Siddiqui. This one would have been a wide. Instead, gets spoilt by the batter who gets a single. And that's Bales, who I'm a bit surprised hasn't bowled yet. He was very effective, taking 3 wickets in the last match they played.
Yeah, this definitely would have been a wide. You see, hit the toe end of the bat. Gets a bit lucky there, Sadiq.
Pitched up, driven back down the ground. Finlayson Blake off the mark. Yeah, Avinash Pai mentioning, and we were just talking about it, that Teo Ataloya is next Nigerian international cricketer. So, nice to have diversity. Wow, it's the leading edge. Should be gone. Egan takes the catch. And so, that's the softest missile really for Siddiqui. Once again, he's early on this shot, turns the bat. And it goes completely the other way from where he was intending it to go. Hung in there a long time. Right now, Costa del Sol on fire. They're not resting on a Sunday. They've got Madrid CC on the ropes now, 49 for 6.
Yeah, all over the place, Madrid CC. And when you see a dismissal like this, and you're talking of the type of batter that just got out Imran Siddiqui, a hard-hitting, aggressive batter, well, that's going to hurt you, because basically, if he was going for the big shot and that, you could say, yeah, that's the way he plays. But that's not the way he plays here. Look, just trying to give this ball a little dally on the leg side, but he needs to be trying to hit this in this situation. He needs to have planted that foot down the track and be giving this a great big wallop. No chance of being LBW. He's going down the leg side. So that's a bonus wicket for the Costa del Sol. And yeah, you're right. They're all over this at the moment, Vinny.
Yeah, this is a must-win game for Madrid CC. If they don't win this, they cannot make the final. If they do win it, then there's still a possibility, depending on what happens in match 9, the final preliminary match. Lake with the early wicket. Now gets cut away straight to Dantas. He follows up the catch with a good bit of ground fielding. So,
a bit more of an overcast day today, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
I was gonna
you know,
say-
it sort of makes a nice change, to be honest, because it's just slightly cooler, slightly fresher.
gets straight through him this time. Hey, I was going to ask how your day's been so far, because you had the late start. Tell us about your Sunday morning.
The day has been beautiful. How does that miss? I can't believe that misses. Does that go through the stumps? It's been a great day. Had a lovely breakfast. Went out. The breakfast on the seafront. Met up with a few friends that are not far from here. And yeah, it's been a great day. And that's the one beautiful thing about being in Spain, especially here on the Costa. There's so much you can do with your day, whether it's early morning, late at night, late night. I was out as well, went for a nice walk. I was saying to Corey, I'm going to find a place, have something to eat and a few little bevies, and that's exactly what I did, and it was great.
Awesome.
It was great. You just watch the world go by. It's such a beautiful place. And look, if you've never been to Andalusia, if you've never been to the Costa del Sol or this Malaga region, well, look, you've got to put it on your hit list. It's absolutely fantastic. And also, now that you know that that cricket is a heart of cricket in Spain as well, the Field of Dreams is here, the Carnum Oval, you can come down and watch a bit of cricket as well.
Yeah, certainly plenty to do. We're just adding to that. 6 individual bowlers used in the first 6 overs, so plenty of options for Costa del Sol skipper AJ Crom. Lee Rimmer's being used now in over number 7. It's pretty well bowled. Searching for that wide-ish line, but not quite a wide, making the batter reach. Getting a bit of turn as well, Rimmer.
Bowled again, straight through. Well, what about you? I mean, you had a day off yesterday. You couldn't keep yourself away 100% from the cricket.
I drove in because I became a glorified taxi driver, but that's okay. Didn't mind. And I enjoyed actually sitting in and while watching a game. I watched the whole of game 3 and then went back and might have had a little nap after Victoria Cervezas kicked in. Goes leg side, drags it. Marcus Lake handles it, just a single. And so I had a pretty relaxed evening, I'd say. Pretty understated.
Yeah, and you got tonight off. Any plans? You're going to mingle with some of the players, I guess.
I'll tell you what I'm doing tonight.
Oh, there's a plan.
Won't surprise you. This will be, well, I was going to say 1. It should just be 1.
Yeah, maybe, but there's no intent, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, there's red marker pins all over this. You've got to be running the first one fast and looking to put pressure on the fielders.
Get a good over from Rimmer. This one should be handled by Jamie Riley. It is. And so Rimmer, pretty good spell from him. Doesn't take a wicket, but only goes for 10 off his 2 overs. With 7 overs down, now Madrid United 53 for 6. And looking ahead to Group D, it starts tomorrow. And we said we think it's one of the most open groups because you know, even there's no out-and-out favourite. I think Italy probably deserve favouritism, but maybe just a neck ahead of Germany. But then Norway, I mean, they were pretty impressive last year. Romania, without Taranjit Singh, that hurts them, but still, they performed okay without him last year because he couldn't really get a run. And then Switzerland are the wild cards for me. We know that they love this form of the game, even though they haven't played as much on ECN, but they do have T10 competition there in Switzerland now. Lake's coming back for over number 8, starts with a dot. No, tonight, I think I'm maybe doing a bit of music at the hotel.
At the hotel?
Has been organised.
Okay. Tell me more. I don't know about this. I've not seen your posters all over the lifts and all over the foyer in the hotel.
Might be a cameo going on at the beach bar tonight, I was asked. I said more than happy.
So I'm going to miss out on this. I'll get back too late for it.
It's okay. I'm sure there'll be plenty of videos to go around.
You're going to dress up?
I don't think so.
Ah, come on. Dress up.
It's a Sunday in Spain. You don't have to.
Yeah, but you're doing a gig. You got to dress up. I'd like to see you wearing one of those old 70s wigs and the old sunglasses. You got the sunglasses, but put the wig on. You know, the big collar, maybe, but you know, do a bit of the old BT look,
shirt.
I think.
Yeah,
BT
maybe.
look.
Depends how quick I get back there now, I suppose. I also say, oh, here we go. Good throw, might have been interesting, but in the end they get a fairly comfortable single.
What they're looking for, I mean, again, if they can get to an 80-plus score, 85 or so, I mean, that's something, isn't it? But that means you've got to find the boundaries a few times. And, well, when's the last boundary?
Yeah, a while ago. I think it's something about halfway through the 5th over.
Yeah.
Now we're past halfway through the 8th, so something like 20 balls without a boundary now.
It's all tiki-taka. You know what I say? I say, maro, ek anda ni. Kukubara bowler, need to the Jorki Maro, hit the ball, is not an egg, hit it hard, get a boundary.
I think it's to do with the fact that the batters are having to make the pace and they just can't time it up. You see, hardly any pace on the ball. I think it's clever. At this stage of the innings, when the ball's a bit older, it just doesn't fly off the batters quickly either. So Lake, very good spell from him. Richard Lake, that is. He'll finish 1 for 7 off his 2. And that over, there are only 4 singles. After 8 overs, it's 57 for 6.
Yeah, this is good for Richard Lake. It's good for Cricket Espana as well, because Richard Lake, so along with 1 or 2 other players around Spain, will be representing Spain in the quadrangular tournament later. Well, actually, I normally would be playing, but it's happening over finals week. So, but without me, so it's that's one thing I'm sad about. But of course, the cricket here finals week is going to be great as well. So I'm going to miss out on that. But Richard will be there representing Spain in the over 40s, the quadrangular tournament, along with Denmark, Holland and England. That's going to be sensational, happening at La Manga. So wishing Richard Lake all the best. And, well, the Cricket Espana boys will be happy with the form he's in. And I wish the Cricket Espana over 40s team all the best in that quadrangular tournament.
Yeah. Here to everyone involved. Not a good ball from Manav. First up in the 9th. Doesn't spin back.
Down the leg side, so he'd be disappointed with that. But you'll probably find that's probably the only loose ball he now bowls. He'll get his radar right.
It's better length this time. Again, decent bat on ball, but just not really owning these shots. It's not an easy ball to get away. Got to decide how you're going to get a boundary here. There's an opportunity, it's too short, and it will be caught. What a very good catch that is by Rimmer. Remember, he's carrying that injured hand as well, that injured wrist, and he does very well to come in there and scoop his way under the ball. Daniel Walker's going to have to go. You can see, that was the ball to go after, wasn't it? But doesn't bounce as much as he thinks, and so he's going to have to go for 5. Another wicket for Manav. The score is 59 for 7, but what a catch that was from Lee Rimmer.
This is such a good catch. It really is. I'm surprised he's taken it. And, gets there, and you can see the look on his face. Yeah, I remember him talking to him yesterday, and he was telling me about his hand, so he got issues there. But straight away, the ball started following him all over the place. That's what happens. You've got an injury, it's going to come to you. That is a really good catch. It's dipping on him, diving forward, just clutching it in his fingers. And it's 3 wickets now for Naik Manav. And, well, with still 4 deliveries to come in the over, I think he's probably eyeing up a couple more here, can he? I mean, if he gets another here, he's certainly on for a 5.
Yeah, 3 for 12 at the moment. 4 balls remaining. Sean Stevenson, the new batter, wants to go straight away, drives, but again, won't beat the infield, just a single. Yeah, so looking forward to maybe seeing some of the players when I get back to the Sunset Beach Club tonight. That'll be nice. But yeah, Italy, Germany in particular, they had a really good battle in the first match of their group last year.
Firmly struck down the ground, but again, it will be fielded nicely by Marcus. Hey, isn't it exciting? I mean, we've been excited over the last few weeks because of the number of kids, the juniors from the schools coming here, part of the European Cricket Network Cricket School program. But isn't it exciting to see these youngsters actually playing the game here for Costa del Sol?
100%. I'd love to see that. It's a great format for them to be put under pressure, and you see kind of Naik. I just like the work he gets on the ball when he spins it. It's a bit of in drift because of those revolutions.
Nicely played. They should try and push here, and again, you see that's really, really poor running, really poor. And I reckon they are going to finish on a low score. But I think if they had run better here, they probably already would have been 70 plus. They haven't really challenged the fielders at all. That is 2 runs for me, and that's not good running. But yeah, just go back to what I was talking about the youngsters here. I mean, the likes of we've talked about Marcus Lake. Manav Naik is out there as well, and he's performing brilliantly. Jamie Riley. You know, it's so exciting. You know why it's exciting for me? Not that the fact that they're playing. So these are guys that are obviously in the junior setup. But they're playing, and their friends, other kids from their schools are watching.
Yeah.
And it's basically selling the game to them. It's selling the games to other kids in Spanish schools, Spanish colleges, saying, what's cricket all about? Well, they're saying to their mates, well, look, I'm playing, watch it. They're watching and saying, you know what, I like this. I'm going to have a go. That, for me, is the big plus about all of this.
Yeah, no doubt. And here's another good youngster, Jamie Riley, who's going to bowl over number 10. Bit of pace back on the ball for the last over. Good one first up. I've noticed with Jamie, probably one thing that he's really working on is his consistency. I think just observing him, he is prone to bowling maybe 1 or 2 bad balls and over, but this game he seems to really have a clear plan of what he's trying to do. He's trying to bowl Yorkers that are wide but not so wide that they are wides. He hits his spot really well there. Almost does this time, but turns into a full toss. But again, you can set a field for that. They've got 2 fielders out square of the wicket, so...
What I noticed yesterday when he was bowling, and it's spot on what you're saying, he didn't bowl 1 single wide down the leg side.
Yeah.
Not one. So he's mastered the art of getting pretty wide from that crease and darting this ball across the right-hander. And he's there about all the time. But the slightly shorter one is also the quicker one. Yeah.
Nice. Still growing, Jamie. This time it is a bit straighter. And again, when he gets it slightly wrong, he gets punished. They didn't have the protection out there. So I think, just missing his lines a little bit. But still, take nothing away from the batter. It was a good shot. Galileo Finlayson Blaze been there a while. Finally, he's got a boundary.
Yeah, I think that's an error in the field. I think this stage of the game, you're in the last over. Where's your mid-wicket? You've got to have your mid-wicket back. And Richard Lake, liking that from him, sees the boundary hit, comes straight over to the youngster, says, hey, don't worry about it.
I don't think that's an error in the field. I think it's an error with the ball because they've packed the offside for a reason. They've had 4 of their 5 outfielders out in the offside. And I think that if you have the deep mid-wicket out, you're essentially setting a field for a bad ball. He's been so good at hitting that wide Yorker. So, yeah. Sometimes when you set a field for everything, you set a field for nothing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Going into the last over, I think these batters, you look at the number of batters you've got here, you're 7 wickets down. They're eyeing up a shot in that cow corner area. Could have had a go here.
But you almost want to encourage them to go there if the ball's not there for it. So that is where the gap is. So the batters are thinking, okay, I want to hit leg side, but it's very difficult to do that if Riley gets it right here. He's got a good last over. Just gone for that 1 boundary. He's gone for 6 so far. Last ball coming up, 68 for Madrid, plus this. And, well, get away from Karam, who then hurls it towards Jamie, but it will be a bye to finish. So they'll finish 69 for 7. Look, they were 47 at the halfway point. They only get 22 in the second half, which shows you that Costa del Sol really shut them down. In fact, there was only that boundary in that over. That was the only boundary in the second half of the innings, which just tells me, Rico, that Costa del Sol were very, very good at putting up the shutters, and those 5 first half wickets made it really tough for Madrid CC to fight back in this must-win game here in match 8 of Group C.
Yeah, we saw that early on, the ball going to the boundary, a bit of a Bizaway landing from the fielder trying to stop it, but couldn't do. But he came back onto bowl, and when he bowled, well, he got his radar spot on. Richard Hatchman getting the wicket there. And that was the key, really, for me, for the Costa del Sol. They were just consistently getting the ball in the right area there. Well, we saw another boundary early on. There wasn't too many of those. The younger Jaime O'Reilly trying to stop it, just sort of didn't execute the dive properly, and the ball went under him. But another youngster was showing us how it's done, and that was Marcus Lake. He took some very good catches out there. That was a good one, but there was another fine one to come, and this is Jaime O'Reilly just trying to stop this ball from going for the big 6. Great effort from him, but well, the bowler here, I think this is Editeo. He was a little bit unlucky. That was close, but he bowled very cleverly towards the end of his over, because, well, even though that one went into the killer Python zone, he did get the wicket of the big man. There's the catch for Marcus Lake. Good catch. Well, if he thought he was happy, well, he weren't happy. He was ecstatic when he got this wicket of John Woodward. That's a big scalp. John Woodward, if he gets in, can crush the ball to all parts of the ground. John gets done by the lack of space. Very clever bit of bowling, rolls the fingers around the ball and gets the big wicket to Woodward for a golden duck. And then Siddiqui, well, he's a big hitter of the ball. He falls for 15 of 7 deliveries, never really got going at all. That was a sensational catch from Rimmer. You will not see better than that. And then right there towards the end, Riley came on. There was a boundary. We had a long wait to see that boundary, but he also joined the dots up as well and bowled a nice tidy over to finish things off. And only 7 runs coming off that last over. But that was the story really for Madrid. They needed acceleration. I thought they were going to get that in that 5th over from Editeo, but the 2 wickets that he picked up, including the big scalp of John Woodward, just meant that there was no more hard hitting to come. And then the likes of Richard Lake, Rimmer, and also Munaf and Riley there towards the end just kept it nice and quiet. And as you heard from Vinny, only 22 of the last 5. So the man in double figures, only 3 of them. 11 from Hussain. He's a good player. He went early. 15 from Siddiqui, and then Galileo Finlay Saint Blair there right at the end. 11 not out, but couldn't get any acceleration coming in. The bowlers used, well, a number of them, but they all were tidy. 6 bowlers, and look at those bowling figures, and nobody really went for too many, and everybody been very happy with their performance. But take a bow to the young man Naik Manaf. 3 for 15, bowled really well. And also to Editeo, well, he got it wrong, then he got that no ball that was pumped for a big 7, but he brought it back in beautifully, and though that one over went for 12, he also picked up 2 wickets. And Richard Lake, well, he's going to be performing with bat and with ball, no doubt. He's looking to go out there and score runs once more. So Madrid CC, it's a really low par, 69 from them. 70 will be the score that is required by the Costa del Sol if they are, well, to win this match and then more or less guarantee themselves a place in the final later on this Group C final against Gracia. So that's going to be an interesting one. Gracia will be looking on because they know that this sort of bowling, this sort of spell of bowling and these tactics from Costa del Sol could cause them a few problems as well. Well, we're going to come back to the conclusion of this match number 8 here in Group C. Madrid CC, they need to be at their best with the ball. They've only got a small amount of runs to defend, but it can be done. It can happen. They're going to need to take wickets early. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, in about 7 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this beautiful region of Spain. We are in the province of Andalusia. It's a great province, and we're here in Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval. What a beautiful, picturesque ground it is. It's the home of cricket in Spain at the moment, isn't it? Not only is it the home of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. That commences again tomorrow with action from Group D. Remember, we're looking to find one more team, one more group winner that is going to join the likes of the reigning champions, England, champions of, or winners, I should say, of Group A, Spain, Group B winners, Netherlands, and also we saw it was Scotland that won Group C. So they will be returning for that Championships week. But one more team needs to be added to that. Who will it be? And it's going to be out of the teams that are going to be taking part in the Group D. Certainly looking forward to that. I saw some of those teams early this morning. Italy had arrived and Switzerland were there as well. And we'll be joined by Germany, Norway and Romania. So what do you think on the chat? Nice healthy chat this morning. So yeah, Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland. They will be playing in that Dream 11 European Cricket Championship week this week. Group D of action. Here right now, well, this is the weekend series. This is the European Cricket T10 series, Spain. And these two teams are doing battle again. Well, yesterday, I can tell you that Costa del Sol, they were beaten by Madrid. Madrid got to the 111 needed, winning by 6 wickets with 11 balls to go. But second time round in match number 4, it was Costa del Sol that were victorious. Madrid just getting 83 and Costa del Sol knocking them off. And that was thanks to a good partnership between Lee Rimmer and Richard Lake. 81 runs they put on together to give them the victory. And the way this is looking at the moment, well, you'd fancy Costa del Sol to knock off the 70 runs that Madrid have put on the board. The umpires are out there, umpire Rafi and umpire Tyrone. A very, very good afternoon to everybody. A lot of people on the chat. And Waza, hello to you, Waza. And Luke Belgium as well, hello. Hello to Tingu as well. Nice to see you all following and watching and enjoying the cricket coming to you from the Costa del Sol, the Sunshine Coast. And it wasn't so sunny this morning. It was a little bit hazy. Nice to see the umpire out there, Tyrone Peters, doing a little bit of stretching. Tyrone, of course, will be in action tomorrow as well. And Rafi as well. Been well led during this weekend by Suleiman Saeed, our Italian stallion. And the other umpire that's been on show today is also from Italy. It's Assad Ali. So well done to all our match officials as you get ready for the start of this one. The bowler, just making sure he's got his field set. Stevenson is going to bowl the first. And really they need to do the same thing. I think that Costa del Sol did to them, and that's pick up early wickets in the power play. Here's the first delivery. Oh, just blocks this out. Yeah, I mean, they can be a little bit cautious, but at the same time, they don't want to get into a position where, because they're so overcautious, that run rate starts to creep up. I mean, at the moment at 7, which is pretty comfortable. Goes for the shot, up and over. Fielder comes in and takes a wicket. And that's exactly what they needed to do. And what a wicket it is to get is the big one, Lee Rimmer. Well, he goes for a... Yep, and that's a big fish to get early. Rimmer goes of his second ball. Really good catch in the deep. I think it's the right shot to play. I mean, it's there. He thinks, okay, over the inner circle, but he picks out the man. And no mistakes at all. Look at this. Wasn't he happy about it? Oh, yeah. That's what you're talking about. Look, when you get a chance, you got to take it. If you take all your chances, you've got a chance to maybe win this match. It's going to be a low-scoring one. It's going to be a low-scoring tussle. But the first wicket does go down. And Stevenson gets the wicket of Lee Rimmer, who has been, well, he's been one of the, not only just one of the players for the Costa del Sol, maybe one of the players of this little mini championship so far, especially in this group, Group C. He's been very reliable with the bat. He's been good with the ball as well. But in this match, unfortunately, he goes for 0. A really nice catch there taken, though. Dan Walker. Well done to Dan. So Stevenson eyeing up another. It's a new batter. Comes in, takes his guard. So all of a sudden, a little bit of pressure here. Costa del Sol. No run on the board. 1 wicket down. One of their main batters gone already. Wait is the call. And liking this, also the one thing you notice here now, look where Daniel Walker is now. He's back inside that 30-yard circle. So the trap was set. He was put out there purposely. So really good captaincy as well. Just opens the face of the bat, slides it away. They'll get one, and they probably should take 2 here now because the fielder has to get hand on ball to stop it first. That's James Bentley before he's then able to backtrack to the ball and get the throw in. So nicely done. Was that good day to you as well? And yeah, he's saying the same thing. Yeah, don't start blocking. Go out there and play your shots. Well, Rimmer did, but he got caught by Walker. The trap was set, and this one, well, it's I think this is going to be 4. Yeah, look, he's already outside of the field of play when he flicked his back. I think this is an easy one for the umpires. Look, keep a look at the body. Look, body's gone over the rope, and then he touches the ball. That's 4 runs. There's 4 any day, every day. But Shafiq, he had problems with this yesterday. It seems to be that when he's sliding, he's not able to stop himself. That's the problem. Slides over the rope once more and touches the ball from the wrong side. Oh, he's got him. Well, it's been chopped on by Nayak Manav. Well, after being lucky and getting a boundary, he then chops this one on. He won't like this, the young man. He gives his wicket away cheaply. And just like that, Stevenson gets another. Well, this is exactly what Madrid CC needed to do. Look, just follows Nike a little. I think Nike thinks his ball is going to continue down wide off the off stump, but Stevenson gets it to cut back in, and therefore Nike gets the judgment wrong, plays it back onto his stump. He's going to be very disappointed. This is all about, and Waza, I agree with you, this is all about batters going out there. In the back of their mind, they've got that 7 and over, and they're thinking, 7 and over, I don't need to play these shots, I don't need to play my shots. And what they're doing, they're getting themselves out. I mean, if the score was 110, he's not playing this shot. I'm telling you that now. He's going to be a bit more assertive, a bit more authoritative. Gets himself out. He's going to be very disappointed. 4 and out. It's going to be for Manav. And just like that, another batter has to come out there. And Richard Lake at the moment is probably wondering what is going on. He's yet to face a ball at the non-striker's end. 6 for 2. Well, that was the end of the over, so he is finally going to get a chance to face as Nushan Alois comes out. Well, Nushan, he's shown us that one thing he can do is hit the ball pretty hard. He gives it a good thump, doesn't he? And, well, maybe he's going to be the ideal partner to be out there with Richard Lake. Galileo, Finlandson Blur on. And, oh, this could have been curtains early on. This is not a good shot at all. Richard Lake sometimes he gets guilty of wanting to play too much on the onside, and you won't want to look back at that one. He's lucky to see his stump still standing. That castle was in danger. Comes the captain of Madrid. Just a little bit more width. Lake plays it down the ground. Opts not to take the single. Once again, I think teams have to be just a little bit brave and go for these. Just like that, the rate. Have a look at the rate, how it creeps up. Every time you don't get to what you need to get, the rate will creep up a little bit. Bit more width. Up in the air. Is this a chance? Yo! It was! It goes in. He gets a second chance at it as well, does Stevenson. He was so good out there yesterday. He's got a lot of ground to cover. He does all the hard work, gets the dive in, but it just doesn't want to stick. This will be a good shot of it. Look where he has to come from. Does really well in the hands, pops out, and he just can't get it back in there. Has about 3 goes. Well, that is a huge let off. It's a Lake. He could have gone for 0 as well. Short, cut, and then misjudged by the fielder. And this will be 4 runs. And then You know, Elvis, this is the way that he'll play. He'll play aggressively. And, gets the ball to cut, hits it pretty firmly. And the fielder gets it completely wrong. 4 runs. Big moments in this match already. But the biggest one probably could be that late game down there. Very, very difficult chance from Stevenson. But doesn't take it. It's well bowled. Good delivery from Finlayson Blake. But well dug out. Also takes the single. This is the partnership that Madrid want to break. They're looking to get that third, maybe that 4th wicket inside the power play. In the air, doesn't carry. And it's a throw. Oh, well, if this hits, it could have been out. Where's this ball going? Oh, Shafiq does so well. Well, like a Premiership goalkeeper, dives on this and gets a hand on it. Well, he goes back down. I don't know what he's done to himself. And I hope he's okay. But this is such a good stop. If this hits, I mean, you can see Finland say blur. He's a bit disappointed. He thinks the catch was on here. I don't think it was, Galileo. I don't think it was. But that's such a good throw, just missing the stump. But watch this for, I mean, that is great. That is as good as you get. Well, I tell you what, I don't know if Raheem Shafiq does play any footy, but if he does, he's a goalkeeper. What a great stop that was. And that one could have been 5 runs. Have a look at where we are here. You can see why Madrid CC have to fight. They've got to be like gladiators here. They need these points on the board to keep their hopes alive, to maybe pipping Costa del Sol into the final later tonight. And at the moment, Gracia are watching with well, keenness to see who it could be. 11 matches now without a golden ball. Remember, the last one was during the Dream 11 European Cricket Championships, the first international golden ball we've ever had. And what a golden ball it was. That happened in match number 20. So if you want to follow it and look it up again, go to match number 20, Group C, France versus Belgium. It was an absolute corker. It really was. Siddiqui into the attack. Nicely bowled. 13 for 2. It was a good over from the captain of Madrid. And almost ended with a run out. So not doing it the easy way at the Costa del Sol as Siddiqui comes in again. Imran Siddiqui to Lake. And Richard Lake just being bogged down here a little. It's good bowling, not getting him any width. And I think this is what the bowlers want to do here. Just keep attacking him in this way, because sooner or later you know he will try and play that shot in that mid-wicket area. Mid-wicket is inside, well inside the circle at the moment, so they're enticing him to do it. I'm liking this field. That's a good shot. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Timing was epic here from Richard Lake. The only person that stood half a chance here of taking this was Imran Siddiqui, but this has been hit so hard, I think by the time he reacts, it's already past him and going for 4 runs. Look at this, beautiful timing. You see, he sticks out one hand, hoping to stop it, but it's 4. Imran Siddiqui once more. Short, and it's been hit hard. There's a fielder out there to try and set a trap maybe to get Lake to hit this one in the air. He doesn't. Alvis goes on strike. He'll be the same. But I'm liking the field here. It's very tight. I mean, just have a look at that. Gives you an idea. Look, on either side. So you've got the captain Galileo. He's close, very close on the offside. You've got the mid-wicket very close on the leg side. They're putting the pressure on. I'm liking that. They know there's not a lot of runs here, and they're basically saying to the batters, well, look, we're here to get your wicket. And, well, if you're brave enough, hit over the top of us. I'm liking that. Dot ball. Luciano Wus. He's had a good knock here today, hasn't he? And good performance from him in that earlier victory against Garcia. And that was a bit of a turn up for the books as well. That is the end of the over. The umpire says, okay, that's over, give me the ball. Umpire Rafi up there with Tyrone Peters, the Iceman. Stevenson will continue. And I like this. Why not? And power play, well, not too much power in it, to be fair. The rate coming up to around about the 8 mark here now. And Stevenson just checking his field. 18 for 2. So they've weathered the storm pretty well in the sense of they haven't lost any further wickets, though there have been chances. But now they need a good over to get them really going. Angles it into Lake. Lake once again going for that hit on the leg side, misses out on it. This one was there for the shot, but I think Stevenson just gets a little lucky here. Flicks it away. Shafiq does the fielding, keeps it to 1. Bit of a live wire, isn't he, Shafiq? Look at that. It goes through the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper can't stop it, Victor. And it goes past one infielder. And then finally it is stopped by the last man standing, doing the backing up there. But they only just get the 1. So no damage done. Stevenson once more. And he's got him. He knocks them over. It was a ganda shot. Shot Maria ganda. Bappers Agia Banda. Well, always. I don't know which ball he's looking at, but it's not the Kookaburra that Stevenson just bowled at him. He's played all round this. I don't know if he's got anything on this or not. He might have played onto it. Let's have a look. It swung big. No, it's gone all the way through. What a lovely delivery. And Stevenson, well, he's loving this. And, well, that one he will say will probably make amends of the catch that he wasn't able to hold on. But he'd love to get the wicket off Lake as well, because that was a man that he put down when Richard Lake was on 0. But that will do, because he just sent back a very dangerous, hard-hitting batter. So Nushan Alwis, he goes for 5 of the 5 deliveries that he faces, and he's been skittled by Stevenson. Stevenson is having a very good match so far, and yeah, look, high fives all around for him. And that's Block that comes over and gives him a pat on the back, says, hey, you're the man, come and keep it going. And another wicket, I think, one more wicket, especially if they can pick up the wicket here of Lake. Then Madrid CC, they are in here with a shout. It is 19. No, 19 for 3. Bring it on. Game on. Was I saying that the execution of the bowlers has been great? Yeah, I agree from both sides. And just as we said, Wazza, that's you. You cursed him, not me. That had nothing to do with the commentator. That's all yours, Wazza. You said bowling has been great. And then you get that wide ball from Stevenson. But I like what he's trying to do. I don't mind that. He's trying to get him to chase the widen. There again, drops the bat on it. This time they do get the single. They'll be a little bit disappointed, Galileo, with that. He's got a good tight field set to the batters here. And would not be happy with the fact that they've been able to just drop this and take the single. Just wonder if he's got a sweeper out there in terms of Walker. So I'm wondering if he would like to have his backward point in a bit more. This one's just full. It's right up there. And this time it goes down the leg side. Wide is called by Tyrone Peters. That's a Yorker. He just gets this one wrong. Look, yeah. You know that he is getting a fair bit of swing. Stephen Bales is the new batter. And he plays this one beautifully, and he goes all the way. Balle, balle, shakalagya. Well, this is a good hit. And that's exactly what's required. And, well, they didn't take our advice right from the beginning about, don't be too cautious, play your shots. They're playing those shots now, and I think that's probably because Richard Lake is realising that unless he plays a few shots and scores a few runs quickly here, they're putting themselves under a little bit of unnecessary pressure. End of the 4th over, 29 for 3. Like for like, I can tell you, at this point, the Costa del Sol, well, I should say the Costa del Sol had Madrid 33 for 3. So same number of wickets. And right now, well, Madrid were ahead by some 4 runs. So they'll be boosted by that. Imran Siddiqui looks like he's going to get the ball here. Stevenson well bowled, 3 for 17. 3 for 17. Also took that very good catch. Imran Siddiqui bowling to Lake. Punches this for a single. Quite happy now just to eliminate dot balls, take the single, and try and get a partnership started here with Stephen Bells. That to score because of that over and those couple of boundaries now goes back to just under 7. So going between 7 and 8 at the moment. Another good over here. We'll see it going back to advantage to Madrid. Oh, that's a peach. Beauty. Absolute beauty. He has the ability, does Imran Sadiq, every so often to get this quicker one going. I mean, we saw yesterday he got 1 or 2 that really did hit the deck and seam off. So he's a tricky customer. Sadiq to Bells once more. As he played, and that's that fielding position that I like. There you go, there he is. Nicely done there from Patrick Telford, making the stop and saying, no run there. Basically again saying to the batter, well, you can see I'm here. There's no singles. You want the runs, you've got to go over me or through me. And that's good. Intelligent bowling. Went for the Yorker, pitched up, delivered the ball before. And this time round, much shorter, much quicker. Getting the direction right as well, outside the off. And yeah, there's the captain, Galileo. So he's got a few words of inspiration for his seam bowler. Maybe saying to him, hey, why don't you try this? Well, let's see. Well, yeah, I think that may have been what Galileo may have said to Sadiq. He said, hey, look, I've got a man back there, bang it in. We reckon we can get him with the short ball. He goes for the short one, but it's been ill-directed. Goes down the leg side. Also, he's missed out on by Bales. So that's 2 wides. The batters also go and cross. So Richard Lake now on strike. I think Richard, he's been there a while now. 13 deliveries. I think he's the one who's looking to try and see his team home. Makes a bit of movement here. Tries to get himself to the pitch of it, but he finds, and you see he adjusts himself afterwards. He goes down the wrong line. You see when he goes back, he then does the repeat of the shot, but goes down the line where he should have been. I wonder if you're going to take him on again. So looking for that straight hit. Looking to go straight down the ground. Short, and that was quick. And I don't know if this has been worn by Lake, or it does make a bit of contact with bat or glove. We'll see it again. Yeah, I think that's no signal from the umpire. Catches a little bit off the glove before probably rolls onto the body of Lake. Siddiqui, good over. Goes 9 come off it. But that's the thing, even 9, though it seems like a good over, it's still in favour of Costa del Sol. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow. It's the start of the final group. One of these 5 teams, Italy, Germany, Romania, Norway or Switzerland, just one will join the likes of England, Spain, Netherlands and also Scotland in the championship week starting on the 10th of October. Who will it be? Well, let's see how they start tomorrow. And, normally day one doesn't give us too much away. I mean, have a look at Scotland on day one. They weren't convincing. Have a look at Belgium. They probably weren't convincing either. And France looked nowhere. Malta looked okay. And it all sort of shuffled, didn't it, by the time Wednesday came. But it will certainly give us an indication of the players to look out for tomorrow. So it's going to be a great day of European cricket tomorrow. Join us. We start, of course, the first match starts at 11:30 local time here in Spain. And I can promise you this, there's going to be plenty of action. And I'm going to say this, we haven't seen an individual 100 from a batter yet. I reckon maybe this week we're going to get one. And I also do believe that there's going to be another golden ball. There you go. I'm saying it. I'm calling it early. We're going to have it because I think those 5 international teams are going to provide us with something special. And this is something special. Boom! Shaka Lagia! Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Shaka time at the Cardamom Oval. And this is a glorious strike. What a hit that is from Richard Lake. When he hits it, it stays hit. And that goes a long way. Eso es una grande. Eso es una Ariana. What's the reply going to be from the captain, Galileo? Well, he goes wide and too wide. It gets called. Catches a little bit of that line. And not the start he would have wanted. Back to his mark. Better. Oh no, that's a bad error. It's not the first time, unfortunately. I think it may be the same fielder involved, just having difficulty picking up the ball once it's bouncing in that area. It's nicely played. I mean, we can't see it from behind, and I get the feeling that James Bentley is going one way, the ball hits the deck and deviates the other way, and that's why it gets past him. So that's unlucky, and that's going to be 4 runs. So you could say there's 8 runs that have come that way. Wouldn't they love to have those back right now? Well bowled, good Yorker length delivery. Lake moving early, trying to make things happen. And at the moment, the things that are happening off his bat, they really need to get him. You have to go back to that really, really sharp chance that Stevenson had to remove him when he was on 0. If he had held on to that, well, where would Costa del Sol be here right now? I mean, he scored 28 off the 46 they've got. On the pad, asking a question, and he is gone. Well, bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, it was knocking him out, and that's what Tyrone Peters thinks. And he puts his finger up, and yeah, look, that is as straight as you get. He's playing right across the line. So it's not Richard Lake that they get, but they do get another wicket. And it's Stephen Bales that has to go. And he goes for 1 off the 5 balls that he's faced. So, well, something perhaps for the captain, Galileo, to smile about. Hasn't had things go his way, really has he? He's a fine cricketer. He's Galileo Finlayson Blue, but things just haven't gone his way here. And with the ball, there's been little things that have not gone right. But he gets this one spot on. He gets a good Yorker earlier, doesn't he, to Lake. And this one is right up there as well, hitting him right in front. This is going on to hit the stumps. And no hesitation at all from the umpire to put the finger up. So Galileo gets a wicket, and he finished. Well, he's still got, I think, a couple of balls to go here. 1 for 20 from him so far. 46 for 4. A couple of deliveries to go in this one. And in comes the captain of Madrid once more to the new batter. And this has been worked away nicely by Andrew Crom. He gets a single. And once again, his role here really is just to put a partnership together with Richard Lake, try and get Richard Lake on strike. Richard here, be interesting what he does here. It's the last ball of the over. Will he go for a big shot, or will he just try and take the strike back here again? Rico Full here, part of the European Cricket Network, and joined once more by Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be back, Rico. An interesting finish to this one. Lake's getting a move on. Just get a 1 here, won't he? So Woodward taps it to his own advantage, and Costa del Sol, after 6 overs, they're 48 for 4, so 22 of 24. Now, you would back them to do that, but you just feel if they could get Lake here, maybe put the squeeze on, Madrid CC might be able to pull it out of the fire, and they'll need to, Rico, because if they do not make if they don't win this game, there's no chance of making the final a little bit later on today. I see 3 bowlers used in the first 6 overs. We've seen them doing this. 3 for 17, Stevenson was excellent. Finlayson play with that 1 wicket. I think it was a fairly good decision. I know he's coming down the track a bit, but seemed more likely than not to hit the stumps, I think. And nice to see a few people in there talking about ECC County, saying Switzerland has a strong side. Yeah, so Swiss are the final debutants to play in the ECC this year. We had 5 new teams in Denmark, France, Malta, Scotland, Ireland, and Switzerland. In fact, so 6 new teams, I should say, this year. Here we go with Telford and his left armers. They need a good over. This is well bowled. He's got a bit of guile about him. This one seems like it's going full and then just kind of drops quickly. Lake's happy to take the 1. Smart batting at this stage. They don't have to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, I like that from Telford. He knows his wickets what they need. The way to get wickets is to try and get the batters to make a false shot. So he doesn't want to bowl short. He just wants to give it some flight. And just as I say that, he bowls this one a little bit shorter and quicker. Quick throw from Woodward, asking the question. Now, this is worth seeing.
Yeah.
This is worth looking at because it's a quick throw, and this is going to be pretty close, you know.
Well, I mean, Lake can almost ping a hammy by thinking about running. I think he's gone here. Look, bat's in the air. Oh, one more. I think that's out. I don't think he's actually grounding the bat.
I think that
there.
bat is high. The bat is high here. Look, you can just see the shadow of the bat, and that bat is still in the air. I think here, if it does make contact, is on the line. That's not good enough. It has to make contact past that line. I think he's going to be gone here. It's close, but I think there's enough there to tell me that bat is not on the ground.
That's the one for me. The stumps are broken, and he hasn't made his ground. I have a feeling he's going to be out here.
Yeah, let's wait. Keep an eye on the umpires.
Whether they think that bail is completely dislodged or not, very tight call.
Yeah. If I'm seeing that, I'm saying he's gone. That's what I'm saying. Let's see what our umpires, third umpire, and Sullivan
That's the one for me. To me, that's incriminating enough to give him.
Yeah.
It's kind of between frames, isn't it? But for me...
Yeah, see, that is gone. I also do believe the bat, after that initial contact here, I think the bat goes in the air. It doesn't go back down again. So that's out. So well done, Johnny boy. Well, Jonathan Woodward. And you know he's always going to get a magical moment. That could be a magical moment. That is the big wicket of Richard Lake. That is the one that they wanted. And, well, this game is back alive. And Madrid CC, well... door was being shut, wasn't it, by Costa del Sol? Well, down with that wicket, it's back open again.
Yeah, it's a tight one, but I think it's a correct one. When you look at it, I don't think he does enough. Even I could see at the time, it didn't seem like his bat was grounded as it passes the line. You see it's a plonk. Maybe it comes down there, slight bounce. I mean, it's a tight one, but I think you've got to say, more likely than not, that's out. So, I mean, I think he did a lot of things right there. Lake was backing up, running, but... like I said, he's the man that even the thought of running, sometimes those hamstrings get a bit tight. And so, yeah, it's a bit of a break for Madrid CC fighting on. Here's Rick Hatchman coming to the crease. He's a guy, he can whack a long ball, can't he?
Yeah, but I mean, what an important knot that was, though, from Richard Lake. He was the one keeping the game. He scores 30 off the 49 on the board. And don't forget, there's a few extras there as well. So the importance of that knock was massive. But what that tells me, or that should be telling Madrid CC, right, okay, now we've got batters who are not in. We've got an opportunity here. Really do.
Hatchman punches to cover. Now he's overcommitted here. He could have got that down on the stumps. It might have been out. It's AJ Crom who's hustling. That's a really tricky 20-run runs to go here for Costa del Sol.
It is going to be tricky, and you're absolutely right. A better throw there, maybe. Trouble, but I still like the way Madrid attacking. They're waiting to get these wickets, and this one's been hit pretty well, but there's nobody out there, and that will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Shaka Lagia. Well, it was a teasing one. He waits for it, he gets enough height on it, gets enough distance on it, and it goes all the way. So, like I say, they are attacking. They're basically inviting the batters to take them on. Every so often, batter will get lucky, but Madrid are backing on the fact that on a few occasions they get it wrong. Field has been changed here slightly now. I think they've got the lines better here now with that mid-on and mid-wicket back. Short mid-wicket is still in there, though, in a catching position. And he goes for another one, and this one will also go all the way. It's an even better hit here from Hatchman. Well, Hatchman comes out and he says, look, I don't know what you guys are playing at, but if you want to finish a game, you're not going to finish it by tiki-taka. You've got to listen to Rico and go boom, boom. And that's exactly what he's doing. He goes out there, boom, 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 shaka-laga. Here we go. Boom, blastic, say more.
Yeah, told you. Sometimes the best form of defence is attack. That's what we're seeing from Big Rick here. There's bang, bang. Sunday game that looked like it might be close, might not be after all. It's the leggy this time, but it's well picked and well cut and well dispatched by Hatchman, who's making a difference. So the lake drying up, not really hurting Costa, as Hatchman puts a 4 to go with the 2-6 and almost puts this game to bed.
Yeah, classy shot. We saw the 6s beforehand. We saw that the fielder Galileo was still searching for that one before that replay, but then he says, well, it's not just all the power. It's not all about the hitting the ball over the cow corner or into the killer python zone of the ground. I can cut the ball pretty well as well. That's a nice cut shot. This match is almost done now.
Yeah, it seems like it, but this is what is coming up in match number 9. So this will be a tune-up for the final, the way things are shaping up. Costa del Sol versus Gracia. Gracia winning the toss, electing to bat first, so they'll be hoping that perhaps their bats can fire a little bit better than we've seen here on day 2. Still a very capable side, and we now know, assuming this game goes the way it looks like it will, that's in progress, they'll be the 2 teams that will meet in the final that decide it later on today.
Yeah, very similar to last weekend, isn't it? We get the dress rehearsal before the big one.
And the weekend before, actually. But anyway, always an opportunity to fine-tune your skills. Here's Bentley. Starts with a wide, only 4 to win now. It's amazing how quick these games can turn, these low-scoring games. By low-scoring, I mean kind of sub-100 scores. That you can just have that bang-bang, has such a big effect. I mean, the target here being 70.
Yeah.
That there's such a big proportion of the score if you can go bang-bang 2 6s in a row. 4 to win now. Make that 3. Make that 2.
Make that game
make
over.
That 1. Make that 0. So it's going to be wides that bring it up, and they'll do this with 18 balls to spare. Disappointment for Madrid CC. I do think they'll look back at this weekend and they'll say they've done some things well. They've certainly done some things that have left a little bit to be desired. Ultimately, we've loved having them, and it does seem that will be their last involvement here in this FanCode T10. But it's been a big season for them. Wishing them all the best, of course, next year. And we hope to see them again on the European Cricket Network, maybe at their ground in Madrid. Let's go to the highlights, Rico.
Vinny, good things are happening in Madrid. Madrid champions after 21 years of trying. They're getting a new ground there as well, where some work is being done on too. So, yeah, they're on a high, they're on an up. Yeah, they'll be disappointed with their performances here. They're better than that. We know they're better than that. They just didn't click when they had to. And things like that, little things like that, just not going their way. But they did have a little bit of luck. Early on, they needed wickets, and they kept taking those wickets. Manav played a lovely handsome shot before, and then he literally does sort of get himself out. This, though, was the big moment.
Yeah.
If Stevenson catches that when Lake is on 0, then I think Costa del Sol were going to win the match. And then little errors like that, we saw 8 runs in that similar sort of position from the fielder, make the difference.
Wasn't for a lack of effort either, I should say that, but I mean, there's just some moments that I think Madrid CC, I mean, they kicked about 3 boundaries earlier and had some misfielding issues, and there, dropping Lake on 0, that hurts. And it's another one that gets bamboozled by the spin, and when you're trying to defend a score in the 60s, it's not going to be easy. That one, I don't mind the call there. I think it was more likely to hit than not. Lake was run out by the length of a bee's leg. But then as we got down to it, it was Big Rick that would decide that he was in a hurry for an early dinner. Go 6-6-4, and this game was almost no more.
Yeah, I mean, what Hutchman did there was basically what myself and Wazza at the time was saying, look, go out there and be aggressive, play your shots and win this game and win it quickly. But they didn't want to. The only one that was trying really was Richard Lake. But once he went, Hutchman came out and thought, hey boys, this is the way to do it. When it's a low scoring one, get somebody out there that can hit the ball big. If he clicks, his game's done. And that's exactly what was done there. This one, I'm looking forward to it. Last year, yesterday, when I was up here in the Dream Box, well, they were batting great. Kuldeep Lal was on some sort of form, wasn't he? I mean, he scored 260 scores from not out, so he was looking good. He's looking to bounce back, and I think Hira Mahey, their captain, is looking to show us what he's made of himself. He's a guy that's played a lot of cricket, a lot of high-level cricket in back in India. I think he played some IPL cricket as well. Now he's here playing for Gracia. He's looking to show what he's made of here. I think Gracia are going to be up for this. But this first one, I think, is going to be an interesting one. I think it will give Costa del Sol 1 or 2 things to try it as well. But it's going to be a big ask for Costa del Sol because they're going to play 3 in the spin.
Yeah, not just that, but the other thing for Costa del Sol, they'll have a 1 hour break before the final. Don't forget, they did beat Gracia early on today. So these 2 teams have split their matches so far. I'm sure that both teams would really love to get a win heading into the final. 3 for 17, Stevenson did a very good job with his 2 overs. I like him. Finlayson played with a 1 wicket. And apart from that, Bentley is the owner of an infinite economy rate after sending down 6 runs in wides to finish things off. Telford didn't really work for him, but I have liked his weekend. Siddiqui again tried to keep his team in it. Only went for 9 of his 2 overs. Well, Rico, I'm going to leave you to take us through the rest of the day, but I want to say a big thank you to you and to all of our viewers as well. Thanks for tuning in today for the FanCode ECT10. But it'll be Rico that will be back in around about 25 minutes to take you into match number 9. So we'll see you very shortly. And wherever you're watching around the world, join us back here on ECN after the break for more FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain.
Hello and welcome back. Bienvenido de campo de Cártama por eso partido donde de Costa del Sol, de equipo de eso campo es la casa de Costa del Sol contra con Gracia del equipo de Barcelona. Hello, welcome back and welcome to this match. Costa del Sol taking on Gracia. Gracia winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Doesn't really surprise me. I think they're looking to get a little bit of revenge from that earlier defeat to the Costa del Sol. Gracia in that one not really managed to get too many runs on the board. 92 for 9, and Costa del Sol knocking them off with 11 balls to go thanks to good batting from Richard Lake and also Alvis. Well, this is what's expected here. Gracia, according to the bat versus ball wall, is 107 to 95. Just that one loss Gracia have suffered, and that was to Costa del Sol. This, of course, is like the dress rehearsal to the Group C final. Both these two teams will meet and under lights later on tonight in the night skies above this beautiful Cardamom Oval ground in the group final, looking to see which one of them will join Madrid United and Catalonia here next weekend for the FanCode ECT10 final. So the dress rehearsal time, you can see that it is Sandeep who has been sent up. There's a slight change to their batting order. Sandeep been given an opportunity. Bowler just loosening up, so it would be Editeo who's going to have the bowl. We go full here. I'm going to take you through the remainder of these matches. Yeah, so slight change going with Sandeep Singh. I don't mind this from Garcia. I think they probably realised that maybe when they had the opportunity yesterday just to change things slightly with batting order, they didn't do it, and they came up a bit unstuck when the main opener, someone like Kuldeep Lal, who's been in fantastic form, doesn't perform, and nobody was able to get in, maybe because of lack of practice. Lal will be opening though, and no surprise there. I think you don't want to make too many changes. He's been pretty good, hasn't he? But it was the slowness of the bowling attack from the Costa del Sol that had or have had the opponents in trouble, Madrid CC and also Gracia. And their accuracy has been pretty good as well. And very good late afternoon, evening or morning, depending where you're looking and watching from. To everybody watching around the world, watching via our YouTube channel. It's a lot of activity, good activity happening there at the moment. And so far, good activity from the bowling of Editeo. He's keeping the dangerous Kuldeep Lal quiet at the moment. Hello to Chris Smith, Keanu Reeves, who moderators in the chat at the moment. Big shot from Kuldeep, gets enough up this, it goes all the way. First runs on the board, and courtesy of a 6. That goes into that sort of in-between long on and mid-wicket area. Nice shot replaying in the power play. Boom! Shaka! Look, had to wait for it, didn't he? And they still had a lot to do to get it right. So you can see the two men are back in that area now. So, waiting for the miscue. And this time he hits it out on the offside. No run. Struck well, but fielded well as well. Marcus Lake is waiting to pounce at long on. He's taking some good catches there. And Naik Manav at mid-wicket. Two youngsters, the good catches of the ball. And this is well struck from Kuldeep. It was right in the slot. Volley, straight down the ground. And this one sails over wide off where the long off would be. But they've opted to put the two men allowed on the leg side. And as a result of that, now, this one is an easy shot. It was just in the slot, wasn't it, where the earlier deliveries had called it having to wait on the ball. This one, he was able to lean into it and put it away. And well, later on, these two teams will be playing for this spot, the winner of Group C. So this, like I say, is almost like a dress rehearsal of that match. You know, it's if the teams haven't had enough opportunity to to play each other and find out each other's weaknesses. This is one which, well, they need to try and save and remember and learn from. So one thing that Costa del Sol will know is that you don't bowl length to these hitters of Gracia. You've got to try and keep them quite outside the off stump, but get it right up there. Nothing short, nothing on the legs. First over 1 for 12, courtesy of 2 big shots. And talking of big shots, this is another one. Balle, Ginna Sona Shaka Logia. Sandeep Singh sending his first ball for a big 6. Well, watch out to those pythons out there in the killer python zone. That's another one that goes all the way. Stephen Bales. And this will test the fielder. It's the young Mike Manav who's covering the ground there, but he can't get to this one. It's 4 more, 6 and 4. And Sandeep Singh is hungry for more. Well, maybe he's as hungry as the killer pythons on that leg side boundary. So not the best of starts here from Bales. This one is in the right zone. This is what I'm talking about. This is where bowlers have to try and concentrate on. Very similar to the way that they bowled in the last match, really, to Madrid CC. Just keep that ball outside the off. Don't give anything in the swing zone. This one is ill-directed. This could be out. Is there a bit of bat on this? Yeah, it is. Look, he doesn't wait. He goes. Well, it's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, and this one, like the 2 that he's already latched onto, should be a boundary. It should be sailing, but gets it all wrong, and it gets a little nudge on this. Have a look. Just there, look. Plays it onto his pad. It pops up nice and easily for AJ. So Andrew Kroom takes the catch, and just like that, the hard-hitting Sandeep, after hitting 2 boundaries, he departs off his 3rd delivery, 10. So, good reply, I suppose, there from Bales. So it goes for 2 boundaries, and off his 3rd delivery. This happens, and this one should have been travelling. This should have been the easiest hit of all. It should have been maybe getting this one into that, the ECN ice box, we call it, or maybe now it's known as the 3 ghost cube. There's always 3 chairs there, but never anybody sat on them, so we're saying that's the 3 ghosts. But you go in there, the alarms go off, and the batter, well, I guess rewarded with an ice cream, or maybe if it gets colder in the evenings, maybe a cup of hot chocolate or whatever it is, you get a prize. And the prize at the moment is for Bales, just from nowhere. He's picked up a wicket. So 1 for 10. And this is just a gentle push on the onside from Hira Mahey. And I was talking to Hira a little bit earlier when I arrived, and one thing he was saying, Rico, these guys just don't put any pace on the ball. I can't hit it. Yep, Hira, that's the way it works. They know it. They're not going to give you that pace. Oh, well bowled. It's a lovely dibbly-dabbler outside the off stump. And Kuldeep Lal just plays and misses. Just 2 scoring shots from him so far as well. In fact, all the runs so far have come in boundaries, other than Hira's single to get him off the mark. So 23 for 1. This is the standing so far, and you can see from that just why these 2 teams have kept Madrid CC out of the possibility of making it into the Group C final. So whatever the result here, the same 2 teams will play that final later tonight. More spin. Nayak flights this out. It's a bit of a false shot. Watch the spin on this. And it's dealt with pretty well. So once again, Hira, no pace, and he's not going to get any. But he gets himself off the mark and gives the inform Kuldeep Lal the strike. Nayak Manav, promising young talent from the Costa del Sol, coming on to bowl. Just making a move in the field. He wants the field a bit wider. So he's really packing up the mid-wicket area. Kuldeep Lal though goes outside the off. It's a good pick-up. Just one run. Captain Mahey back. One strike. And, well, very cautious, very defensive. One of the things I was saying yesterday when I was up in this dream box in match 3 and Garcia was playing, and though they did hit the ball pretty well, and I think in that match they ended up with 125, but 47 of those came in the last 2 overs. This one is a better shot. This is more like it. A bit more aggression in it. And what I was saying then, it was just this, is it's okay just to drop the bat on it, but you also should be looking to get something from that. And when the field is like this, you get the feeling that every time there's not a boundary shot, you've got to at least be looking to take a single. Mahey, the ball before that one just blocked it out and wanted nothing. This time though, gets a bit more width, plays a nice shot for a boundary, hits his first. Now he'll go for another. This will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. It was full. It was there. Look, he just needed one step and boom, and that's what he does. Waits for it and then, well, puts all the weight distribution into the shot. And that goes for 6 more. So 4 and 6 from the captain. Manav under attack. What's the reply going to be? Flatter makes him reach for it. And well, maybe he was trying to get Andrew Kroom back involved in another dismissal. Perhaps trying to get Hiro Mahey coming, stepping outside of his crease and whipping the barrels off. Good over from Gracia. It's a pretty healthy power play score from them. They lost Sandeep after he blasted 10 of just a handful of balls. 35 for 1. Yeah, the batter who's out was Sandeep Singh. Scored 10 of 4 balls. And now time to go with Jaime Riley, the very promising left armer. Will be bowling his left arm over. And one thing he'll be doing was angling this ball right across the batters. I just get the feeling, I mean, it's not going to be easy by no means, but it may be what the batters prefer, a little bit of pace on the ball. Let's wait and see. It's nicely played, carved away by Hero. Likes that shot, doesn't he? Gets a bit of width outside the off, but you can see the field is set for that. Third man is back, backward point is back, so if that's a shot he's going to play, well, he's going to get 1 for his money, but that's about it. But he'll be wanting a bit more than that. Let's see how cool it goes about it. It'll be the same line to him. Full, and he decides to leave it, and this is okay. Good areas. Look, he makes that little shuffle across, looks to play the shot, and then doesn't. I think he sees it come and land inside the line, and knows that he's made an error. Hits this one in anger, but it's an opportunity. If it can be stopped, well, that's an unusual way to do it, isn't it? Okay, the catch it, nahi parna. Jerry apni slide mara, but he goes with this with his legs. Don't ask me why, but he prefers the leg method. And all I'm saying here is I'm glad Egan wasn't too close to this. That's an unusual weight. And that is Richie Hatchman. He throws everything at this. What's surprising about this, I'll tell you what's surprising about this, is the cap that he's got on top of his cap stays on. And yeah, it was 4, not 6. Yeah, maybe we can have a look at that later. That's quite amazing. Anyway, it was 4, not 6. We saw that clearly. And this is a wicket, is it? It goes all the way through. The batter's not interested. It probably takes something on the way through. Maybe a little bit of pad. Let's see it again. But again, it's good bowling from Jaime. Yeah, I think it just takes the outside of the leg. He sees the movement, but he doesn't deter. He doesn't go for the stumps. He just sticks to his original plan of getting it outside the off. Andrew Cromb makes a good stop. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Sliding stop, but the cap stays on. Both caps stay on. We're very used to seeing fielders diving and sliding and all sorts of things, shades and hats and things flying off all over the place. Well, the Hatchman there went for a double lunge with his feet at that ball. Couldn't stop it, but everything stays in place. Quite remarkable, really. Slower delivery. He bowls this one really well, doesn't he? I mean, we know that young Riley has a very good Yorker, but this particular ball for me, I really like because he gets it much slower. Yorker length delivery, sort of about, I don't know, 30 centimetres outside the off stick, and it's very, very difficult to play because he bowls it such a good length. And what a good over that was. Score is 42 for 1. Only 6 runs coming off that over. And what I like about the cricket here in the Costa del Sol is the number of juniors playing the cricket. We've just seen one youngster, Jaime Riley, bowl very well, just 6 runs off that over, and there's a chance to see another, Marcus Lake, who's been exceptional in the field, taking some really good catches. Now let's see what he can do with the ball. Bit of width, it's hit down the ground and it will stay here, so this goes all the way. It's right there in the zone for Kuldeep Lal. He's waiting for this length, isn't he? And no, he's not getting enough of it from the Costa del Sol bowlers. They bowl very well to him, but this one is right there. Just wait. Have a look at this. It's just in what I call the swing zone. You see, he doesn't have to move his feet too much. He just has to swing, hit it hard, and that goes long, goes the distance. 6 runs. Lake needs to just adjust that line. And he does, and he goes short, and Kuldeep Lal goes big. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una grande. Eso es 6 carreras. Y Kuldeep Lal es un jugador muy fuerte. Y eso es un golpe fabuloso. 6 más. And in the killer Python's zone. The ball has been retrieved. Well, give that man a medal, because that's not easy to do. There's a lot of lost balls out there. And, well, there's a lot of fielders that don't want to go into that area. So I get the feeling this week with Group D starting, the Euros of Cricket, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, and bowling from the hill end, it's going to be a lot of balls in Python territory. Trust me. Big swing. And, well, success for the bowler, Lake. That one gets missed out on by Kuldeep Lal. It almost pops his shoulder out, trying to smack this for another boundary. The 50 came up with that last Maximo. This is a lovely shot, beautiful cricket shot this is, and Kuldeep just showing that he's got the power to hit big over the cow corner area, but he's got the class to play shots like this as well. This is all about, I mean, look at the execution there, but look at the movement. Look how quickly he gets himself into position first. That little shuffle to get himself ready, picks it early, and then goes down on one knee as he caresses this ball all along the ground to the boundary. 4 runs. Exceptional shot from Lal. And hasn't he been in great form? And looking to continue that, not just in this match, but also in the final coming up later. Attacks the stumps, Lake, but a better length, not able to get underneath this, just pushes this out firmly to Riley, who makes a stop. 17 off the over, ball to go. Irumahey. Been nudging really outside the off, hasn't really been able to hit too many shots, just a 6 and a 4 to him in this 14 so far. And goes for the big one here, misses out on it. It's a good finish from the young Marcus Lake. 17 did come off the over, 59 for 1 at the halfway point. So on probably here, what, 120 territory. And they're a team that, well, yesterday they did score good runs. So we have a look at what's starting here tomorrow. Start of Group D. And we start with Germany versus Norway. A lot of people, Corey was thinking that Norway could be the dark horses in that one. I've seen a bit of Norway. I've seen them play some T20 matches. and T20 international eyes, and they've been good. I will tell you that they've been competitive. And of course, you've got Romania, Switzerland will be next, and then Italy also part of that group. That could go anyway. It really can. Short and played or cut away nicely by Lyle. He's a bit disappointed he wasn't able to get it past the fielder. Colin Lyle just putting a hand out here like in almost form of an apology, and what I'm reading into that is that Hiro Mahei, for whatever reason, whether it's an injury or whether it's just fitness, is not one for running, and he was made to run there, and Colin Lyle straight away apologising for it. Okay, that's fine. Showing you the maker's name there. There's Richard Hatchman. Testing out the captain of Gracia. Short and hit firmly. Work to be done there by the fielder, but he's not going to get there. That's been too well hit. A little bit too short from Hatchman. And the captain of Gracia, Hira Mahei, onto this pretty quickly. And you can see the closest man to that is Lee Rimmer. He's taken some good catches in this weekend already for his team, the Costa del Sol, but he's it's too far from that to stop that one. Now this one is crunched hard outside the offal. What a shot this is. And this is a 6. Yeah, put him up in the air like you just don't care. Well, this is a powerful hit. It's not a bad delivery. Look, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's how quickly he sees the length and hits this hard outside the offside, and that's hit long, strong and hard, hit flat, goes all the way for 6. Big hit. Starting to look dangerous, these two here now, and that partnership is, is becoming very fruitful. Short, and he'll latch onto this as well. Balle. Brashaka. This is mammoth. This is una grande. Eso es genial. Qué fuerte tienes este hombre. Adelante. Gracias. Qué fuerte este equipo de Barcelona. And that 6 more, and wasn't that a delightful shot? It's, if you want to have a dance, well, that's one way to dance with your bat, because that was poetry in motion. That's a big hit. And that ball does come back. Hatchman, Higgs, 17 off this over now. We saw that Marcus Lake went for that in the over before. And, well, this one will go magical. It's going to be 6 more. Es una grande. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. And that over, it does go magical. 23 come off that one. And Gracia just like that. They're on a roll. We saw Marcus Lake. He's over went for 17. And that one now has gone for 23. And the acceleration that Gracia were hoping for has come. 82 for 1. 6 overs down. And we're seeing some good hitting here. Hello to everybody on the chat, and talking about all things cricket. I'm liking that. All part of our global cricket family here, and how quick and fast our family is growing. Remember, if you're watching for the first time, remember to like, tell your friends, tell your family. Let's keep those numbers going. Remember to subscribe. Yeah, over 300,000 subscribers. And I think we're approaching the 320,000. Wouldn't it be great if we can get to that and some more by the time we finish this Fiesta Festival of Cricket here in this beautiful part of Spain, in Andalusia, Malaga. This is Cardamom, the Cardamom Oval. And if you're in the area, look, I always say, if you're anywhere around this way, come on down. And we're on the road between Cardamom and Coin, the A7059. It's also the road that goes to Marbella. So we're in that little area on the coast. Come down, watch the cricket, and enjoy the fun, enjoy the festivities. New bowler about to come on, but first of all has to pass on his cap to Hatchman, who has got smashed all over the place. Alvis. Richard Alvis to bowl. Short and hit hard in the air. Is this going to be a chance? And well, this is something we're going to watch again. It's a fantastic bit of cricket. It is really a great catch to Marcus Lake, but I just get the feeling his feet do land on the other side of this rope before he departs from the ball. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's going to be 6 runs. And it really is. I mean, you see that? The left foot goes down there, makes contact. Otherwise, this would have been sensational. Yeah, watch this again. This is such great work. The umpire now puts the fingers up, and the reason for that is here. Watch the left foot. It goes down here before the ball is released. I mean, what a catch that is. And, well, if he was able to execute that, that would have been the best bit of fielding that we've seen so far this weekend. And he's right up there with the fielding that we've seen at international level during the Dream 11 European Cricket Championships as well. But 6 signals. And this one is going to be another. It's been hit hard and high. Oh, well, is it? Well, this is a great stop. I think this one is okay, you know. Well. Kuldeep Lal looking to smash another one. This one I think is fine. Have a look at the feet. Does he touch the rope here? He's on the rope. And he's up in the air. Well, what do you think there? I think this is he making contact outside the circle? Now, have a look at this. He now leaps up in the air. He's already left. I think this is 6 because that right foot is outside of the boundary and it's decked. He actually does take off from 1 foot outside the boundary. As a result of that, I believe this should and will be called 6. Well, what's been signaled? Has that been given 6 or not? Well, I was looking at the replay. I don't think it was. I'm gonna go and have a check, folks. And if you saw it, if you saw the signal from the umpire, you tell me. I think it should have been a 6. And have a quick look. And yeah. Well, this one will be because the only people that are stopping this are the snakes up there in the Killer Python territory where the umpires don't need to check that. It's just bowling too short is Elvis, and he gets punished as a result of it. Big hit. And loving the swivel there. Well, this is a little bit of the MJ. Oh! And, well, a bit of the O, and the ball whistles through the air. Yeah, the last one, it wasn't given a 6. That surprises me because I'm pretty sure that with my umpiring hat on, that if the fielder has gone outside the field of play and then jumps and stops the ball, well, it's 6 runs. I think if he was inside the field of play, in other words, if he hadn't stepped over that boundary line, I think it would have been fine. So, yeah, I think a bit fortunate is Nushan Alwis there. But, yeah, that's the one we're talking about. I mean, it's tremendous work. I mean, take nothing away from Lee Rimmer. That was absolutely fantastic, as was the one that we saw from Marcus Lake. Sensational from those guys out there. Mahey, this plays this. He sort of becomes his sort of trademark little shot to anything that's outside the off stump. Plays that away nicely. 14 of the over. Oh, big swing. Nice take from AJ behind the stumps. It's good delivery. That's where you want to be. And you can see good hands there from Andrew Cromb. AKO, AJ, to Kuldeep. Well, only just, you know, look, I reckon there, if he whips those bails off quickly, was a bit of a chance. I don't think he gets a hit that plants the foot down straight away, you know. Plenty of ways for you to stay in touch with us on the European Cricket Network. All sorts of exciting things happening there on the social media. You can get in touch with us via internet, Facebook, and Twitter there as well. Telegram channel, as well as, of course, the YouTube channel, which a lot of you are watching through. But remember to like, remember to subscribe. Also, EuropeanCricket.com is another device that you can watch from. This is a class shot. Well, you know what? I've been hearing a lot about Hiro Mahey and people saying that he is a sensational player. He's played a lot of top quality cricket. I was talking to Vinay about that as well early. This tells you and shows you that he is. Egan Dantis comes on to bowl, and the first ball is played for 4. What a shot this is. This is class. Watch the execution. Watch the way that he uses his hands and his, look at that, hand speed. It's almost like the reverse chopper, isn't it? Dantis, first ball goes for 4. 100 is now up. Short. And once again plays the same shot that he's played a number of times. He's only getting 1s for those. Short, and it will be punished, and it is. He just rocks back, hits it on the up. Is another one that goes high up on the banks there on the leg side. And it's just 6 more. Beautifully hit. You can't be bowling there. He says, don't bowl there. You bowl there, and I'm going to send it. And he does send it. A big hit. And these 2 batters going well. Kulipla now on the verge of yet another half century. Both these batters are poised to bring up half centuries here. What a partnership it's been as well after the loss of Sandeep. 85. And he goes for it, but will he go? He will. It's a really good catch taken. Nice catch. And that is the end of Lal. And he couldn't have picked a better fielder. I think Marcus Lake is probably the most outstanding fielder that Costa del Sol have. And well done to Egan. Egan Dantis gets a wicket. Look at that. The balance is good. Like the way he gets himself into position. He's really cushioning the blow here. All about balance. And Lal, he has to depart. And he will go for 49. So almost brings up another half century. And a bit like yesterday when he got himself into the 40s as well. After 260s not out, he got to 40, 47 I think it was. And he went with this time when he gets to 49, so he'll be disappointed. But a good knock from him. He's got his team started again. But once again, well done to Marcus Lake. And also to Egan Dantis. Well, Egan, congratulations to you. I've talked about a lot of guys that do a lot of good work out here for cricket in Spain and Costa del Sol. And Egan Dantis, well, he's another one of those. He works hard for cricket in Spain, works hard for Costa del Sol. And now out there in the middle, he's working hard for his team, and he's got a wicket to his name. He makes a damn good curry as well, does Egan. Egan, when you're making me a curry, 107 for 2. Let me finish what I'm doing out here first, says Egan. This one's a little bit quicker, fires it in. And it's Ishan Patel who comes out, the Raval Sporting captain. A couple of Raval Sporting players in this lineup. He is one of them. And Manish Manwani also, who's 12 man for this one. So well bowled and almost gets this through the defences. A very good finish to the over from Egan, and what a good over it was as well. After we saw all of the bowlers come under a bit of attack, we saw overs of 17, 23 and 14. This one 11, but more importantly he does break that partnership between Lal and the captain Hira Mahey. 108 for 2, and 12 balls to come, and I think 130 is the score that they line up here. 130 or more. Anything below that, I think Gracia will be a little bit disappointed that they haven't been able to finish well. It's going to be a Deteo who went for 12 of his first to bowl the all-important 9th over. All happens in the 9th. Short, hit well, and it's another good effort from Marcus Lake to try and punch this ball back into the field of play. Well, if he manages to stop this, this will be incredible. Those guys out there, and Rimmer, Lake and Riley have been sensational. And this one, look, it's just a little bit too high. He does try, but once again, I think he may have already been outside the field of play and had grounded his feet. So 6 runs. Hit hard, looking to get it in the gap, and he does, and his back-to-back 6s. And, well, 1, 2, y hay 3 o no. Míralo, míralo. Que va ese partido. Tiene mucho que ganar por haber este partido. Esos 6 más. 2 on the spin, just a little bit too short. The line is good, the length is wrong. And Aditeo is under attack. So 2 6s off the over so far. Ishan Patel wants to leave his mark in this innings. Floated up, and this was a bit of a full toss. I think it may be just dipping, but I'd like to have a look at it again, you know. And, well, yeah, I've seen him called. I have seen those called. I think he gets lucky, you know, to get away with that. It's waist or above. And I don't think this is dipping. Oh, look, yeah, that one. Maybe because he's got no pace on it. Well, this one will go all the way. It's another full toss. And this one, I think, will get called. It does. And, well, they gave you a lucky break the first time round at the tail, but not this time. It's a Gundy ball. It's a full toss on the leg side. It gets absolutely mullered. Lovely jubbly style. It goes all the way. And not only is it 6, but it's a no ball as well. That's how you get 7 of 1 ball. Oh, well. 6, 6, a 1, a 7. And just like that, Hiro Mahey brings up his half century as well. Congratulations to him. But he ain't finished yet. Free hit. He goes down the ground and he's going to get another. It's Shaka time here at the Cardamom Oval. Cardamania taking the world by storm. And it's fireworks out there in the middle as the free hit is being smashed for 6 as well. And this over has already gone magical. Well, captain. Slices it up. There's an opportunity to get a wicket. Well, he's not even running. He thinks it's all done for, but it is. Because you got the talented Manav who gets underneath it. He's not going to let this go. So, well, there was a few fireworks there from Hiro Mahey. He brought up his 15 sensational style. And then, well, looking to send another one out of here. But he gets it all wrong and just decides that there's no point running for this. Of course, now in any format of the game, there's no point running because the new batter and a dismissal like that will always go on a strike. So a fine half century. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी हीरो महे ने कैप्टन ग्रासिया ने अपनी half century पूरी कर ली 60 of just 21 deliveries. So it's I think that's a good sign for Gracia, for their captain, to be scoring some runs just before the final, which will be later today. Remember, that will be starting at 8:30 tonight. Both teams after this match will have a break for around about an hour, 20 minutes before that one starts. This over so far went 6, 6, 1, 7 because of a no ball, 6, 6 and wicket. And hits this pretty well, hard and flat along the ground. We'll get a single from it. So 27 come off the over. And the score is so far a healthy 135. 3 wickets down, 6 balls still to come in the over. So could we see the 150? We've seen 149 posted by Gracia the very first time that they played. 149 for 1 against Madrid CC. Let's see how they do, but it's not going to be easy because the man who's going to bowl this last over has probably been the pick of the bowlers for the Costa del Sol is young Jaime Riley to bowl the 10th. It's going to be Rathod. Amol Rathod on strike. Well bowled. Knows his areas, doesn't he? That's the young Riley. And hits them 9 out of 10 times as well. And well, Keanu saying this is Gracia of yesterday. Yeah, Keanu, you're right. Kuldeep is on song. The captain finding his form as well. Ishan, you know that he can hit the ball pretty good. And yeah, just not getting to the pitch of it. This is the difference, I think, again, I've mentioned this a number of times, that the left armour makes. Just a different angle. The batter thinks, yeah, this is there for the hitting, but that ball is always going away from himself. I think you've got to change your guard slightly. That's what he needs to do here, maybe. I don't know if he's taken leg guard, maybe change it to middle. He's got to change where he stands to put himself in the firing line. What a good start this is so far, though. 2 dots. And now a wicket. Fantastic. Great bowling at the death. Gets the Yorker in. There may have been a little bit of an inside edge here from Rathod, but I think that ball is going through anyway. That's a great bowling and good composure from the young man. I mean, coming on to bowl the last over, 135 on the board already. And, well, 2 dots and another, because this one is a wicket as well. Just not getting himself in the right position, Rathod. So, congratulations to Riley. Gets another wicket. Those 4 wickets so far. The first to go was Sandeep. He was caught by Cromb. AJ behind the stumps. And it was Bales that got the wicket. And then we had to wait a bit of a while because it was an outstanding partnership from Kuldeep Lal and the captain Hiram Hay. Kuldeep was the next to go, caught by Marcus. The bowling of Egan Dantis. And then after that we saw the wicket of Hira, the captain. He was caught by Manav. It was Aditeo that got the wicket. And then we just saw Riley getting one. And is this going to be a spectacular finish? Is this going to be? Surely not. We're going to see a wicket maiden to finish this innings, because that's 4 balls from the very talented and outstanding Jaime Riley. No runs, 1 wicket. Look at those bowling figures so far, 1 for 6. But in this over, nada, nada. And this one just slightly over pitches it, going for the Yorker, so they'll get a single. So you're going to get Ishan Patel. No doubt he's going for a big shot here. Jaswal gets himself off the mark. So Ishan Patel looking to finish in style. And he does. This is very, very, very good batting. And that's the difference, I think, between an experienced, knowledgeable batter and somebody who's, well, maybe not so experienced. Manishan has been standing at the other end, and he knows what young Riley has been bowling. And look how quickly he gets himself in the right position and then plays a funky shot to finish the innings. So it's a little bit of showbiz at the end of the innings. Showtime at the Cardamom Oval with a funky little dink from Ishan to get a boundary for his team. And that takes him into a good score. But things started well as well. As we saw, it was Sandeep that played some really good shots along with Kuldeep Lal. Sandeep, after hitting a few out of the ground, he didn't. Well, it was a soft dismissal. He does get a bad delivery, one that you'd expect him to put away, but he ends up plonking it onto his pad. This is it here, onto his pad, just holds up there kindly for the catch to be taken by AJ, and he went for 10 off just 4 deliveries. But then we saw a really, really good partnership, a cracking partnership between Kuldeep Lal and his captain Hiram Mahey. And you know, they almost brought up the 100 partnership, didn't they? I mean, the game together with 22 for 1, and the next wicket, that off Kuldeep Lal, fell with the score on 107. And it was just an array of shots. And every time that the bowlers got the length wrong, they were punished. And when Hiram Hay started going well, even some of the shots that he played out on the offside, particularly over cover and extra cover, were outstanding. He's a very, very strong outfit, and he hits the ball big. He's a man that has played a lot of cricket around the world, and a good level of cricket, and he showed that here today. We also saw some exceptional fielding. I mean, on a couple of occasions, it didn't go their way. On one occasion it did, but I like the way that Costa del Sol thrown themselves around, even when the scores were going up and up, and even when the ball was being battered to the boundaries, they never gave up. And I think that's the sort of attitude that you need, and that's the sort of attitude that when there is a slight dip in the performance of your opposition, that you can take advantage of it and maybe go on to win the final later today, because they're not going to give up whatever happens. Well, I don't know what Solomon Sahib was doing there. Well, football is not your game, Sully. It's cricket, and that was a finish there from Ishan. Really good classy shot from a very good, talented, experienced player. He finishes on 17 of just 5 deliveries. But as we see this scorecard, a lot of that damage was done at the top end. Sandeep only scores a 10, but he doesn't waste any deliveries. Kuldeep Lal fails to get his 50. Well caught by Marcus Lake, who's been outstanding in the field. Egan Dantis was the one to pick up that wicket. Then it was the captain here, Mahey, show 60 of 22 before he departed, caught by Manav off the bowling of Adeleo, Isan Patel, and finish things off with a quick fire 17. The bowlers, a number used, and I'm liking that from the captain, giving a lot of people an opportunity to bowl well. But once again, take a bow, Jamie Riley, 1 for 11. Stephen Bowles as well, 1 for 11 as well. And Egan Dantes, nice to see Egan in the action there as well. There were some expensive ones as well. Hatchman, he went for 23. And also Marcus Lake, he went for 17 off his 1 over as well. So it's quite a healthy 140 on the board for Gracia. And you would expect that unless somebody like Rimmer or maybe Lake, and supported by something like Ashman, score big runs, that they would defend that. But their bowling hasn't been their strength. They've been relying on getting big scores on the board. So there is an opportunity here for Costa del Sol, the home side, if one of their batters could do maybe what something like Hira Mahay did, or even go even bigger. Maybe go even bigger and put a ton on the board. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something special? We haven't seen a ton in a while on the European Cricket Network. Maybe we're going to see one this weekend. Well, what we are going to see is an exciting finish to this high-scoring match. Remember, it is sort of the, it's the warm-up to the final. The same two teams will be playing in the final later on tonight. And let's see where and how this one finishes. Join me, Rico Full, in around 10 minutes' time when we return for the innings of the Costa del Sol, leading 141 to win this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's nice to see plenty of people having a good chat, cricket chat and conversation on the chat. Was us there, Keanu, Chris Smith and Luke as well. And then also Maya. And Maya, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Well, Maya, I know you're going to be here tomorrow because the German team, as we know, is arriving. They'll be playing in Group D. And Maya, without your support, they are nothing. I know you'll be here cheering them on. I'm looking forward to catching up with you and having a chat, and looking forward to seeing the colourful array of outfits that you wear. You're the one person that can outdo our very own Mr. Maximo with some of the dashing things that you wear. So certainly looking forward to seeing you here at the Cardamom Oval tomorrow or whenever it is that you arrive. I know you'll be here. Let us know, Maya, when you're coming. But look, thanks everybody for all your support on the chat, for all your support for European cricket. It's just absolutely fabulous to have you all there with us. You're part of our growing family. This is a cricket community that is growing bigger all the time, bigger and better as well, stronger together, as what our motto is on the European Cricket Network. And plenty of activity there in the chat as well, and a lot of support, a lot of talk about the Romanian team as well. A lot of people saying, yeah, watch out for them. Of course, no Taranjeet there. That's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Disappointment maybe for some of the Romanians and their supporters. Well, this is no disappointment. What a start this is from the Costa del Sol, and I'm liking this move. They've gone for the big hitter, and Richie Hatchman, and the first delivery he sends smashing out for a big six. Well, how about that? That's the perfect start, and it's almost just a little loosener from Chilochan Singh. Well, you can bowl me those any day, is what Hatchman says. Well, that's what you need to do when you're needing this 13 and over more or less, or 14 it started with, but that 6 has certainly changed things. Big hit from Hatchman. Well, that ball, it's not coming back. And just like that, Sullivan Saeed has to organise a new one to come out. Well, that one, it's going to be found eventually, surely. It's a shiny new kookaburra that's out there. Chilochan Singh under attack straight away from Hatchman. This is now going to be out, is it? Oh, it should be. He drops it. Drops an absolute dolly. This is a clanger. It really is a clanger. You've got to take these. And Chilochan Singh is saying, hey, man, what are you doing? Inna easy catch. Yeah, well, yeah, you've got to take those. And Sharul Chauhan is going to rue that opportunity. Hatchman is a man we've already seen. He can smash the ball big. Remember, he came out and finished the last match in no time at all. Dantis, a little bit more cautious than Hatchman. Yeah, Hatchman 16 not out, but 4 deliveries to finish the last match in that victory over Madrid. So he doesn't hang around, and I like to see him up here. I think Costa del Sol should use him more. It can certainly give them a good start. Ian Dantis standing way down the leg side here. That's nicely played, good timing, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. What a lovely shot this is. Well, he's inviting the bowler to go for his stumps, but then he shuffles right across, and he plays a delightful shot. Well, you've got Hatchman there who's, well, he's brutal, and he's muscling the ball to the boundary. And there you've got Ethan Dantis who just strokes that away absolutely beautifully. What a lovely shot that is. Oh, nothing there. Swing and a miss. Tries to go for the offside here. Doesn't quite get it in the gap, but he still gets a run for his efforts. Another single. Keanu on there, say no Taranjeet, but Mishra, Sathisan and Maran will step up. They certainly will. 12 matches without a golden ball here now. And well, look at that. Rico Fan Girl, hello. And long time no see. Wishing you an easy Sunday, everyone. Well, hello to Rico Fangirl. Well, it's Fangirl time. Or maybe we can. Oh, look, why don't we get the Vinny Fangirl up there as well? And maybe, is there Corey Fangirl? Let's get the Fangirls on. Well, thank you, Rico Fangirl. Well, where are you from? Where are you tuning in from? Let us know. Nicely played, out on the off. It's 12 off that first over from Chulachani. He recovers fairly well, I suppose, after the first ball was smashed for a big 6. Ishan Patel. Well, this one is, well, I think there's a touch on this. Oh, well, Egan, he gets a nice warm hug from the keeper. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. What are you doing playing at that? And that's Kuldeep Lal. Kuldeep's a bit of a character. And Kuldeep saying, look, Kinda yaar, sorry, tenu far liya, but hidda na kari ke minu kari na khaye clown. He's saying, yeah, I know I've got you out, but mate, don't scrub me name off that curry, because I want one of your curries, because he makes a delightful curry. He shouldn't have been playing at this one at all. It's too wide, and that's disappointment from Egan. He played one lovely shot, didn't he, to the boundary. And yeah, absolutely, Keanu, he should have left it. And oh, from PNG, oh, Rico Fangirl saying to you from PNG, Papua New Guinea. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows the story of me in Papua New Guinea. Apparently, I'm just going to leave it up there. Apparently, I'm their coach. I don't want to say too much. Don't want to give things away, you know. But okay, well, you got me thinking now. Of course, I was in Papua New Guinea doing some coaching for the national side there. Once I finished in Germany before I came here to Cardamom. So yeah, I've got to put my thinking cap on now and think, okay. But anyway, it's lovely to have you on the chat. Come on, let's have some more fangirls. Why don't we? Why don't we make this the fangirl part of the day? Maybe it's a Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. But yeah, lovely to have everybody on there talking about some other international cricket that's going on around the world. Talking about the cricket that's happening here and in cricket in general. It's all about this growing cricket community all the time. Ishan, he bowled well yesterday, didn't he? Picked up 7 wickets in 2 of those matches, a 3-for and a 4-for, and here he is again getting a wicket. And just flights this one up there. Just teases the batters, doesn't it? Teases them. Basically flights the ball up there. Doesn't put too much pace on it. And that's what sometimes gets batters. They like pace on it, and there's no pace on that ball. Well, makes it difficult. And this one, well, there's not much pace on it, but the timing from Hatchman is perfect. It's perfection. He rocks back. And, well, he gets right underneath this and he sends this packing. Nice shot. Boom. Shaka. Yeah. I like the way he gets that little whipping right at the last moment. Gets the power in it. And 6 more. Kuldeep Lal say, yaar, idhar kitna chakka maar ditta. Main ta badi jor de naal maara na ball kitte nahi ja rahi. Tu ta aim hi just idna halka ja maariya par shakka lag gaya. Well, he said it's all about the timing. He says, Kuldeep, you're not the only one that eats aloo paranthas. Have a look at me. There's a few inside me as well, and I've got the power to go big. Well, let's see if he goes for another one. Well, misses out on this one. Slightly fuller length from Patel. End of the over. Look, that one Maximo and a single from it. So only goes for 7. A good reply from him. It's 19 for 1. The wicket that has gone was that of Egan. So he'll be disappointed to have missed out on this one. Egan Dantis. Oh, this is nicely played. Chases on. Not going to get there. And Editeo finds a way to get to the boundary now. Four more runs. That's it, the captain, Hiro Mahey. And this one's up in the air, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. And he says, well, never mind about the 4. I want to do what you do. I want to hit the 6s. And he does. This is such a good shot. Love the way he uses his feet, gets to the pitch, and smashes it big. So, something to think about here now. This one is blocked away. Little paddle down. Got to believe, haven't they? Got to believe. Got to be looking to play these shots all the time if they can. Then they can get there. Oh. Mahey looking to come back, looking to finish tidily. And just the thing is, every time they don't quite get the score that they need, that sort of double-figure score, and the rate would go up. And, well, when a wicket goes down like this, it's even going to hurt them even more. And that is Hatchman who departs. And so a little wink there. I'm liking that from Hira Mahey, the captain. He just says, all right, gives a little wink and says, okay, that's it. You know, maybe that's the game in the bag. And, yeah, it's a little sort of, celebration to say, yeah, that's the one we needed. I think they understand that somebody like Hatchman can hurt them if he gets going. 30 for 2 at the end of the third. And Hatchman made good contribution, good hitting from him, but I think he understood that he had to just keep hitting. They don't want to fall too far behind this rate. If they do, and it's going to be very difficult to get back into it. But to the captain, just showing his quality. The 13 from Hatchman before he got cleaned up. Tulachan Singh to come back into the attack. His first over went for 12, starting with a big 6, being hit off his first delivery. This is firmly down the ground. It will be fielded. No issues there from Rathod. Oh, well, he's going to get lucky here, is he? Yeah. Stopped his shot. Does Bales. He looks to go down the track. Gets himself in position, and then at the last minute, for some reason, he just withdraws from it. Doesn't feel right playing it. And quite easily could have been a nightmare conclusion to that. Could have quite easily put it in the hands of the fielder. And that's a really good stop. Very, very good stop from the captain, Hira Mahey. He's been hit hard. He didn't look in good positions to stop this. It's really been battered down the ground. And look, it's so fast. I mean, our great crew from Spring Production just getting a bit of that, a snippet. Now this one's in the air. It sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds like a rifle's gone off. That this one's going to go a long way, but it doesn't. So I'm not sure which part of the bat that comes off. It doesn't go anywhere. That rate now is increased to around about 16. Edge, wide of Kuldeep. In comes the throw, but they'll hustle. Get a single. Adeteo, he's going to be swinging hard, isn't he? That's not the best of running, isn't it? He's turning around so far, looking where that's going. He almost trips himself up. Oh, he's fishing. End of the over. So, Chulachan Singh finishes his spell, goes for 17. Score 35. 2 wickets down. Rico Fangirl, nice comment, saying she's in. She's from Ukraine, living in Paris now. Good to see France playing last week in the ECC. What a journey in for their team. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. What a journey it was, France. I mean, the team that excited so many. So I think they picked up so many supporters and fans during last week. They were a team that had so many troubles, particularly with the bat. They looked like they were going nowhere. They were well beaten on several occasions by, the likes of even, Luxembourg beating them quite easily. And we thought, well, where are France? They looked dead and buried. They looked like they're not going to play any part in the group finals day. This has been well hit, and he just stands, delivers, and admires Adeteo. He's not giving up this yet, and that's another one that's been smashed out of here. Big hit. So, looks like Ishan Patel back into the attack, and it is attack. He's been attacked. Yeah, just going back to France. But then they started to make some subtle changes. I mean, their captain, Numan Amjad, oh, what a guy, what a player, what a hero. He's going to go back. It's a young team, all around 20 years old they were. Sarvana, their coach, led them really well as well. But they believed in themselves, and though they didn't have perhaps the strongest of players, they believed themselves as a team. They came together. They started to put some performance together with the bat. But their bowling was fantastic. And Rahmatullah Mangal, he ended up being the leading wicket taker in the group with, I think he ended up with 15, and Rahmatullah Mangal was up there as well. Just sensational. As well, this has been sensational hitting as well from Adeteo. And, well, he's been joined now for Bales, and Adeteo saying to Bales, yeah, that's my man, Stephen Bales. Now, timing this beautifully. Look, it's been floated up. There's that teasing pace from Ishan. But that's a lovely shot. It's all sometimes about timing as well, isn't it? Nicely played. Big hit. So, yeah, let's finish on that. Well done to France. And they're going to be one to look out for in the future for sure. But their bowling, I mean, was just sensational. Rahmatullah Mangal was exceptional. Up in the air, and this one goes all the way as well. Ball. Well, if you thought this match is finished, well, no, it's not. That rate started to climb. It went to about over to 16. But with these maximos happening here, and Ishan Patel under attack, well, Costa del Sol are keeping themselves in this match. Well, Ishan does take wickets, but he does go for runs too. And this one just outside the off, a little bit short, but gets it to come back in a long way, Ishan. But Bales does well, just drops the bat on it, takes a single. Down the leg side, not a good delivery, but misses out on it. Slightly quicker one. End of the over. So it's an expensive spell from Ishan. He did pick up the wicket. And but other than that, disappointment from him. And where are we now with this rate? So I'll go back to that in a moment. This is where we are now. Remember, we got the last of the group stages coming up on Monday of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And then we got Championship week to come. After that, the crew, we go to Croatia for a week, Malta for 2 weeks. And then we have the big finish back in Spain, but in Barcelona, where we'll see some of the teams that we've seen in this EC10. We'll see Catalonia again, no doubt, and we will also see Gracia again in Spain. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing some of the talented players that we'll see also in Championship week from Spain, because they have qualified in Group A. In the air, should be taken. And, oh no, it's the same player again. यार मैं की कह रहा मैं मुंडे मेरी गल करते नहीं मानते मैं कह रहा परोंठे खाया करो रज के खाया करो पर एक गल मान जाया करो जदों अपने हाथ साफ करने ना चंगी तरह साफ करे करो जिहड़ी घी है ना बटर वो नहीं लिथदी. And that's all about butterfingers. Eat your prontas, be strong, be mighty, but wash your hands, because you can't catch if you've got buttery fingers. And well, he's had some troubles out there, hasn't he? And Chauhan, he's dropped 2 sitters. And it's not something that he's going to want to go back and enjoy. But maybe he's got a magical moment left in him as well. I tell you what, the captain, Hira Mahey, will not be happy seeing that one. Quicker delivery, gets an inside edge, and he's going to get lucky. Yes, he is. The fielder has to go down. He has to get a slide in. He doesn't. Sticks out a foot. Well, goes with the foot fielding method. And it's a foot field fail. There it is. And this time it's Kulwant Thukar that gets it all wrong. And now we've seen the double teapot from the captain. He's not liking this. Costa del Sol, they're liking it. Because they're right where they want to be. I mean, okay, they've got to keep hitting these boundaries. It's not going to be easy, but as long as they keep getting those boundaries and little breaks like that, drop catch 4 runs. Oh, that's a good delivery. This is going to be close for me. And the slight nod of the head from the umpire, and you can see he was saying, is it a height? He shuffles across. It's online, and yeah, I think it's the height. It just misses. Keep the top of the pad. Look where it hits him. Yeah, that's on the way up. Good shout from the umpire. This one's a bit fuller, and does he get back here or not? They're going to go upstairs to have a look at this. And watch the hands from Kuldeep, and that for me is out. Because at the point the bails come off, the toe is on the line, and the line belongs to the fielding side. So they'll have a look at this a few more times. And great work from Spring Productions and our partners. Absolutely sensational. What a team they are. And, well, he's pretty good doing the slips. Sulaiman Saeed has a good look at this, but he's saying, okay, I want to go upstairs. Yeah, I like that. You've got the technology, use it. But if you ask me, he just doesn't get his foot back in time. He's on the line, but the line is not good enough. And Stephen Bales has been an outstanding little knock from him. But he's going to have to depart as he does get given his marching orders. Goes for 20. Of the 10 deliveries he faces. Good work again, though, from Kuldeep. I mean, these ones are the harder ones because the ball is going upwards. Look, it's on the up. Takes it, doesn't panic. And there's the shot for you. Bale's coming off the foot. Just or the toe of the foot, just about on the line. And he's got to get it past the line. Good innings, though, 20 of 10. And Hira Mahey does get the wicket. Also was the end of the over. Yeah, warm applause for the batter. So 64 for 3, 6 overs down. That rate it's getting to, well, if Vinny Sandy was here now, he'd be saying, right, okay, it's already reached the point of no return. And that's when it gets to around 18. But what I will say is Editeo is still there. And the way he's hitting the ball, the way he's hitting Maximos, he's probably thinking, hang on a minute, it's not quite there. And this man, Luis, he can hit the ball pretty well as well. Kulwant Thukar starts with the wide. Yeah, just to remind a few people. Just seeing a few questions in the chat. Yeah, there is. As Keanu was saying, there will be the Group C final after this. Just to remind you, we know that from Group A. Madrid United have booked their place in next weekend's final. From Group B, it was the very strong Catalonia side led by Amagan Khan. Well, he certainly led the way. He scored a century last week. It's the quickest century that we've seen on European Cricket Network. He brought it up in just 27 deliveries. He went on to make 131. A great knock from him. It was outstanding. I know it was admired by many, and well, I certainly enjoyed it. The Big Mac, the return off the Mac. I know he's a lovely gentleman. He's Amagan Khan, Mohammed Amagan Khan, but great cricketer as well. And he's done a lot of work for cricket in Catalonia. As Kulwant Thukar still struggling to get the ball in the right areas. Having all sorts of trouble at the moment. Just having a chat with his captain, and the captain saying, "Chal yaar, ball ke siddhi tak kar de." Get one up there, he's saying. Edge. And that will be that. So he does get one right. Well, the words of the captain, hey, does work. And Kulwant says, "Acha captain, main ball karunga." Siddhi gets this one just to move away. A nice catch taken by Kuldeep Lal. There's the movement, and yeah, good catch. And keeps his body nice and straight. Look, stays low down. Vinny will like this. That's what he's always saying. He likes to see the wicket keepers low, and he keeps his shape low, waits and gets the movement at the last moment, goes the right way as well. He doesn't follow the ball. Sometimes wicket keepers think the ball's going to go down the leg side and start moving early, but he waits, and well, that's a big wicket. As Alwis goes, another big hitter. It's a disappointment, especially if somebody who likes to swing and hit the ball hard goes like that. It is going to be a 2-ball duck for Alwis. So as he goes up the steps, we're going to have the duck sounds, unfortunately. But he's had a good weekend, I think, and I think he's one that maybe can come good in the final. There certainly will be hoping he does. And it's Richard Lake that makes his way out. Not Richard Lake, pardon me. It's Marcus Lake, the younger Lake. So faces Thakul first up, and Thakul gets the similar delivery in. Just this one teasing the young batter outside the off. Look at that, lovely look at the seam. Just watch the seam on this one. Really well bowled. Back to live action. We can come and see that again as this is played out on the off. Goes up in the air and drops short of the fielder. Yeah, just gets the seam right, doesn't he? You can see the seam all the way through. Look at that. And once again, this time he gets it a little bit closer, looking to get the wicket-taking delivery. So after seeing the fireworks from the bats of the likes of Hatchman, Bales and Adeleo, who's still there, by the way, he's not getting too much of the strike, and it's a little bit of tiki-taka now creeping in. So just to remind you, I've mentioned Midland United and also Catalonia have booked their place in next weekend's final. Who will be joining them? And well, right on cue, here's the graphics. So coming up, match number 10, the Group C final. And that'll be coming up, as I said, at 8:30. So these two teams will be in the final. Gracia taking on Costa del Sol. So after this match, they'll have an extended break to prepare and be right out there under the floodlights. It's quite spectacular. It really is great. I mean, I think the introduction or the use of the floodlights here and just amending the timing so we see day and night matches. I mean, it's worked such a treat. I know all the viewers has absolutely loved it. All the people in the fan zone are loving it, and I hope that's something that we continue with in the future. This is a full toss, and this got to be called a no ball. It will be dropped, but no problem, because it was never going to be out. It's a wild throw that comes back from the fielder, and well, he's trying to give us excuses. Nobody's looking, nobody cares, because it wouldn't have mattered. And the bowler gets a little bit of a telling off from the captain. If you got to say, well, Sharul Chauhan, he comes in to bowl this one, and it's going to be wide, so the free hit stays in place. Well, whatever he's done today, he doesn't want to do it again. You know, there's superstitions. Well, whatever you ate, don't eat it again. Whoever you sat with in the car coming in, don't do it again. Sit in another car. Whatever you had for lunch, don't have it again, because he's had a bad day. 2 drop catches, and first ball. Well, that again, once again, if this is a snick on this, it doesn't really matter because it's a free hit, and I think it just touches a little bit of the leg of the bat on the way through. But he's back now to normal stuff. In other words, if he does get a wicket here, it will count. In the air, and is his day about to get better? Yes, it is. He gets a wicket. Kuldeep Lal gets another dismissal. So he doesn't look too happy about it. What's going on there, Kuldeep? Yaar, ki ho gaya? Inna okha ho gaya. Gussa kade inna. Just got the wicket. And some words going on there. And up it goes. There's the catch taken. So nicely done by Kuldeep. So the batter has to depart, and Aditeo is just wondering what's going on at the moment. He's just losing partners all the time. So Marcus, he has to depart for 1 or 4 deliveries, but 1 better than last time. So just to remind you once more, Group C final coming up. Gracia taking on Costa del Sol. The same 2 teams that are out there now. But this is like the dress rehearsal. They do it, and they do it for real next time. Who of these 2 teams will be joining Catalonia and Madrid United in next weekend's final? So that's coming up. So you've got a bit of time to prepare for it. I know that I'll take the time. We'll have about an hour, 20 minutes between the 2 matches. I'll take a bit of time just to mingle. People in the fan zone, talk to some of these players, and then come back ready for the final. And it gives you an opportunity, well, depending on the time of day, sort out some breakfast, lunch, or dinner, whatever it is, but come right back, because I think we're going to have a bit of a cracker between these 2 teams. And maybe there could be a bit of an upset. Remember Costa del Sol earlier today, first match, they did beat Gracia. At the moment, 73 for 5. Johan gets this one in the right areas. Manav is the new batter. Kuldeep Lal has been involved in 4 dismissals so far. And this one, they will take the run. Direct hit will be interesting. The bat, I don't know what's happened to Editeo's bat. I'm not sure if that's plugged, but there it is. The bat's alone. There's nothing attached to it. This is definitely a bat plug, I think. Yeah, there you go. Oh, these can be nasty. So we keep saying slide those bats in, but on the artificial. If you're going to try and slide it in or plant it on the turf either side, well, you've always the danger of a bat plug. Oh, this is sensational. What a hit this is. Que grande, que guay. Eso es 6 carreras. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es una bombastic. That goes a long way. Maximo time. And Editeo saying, just give me the strike. Let me at him. Let me at him. And when he does, well, he does this. Look at that. Uses his feet brilliantly and smashes it. And, well, watch out for those killer pythons. Nice hit. And Manav, well, he's at the non-strikers then and said, how'd you do that? Show me again. Let me have a practice. He has to practice a few times. Don't worry, young man. You'll have your go. But I've got to say, I think your father, Samir, is going to be making some aloo prawns for you as well, young man. You need a bit of muscle. His father's skinny. And, well, on that note, Editeo, he misses the Yorker. And Chauhan, his day definitely is getting better. Well, I was saying, well, whatever it is he was doing earlier, it wasn't right because it wasn't doing him any favour. But now, look, just like that, just the same way that these matches in this European Cricket Network can change from one swing to another. So can your form. Well, nothing was going right for him, and now he picks up another wicket. And look at that bail go. Keep an eye on the bails here. And this bail, boom. Well, send the bails to Wales is what they say. Well, that bail is on its way somewhere, isn't it? So still no smile from Chauhan. He's saying it's not a good day. It's still not a good day. But look, it's better. Come on. Come on, buddy. He's just taken another wicket there. Be happy. And maybe he's just trying to say to the captain, hey, don't forget me when it comes to the final. I can bowl, you know. He certainly can. Picked up 2 for 11. End of the 8th over. So 80 on the board. 6 wickets down. So this match is all but over. But really, it was just one that the 2 teams would have used to, well, once more, eye each other up, I suppose. Getting ready for that final. So, young Manav, yeah, as I was saying, so Samir's been a great part of our European Cricket Network crew here as well, doing a lot of scoring. I know he's at the ground as well, doing the scoring. So, shout out to Samir and Max Bai. But you see what I'm saying? No, Samir, ki kar raha yaar, munde nu thode kuch खानू दिया कर यार पतला जैसा हो गया कोई हालत नहीं है सैलड अंग्रेजी फूड शाट अपना पंजाबी फूड खिलाया कर bit of masala chicken butter chicken paranthas laddus rasmalai gulab jambu come on get him in the kid strengthen him up he needs to be a bit stronger anyway he said non-strikers in at the moment and this one goes past him with the outside edge. Well, Keanu, interesting thoughts. He's saying if Costa del Sol win the toss, he thinks should bat first. Put pressure on Garcia in the chase. Yeah, don't mind that at all. Yeah, I think Garcia, I can see where you're coming from there, because I think with no pace on the attack, Garcia will go for it, for sure. But, yeah, a few miscues. Get the likes of Lyle and the captain, Mehi, out early, then you got a chance, haven't you? But you got to, what do you think they need? What do you think they would need to get on the board to put the pressure on? I think maybe a score, say about, what do you reckon, 105, 110? This down. Bakur. Oh, he lets himself down, but no, stay there, says Jamie Riley. Maybe he just wants to face a few more deliveries. Liking this, two youngsters out there in the middle. The future looking good for cricket in Spain and here in the Costa del Sol. And Riley, now Manav, end of the over. So nice tidy on there from Thuka. Had a few issues early on, didn't he, getting his line, but once he got it, once he found it, once the radar started working, he's been pretty good. So he's bowled his 2 overs, just conceding 8 runs, and you can see here it's just a buzz about Garcia. They're enjoying themselves out there, but they know that come the final, it will be different. It won't be the same. There'll be more pressure. And interesting thoughts there from Keanu about batting first. And Keanu says, yeah, 105 plus will be a good score. I agree with you, Keanu. Let's see how it does go. Hit well. And just a single. So, Shahur Johan does impress his captain, Hiro Mahey, enough to get the second over. This is down the leg side to the left-hander. Interesting there, we saw a big move in the field just before this ball was bowled. A fielder coming in from a long way from the boundary, the offside boundary, coming into the circle. It was all happening while the bowler was running in. Shot, liking that as a pull shot, and it's a good bit of fielding. So even late on, when there's not really anything left to play from this match, the match is done. It's done and dusted. Lovely pull shot there, well executed by Riley, but couldn't beat the fielder out there. That's a really good stop. Down the ground, shouts a catch. It will bounce once. Ishan does very well. Ishan Patel, and look, proof is in the pudding. Naik Manav needs to be fed some aloo paranthas. He needs some power, some parantha power. He can't hit the ball to the boundary. I think this one, does this hit the back of the bat? Let's see if there's any signal from the umpire. No signal. Yeah, it does. I don't think young Riley knew too much about it. And, well, that was quite interesting. I think it's body, and then hits the back of the bat. So it goes to the man on 45. Come on, Naik Manav, prove me wrong. 7-1 to the boundary. Yeah, he has a go, and nope, doesn't get there. Ishan Patel says it's all mine, no worries. So another single. Now looking to finish around about the 90s. So it's going to be another comprehensive victory from Gracia. But they had the little scares, didn't they? Especially when Hatchman found a couple of big sixes and Adelaide was out there doing the same on Bales. And it's not going to finish quite just yet, as they're trying to take, and they will take a cheeky second, 2 wides there. So that will take the score into the 90s. Still a ball to go. So Chauhan has picked up 2, but 2 for 19 now. Just struggling to finish off the over. The ball to go, and remember the big final to come later That'll be coming up in about an hour, 20 minutes time, so you've got plenty of time to prepare for it. Firmly hit. Once again, he's not going to beat the fielder as he just takes a leisurely stroll to get himself back in, and that will be the end of the match. It's victory for the Gracia team, the strong team from Barcelona, so they continue to impress with another victory. Only defeated once, but defeated by Costa del Sol, and it's Costa del Sol that will be playing again in that final later tonight. This one finishes 140 to 92 in favour of Gracia, winning this one by 48 runs. And well, Johan, he didn't have the best of starts, did he? Well, that was a drop there early on. And this was such a classy shot from Dantes, really was. But then, well, chasing this one, gets the edge, and Kuldeep, well, I like this one, Kuldeep gets the edge, and then he gives Egan a little bit of a hug, say, hey, hard luck, buddy, but don't forget me curry afterwards. And then Hatchman came in, and he played some beautiful shots, and Kuldeep, well, he's saying, I like it. Kuldeep said, Didi Janakadariya, where'd you get the power from? There was plenty of power. This one was hit a long way, so Hatchman and, oh man, there, Mediteo were hitting the ball pretty well. From Bale, when he came in, he did the same. They found their range, they found the sixes, and even though it looked unlikely because it was around 16, well, with drop catches like that and fielding like this, they always had the opportunity, didn't they, to get there. This was really, really good work from Kuldeep Lal. Good stumping, and that sort of changed the way this game was going. This was another beauty. So just getting that ball to move away, nice catch. So Thakai had trouble getting his radar right, but when he did, well, he got a nice wicket, and this is another one for Kuldeep. Kuldeep picked up 4 victims behind the stumps, and Chauhan, well, his day was starting to get better after dropping those 2 catches. Still no smile on his face, couldn't find a smile on his face. The 2 youngsters were out there towards the end. It's a nice shot there for the future of cricket in Spain, isn't it? 2 youngsters there, Riley and Manav of the Costa del Sol. They were unbeaten there at the end, but unfortunately not able to get their team to, or close to the runs that they needed. This is what's coming up, so whatever you got to do, do it now. If you got to call your mum, do it now. You got to call your family, do it now. You got to get some dinner sorted, do it now, and get ready and sat in front of your device, ready to watch this final in about an hour 20 time. Let's have a very quick look at the scorecard as we see the Cardamom Oval starting to get dark, and it will be dark when we start that final. Here's that scorecard. So Richard Hatchman, I like what he did, hit the ball well, 13 quick fire runs from him, and then there was 31 there from Aditya. He's an exciting player to watch. I love the way he uses his feet when he hits those big bombs. He'll be one to watch for in the final, and the likes of him and Stephen Bales will have to perform, but they need something from Nishan Alwas there as well. I think he's going to be pretty key. We know that Richard Lake wasn't called upon in that one. He's another one. I'm sure he's going to be batting further up the order when it comes to the final. That was just an opportunity for them to give 1 or 2 batters another opportunity. With the ball, it's very much pace off, isn't it? Look at all that bowling. Nobody really charging in, so they haven't gone with any paces at all. Nobody really got punished too much. It was a nice sort of steady bowling display, but they will be a little bit disappointed with the extras once again. 11 extras, 8 wides, 2 leg bars involved there, and some of the catching wasn't that great, but the bowling, I think be very happy with the way things went. And Chauhan picked up 2 wickets there. Hiro Mahey bowled very well, 2 for 18. Ishan picks up wickets, but it's always a little bit expensive. So that's the match summary up there for you for this match. Remember, that was, like I call it, the dress rehearsal of the final. The same 2 teams will be out there in about an hour 20 time for the final of Group C. Which one of them will be back here next weekend? And it is Madrid United and Catalonia that await to see which one of these will also be here next weekend to play in the final of this European, of this FanCode T10 competition, Spain. It's going to be it's going to be an interesting one. Gracia probably would be favourites going into it. I think the coin toss is going to be important, which way that goes, and will Costa del Sol sort of decide to try and put the runs on the board and put the pressure of the chase on Gracia, or will Gracia want to go out there again and just pile on the runs and then try and restrict Costa del Sol getting there? It's going to be interesting, going to be exciting, as you see there from our official timekeeper, Federica Constant. That one is coming up in about an hour, 20 minutes time. Join me then, but in the meantime, well, whatever you're doing, take care of yourself and to get a bite to eat, or whatever it is you got to have to do, but make sure you're right back for this final. It's going to be an absolute cracker. See you in an hour, 20 minutes time. Hello and welcome, cricket lovers around the world, to the beautiful Karama Oval. Karama Oval by night, the floodlights are on as we get ready for this ECT Group C final. Well, it's going to be an absolute classic. These two teams, well, they've met several times, and Glacier have the upper hand. They've managed to win 2 out of the 3 matches that they've had, but this is the one that counts, isn't it? This is the final, the FanCode ECT 10 Group C final. Which one of these two teams will join Madrid United and also Catalonia in next week's finals weekend? Everything here to play for. The news from the coin toss is that Gracia are going to have a bat first, and they are pipped to be 107 to 97 winners in this one. The one loss that they've had was to Costa del Sol, and the young man about the ball first has been exceptional with the ball. Let's see if he can get a good performance in the final. It's young Jamie Riley. The ball with the first over. And with the bat, it looks like there's going to be no change from Gracia. They're staying with Kuldeep Lal. He's been in very good form. Got 2 half centuries and 2 almost half centuries in this weekend. Good start from Riley. Gets the ball in the right areas. The first runs on the board. And Kuldeep is being joined out there by Muktir Singh. These two batted very well together the first time that we saw them. Put in a 119 partnership against Madrid CC when they put 149 on the board. Looking to do the same here in this final. As he played, Muktir just guided this down. Very warm welcome to all our viewers, our cricket family around the world. Hope you're going to enjoy this final, and thank you for staying with us on, well, not just today, this Sunday, but this weekend to join this ECT 10. Thank you to everybody on the chat as well. Mandrake, good evening, says Mandrake to everyone. Good evening, says Ivan B. You're loving you all there with us. Nice ball from Riley outside the off. Late night finals, here we go, says Danush. Yes, here we go indeed, and I hope we're going to have a cracking one. Rico Full here in the Dream Box. That's right, in the Dream Box. And from here tomorrow, don't forget, there's going to be more European cricket action coming from the Euros of cricket as Group D starts in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. More on that later. Riley, this is hit hard in the air, and a chase on for the fielders. They should get there, and a nice dive and slide. Makes a stop, and in comes the throw. Beautifully done. It's overthrown, but well backed up. Good work there from Lee Rimmer, sliding in. You find him sort of all parts of the field. Look at that, beautifully done. And well, look at that, little bit of a kick there as well. Just making sure that ball is not getting past the boundary rope. Well backed up. Good delivery, in swinging. Slower delivery as well. Loving what this young man does with this Kookaburra. Left armour. Normally getting the ball to swing away, but the slower one is the one that comes in. So he is able to move the ball both ways. Firmly struck, but only as far as the fielder and not chancing taking any run. To Nayak and Lanab, we know that he's a classy player as well. He's got some very good young players in this Costa del Sol side as well. But, that first over is a very good one, very productive from Riley, just the 4 runs from it. And remember, you can stay up to date with everything, all the exciting things, and a lot of exciting things happening on the European Cricket Network that you're watching my YouTube channel or other networks around the world, but you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter as well, the Telegram channel, and of course all the information there on the website as well at europeancricket.com if you want to know about the teams that we're going to see next week, maybe some previews. If you want to know about the stats of the players, you can always go back. You can even go back and look how they performed last year. Firmly hit down the ground, Riley chasing, but it's Manov that gets there first. Good work from the two youngsters. Combining well, backing each other well. Got to be up for this. Costa del Sol. They know that they've had a victory over Garcia once already, and they will be keen to do it again. Hatchburn goes a little bit too short, and he's on this straight away. Rocks back, and he hooks this big. He goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una seis carreras. And Kuldeep Lal so quick onto the short delivery. And that's the first boundary. And it comes from the bat of Kuldeep Lal, who has been in very good form. Richard Hatchman just a little bit too short there. Let's see if he can get the line better here to Lal. Wants to get it short, and this time Kuldeep not able to go aerial. And he's very quick to tell Mukhtar Singh, no, stay there. I understand that Mukhtar is recovering from a leg injury. It's a nasty one, it's taking time. It's nice to see him playing again. Good to see he got a half century in that match as well when they put that partnership off for 119. Finding his way back to the sort of form he was in before. This is short outside the off. It's absolutely cracked. That is a cracking shot from Kuldeep Lal. Well, we know how he can deal with the short ball down the leg side. Well, this is how he deals with it on the offside. This has been walloped. What a great shot this is. Great timing. The way he keeps his position. And, well, when that gets hit, it stays hit clean out of the middle. 4 more. Oh, after a pretty tidy first over from Riley. This one has gone for 11 already. And, oh, he's so unlucky. So unlucky. Beats Kuldeep. Kuldeep misses this. And I'd like to see how far this away this was from the stumps. Let's see this. It doesn't miss by much, I can tell you. Oh, well, it doesn't get any closer than that. Lal is very lucky still to be there. Looks back, expecting to see his stump shattered. Then takes a sigh of relief as he runs the bye. Ball to go in this 116 on the board. This is hit down the ground. I think he's going to stay hit. It's a good hit. Just straying on the length. And that's the difference it makes, you know. Get the length wrong. And these hard-hitting batters are on you. A little bit too wide as well. I think Mukhtar, he probably thought about taking the wide, but he thinks he's in position. Look, that little shuffle across. That's nice to see. A lot of batters don't do that and therefore miss out on a lot of these. And, that's been smashed. It's been punished. End of the over. And it's a good one. Hatton goes for 15. And plus some extras in there as well. And just like that, Gracia has recovered from a slow first over and accelerated to 20 off the 2. Richard Lake coming off the ball. He's shown good signs with bat and with ball. Let's see what he can do here. Starts with a real wide one outside off, and this is going to be punished by Kuldeep Lal. You can't bowl there, you can't bowl short. You cannot give these guys any width. If you do, they will punish you. Both batters now have found the ball coming from the middle of the bat, and look at the way he uses his feet. Comes down, gets to the pitch of this, gets where he wants it to be, and smashes it over the infielders. Good batting in the power play, and making the captain make some field changes. But this time he tries to guide this into the gap between point, or backward point I should say, and third man. Doesn't get the placement right, but enough to get a single. Lake looking to get this line right here. Singh now on strike. Makes that little shuffle across and prepared to take the quick single. And I suspect if this hits, he could have been in trouble. He knows he's got that injury. You can see straight away. Yeah, he would have been out. He would have been out. Not, well, I suppose he wants to make sure that him playing doesn't be a hindrance to his side. He doesn't want to lose out on singles. So he's tempted to go for it. Richard Lake, smile on his face. He knows if that hits, he would have had him. But Singh survives. Cool dip goes for a big one, and this goes all the way. Volley, volley. Ginna Bada Shaka, says Carreras. And this one sails into the night skies and into the Killer Python zone of the ground. 6 runs, good hit. Kuldeep Lal, hasn't he been in scintillating form? To iron up another, just waits patiently. Side. Richard Lake gets away with this. I think he's in the zone that Kuldeep would have expected to put this away. Look, yeah, drifting on the leg side. Missed opportunity, wasn't the best of deliveries. 12 off the over, ball to go, 32 on the board. This one is outside the off. No is the call this time. Probably Vinod struggling a little bit from the single he had to dash to make, and lucky that he did make it because Richard Lake missed the stumps from where he was. 32 on the board, no wickets down. These openers looking to attack, looking to pile on the runs. Costa del Sol, a little reunion there to say, right, who do we go for here? And I think it's a good shot here, go with spin. I think pace off is one thing that we've seen Gracia sometimes struggle with, but you still have to get the line right. So big moment here. We're going with the Nayak Manav to bowl. Another young sensation here in the Costa del Sol. Costa del Sol, of course, are the home team. And well, what a privilege it is for them to be boasting that this, the Karma Oval, is their home ground. It's the field of dreams, isn't it? It's where international cricket is being played here now. Floats is up, and he's been attacked straight away. There's no holding back. They want to take this match and this attack to Costa del Sol. And that's a good hit from Mukhtar. Backs himself, always has this little shuffle, doesn't he? Waits for it, and wow, look, he gives this everything that comes out of the middle of the bat. Sweet, and also plenty of muscle in that. That one gets muscled over for a big 6. And once more, and beats Mukhtar with this one. Mukhtar going and aiming for the mid-wicket zone this time. 3 men wait there, all good catches. Lucas Lake is there. I see Wimmer also patrolling that part of the ground. Bit of respect for the youngster. Liking that from the young man. He's not afraid to make a bit of eye-to-eye contact with Mukhtar and says, didn't fancy that one, did you? Liking it. Let's go again. Shorter. And it's an ugly swing across the line. No mistakes from young Marcus Lake. Yeah, keep an eye on Marcus. He's taken some sensational catches on the boundary there. He's got Richard Lake is at mid-wicket alongside him. Floated. Plays it down the off. Takes a single. Good over so far from Manav. Responded well after being hit for the big 6 down the ground. Hasn't put it in that slot since. Mukhtar, though, get the feeling we want to go after him here. 40 on the board. Firmly struck in the region of long on. Once again, the safe hands of Marcus Lake doing the fielding, and that is the end of the over. And didn't he respond well, the youngster there, Naik Manav? First ball was smashed for 6, and then he came back with 5 good ones. And just singles from the others. 9 off the over. 41 without loss. The one thing these two will want to be doing is, no matter what, is just keep attacking. They won't want to drop behind sort of this rate. I think they'll be looking really at around 13 and over, that 130 score. But we know they can go bigger than that. No change in the field as they go to Lee Rimmer. Staying with spin. And this goes all the way. Bolle. Well, that is sweet. Out of the middle of the bat, and that is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Boom. Shakalagia. Nice hit. And, well, it's been liked by one or two of the people around the ground that are enjoying this spectacular moment. Cricket in the night here at the Cardamom Oval. Absolutely brilliant. Short, hit hard. Marcus Lake, just misreads this. He attacks it like he should, gets himself in position. And right at the last moment, I don't know if it was done by the bounce, but it probably bounced harder than he expected. Tries to adjust. Yeah, I think that came to him a little bit quicker than he expected. Disappointment from Rimmer and Marcus Lake. A very rare error from him. 4 more, 50 partnership up. Full toss, smashed hard. And there you go, back to his best. Marcus Lake says, yeah, I might let one go through me, but I made amends with this one. This was hit like a bullet. It's an umpire killer. The umpire gets out of the way pretty quickly. Goes across the line, there is a fielder up there, and it's Manav. Makes the stop. Intelligent with the throw as well, not throwing it high into the floodlights. Partnership starting to get looking dangerous here now. Oh, this is a long way up, and I think it's going to keep on going. Arriba, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una grande. Qué guay, qué genial, qué golpe eso es. Es una fuerza de Mukhtar Singh. Eso es una Ariana. 6 más. It's a big hit. Nobody's stopping these. 18 off the over, ball to go. It's a full toss. This is going to be called a no ball. And this over has gone magical. It's a Gandhi ball. And wide outside the off. And Mukhtar says, here, have that. You're going to be bowling that to me. Well, boom. And that goes for 4. And this over goes magical. It's the one that Gracia wanted. It's come right on cue. Rimmer gets it wrong. 22 off the over. 3 hit. And he's quite happy just to lace this down the ground and take the single. And with that, we'll go back on strike. That's the end of the over. So 63 on the board. And not a good over from Rimmer. Garcia right where they want to be here now with that over. So that 130 score is looking on. Just to remind you folks what's happening here, the Field of Dreams. Well, Cartamania continues the fiesta of European cricket with Group D starting Italy, Germany, Romania, Norway and Switzerland all going to be in action. Bumped into some of the lads at our base, our hotel partner, Sunset Beach Club, and they're all very excited to be here and very excited to get here tomorrow and be playing some international T10 cricket. Looking forward to that. Riley back into the attack. And he's being attacked as well. It's going to be 6 more. Well, they're dealing in 6s here. Both acha shot Maria Mukhtar Singh ne. And Kafi Jorda Maria. Well, he's here to make a point, isn't he, Mukhtar Singh? He's been out of the frame for a while, but he wants to come back with a bang. And that is a bang. That goes all the way. Well, with Sir Kiana saying too, I think that Mukhtar Singh should just hit and not take the singles, especially when it's risky for him. Yeah, I do. I'm absolutely with you. And I think maybe Mukhtar, after running that first one, where he still wouldn't have made it if it hit, has probably decided that now. You can see he's giving everything a big swing. And I get the feeling that that's probably what's Kuldeep Lal as well has said to him, say, hey, buddy, there's no point you risking an injury. I don't want you playing this match and then be out again because of injury. Go out there, do your hitting. And, you know, if I have to, if I'm out of source, I'll just give you the strike. Well, he's hitting it pretty well himself as well. But 44 of 17 Singh. Lal, 16 balls, 26. It's good delivery, in swinging. Yorker, nice length to be bowled. Bowling by Riley. So they brought Riley back here early. I think the reason for this is to to try and stop the flow of quick runs and see if he can pick up a wicket and break this partnership. That's what they're trying to do here now, because they know this partnership could quite easily take this match away from them. Yeah, Mandrake, totally agree with you. This is just a little bit too short outside the off the fielder. I think he almost loses it for a moment and then catches up with it again and does well. Yeah, Riley has bowled so well, hasn't he? And for such a young player, young bowler, you know, his box of tricks are there. He gets the ball to move around. He's got the one that comes in, goes away, and he's got a cool, calm head about him as well. This is being hit well, and this one will keeps going, and it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro Carreras just lets himself down with this delivery. Just ends up being, it's the slower ball which has worked quite effectively for him for this weekend so far. But this one, I think he just gets it too straight, and that allows the batter, you know, the ability of Lal to sort of play like a sweep shot to that slow delivery. It's going to be 4 runs. And we're just checking if this is the end of the over here. I think the umpire said there may be just one more ball still to go here. And well, he thought I said I'm done. And Assad said, hey, come on, you got to come back. There's still one more to go here. And well, he gives his hat back. Yeah, I thought there was still a ball to go. You never know, young man. If you get a wicket from this, you'll be thanking the umpires. If he goes to the boundary, he won't. 78 on the board, ball to go. Riley's last ball in his spell, and he's been made to work or wait even more. So what the call is here, maybe just somebody's just noticed the field's not quite right, maybe too many men outside. Well, he's been made to wait to bowl this one. Let's hope it ends up being a good one for him. Garcia will be hoping it's a good one for them. Riley, last ball of his spell, bowling to Lal. Lal goes for it straight down the ground, and he gets it. He nails this out of the middle. That is sweet. That is big as it disappears into the night sky. The umpires puts his hands up like he don't care. It's 6 runs. And, well, unfortunately, Riley, he has to come back and finish his over. And it finishes in disaster for him as it gets smashed straight down the ground. Lovely hit, though, once again from Lal. Really love the way he holds his shape. You know, sometimes when you watch Called It play, he sort of loses his shape and he tries too hard. I saw a little bit of that when he was playing in Italy, funny enough, in that Italian summer, when he turned up for one of the clubs there. And he just didn't look the part with the bat, yet here he looks like a completely different player. 84 on the board, no wickets down, and only 6 overs gone. So they're looking in good shape here. Still 24 balls to come. Stephen Bales is coming on into the attack to see if they can stop this flow of runs. The umpire, Jerome Peters, just waiting. Here we go. Short and misses out on it. Kuldeep wants it and then remembers Mukhtar Singh is not going to make it. The wide ball is called. Yeah, he misses out on this one, doesn't he? I think this is Mukhtar. He's trying to hit this into the next field over the those 30 feet calling for trees. Misses out. Changing the field. Extra man goes on the leg side. And this time they think about it, but no. Interesting shot that from Mukhtar. Not really sure about this. Look, but the runs are on the board. Both these batters are batting well. And then Mukhtar on this one just decided to defend it. I mean, just don't get it. You've got to be swinging hard. There's so much batting to come. This time he works it away. Just get the single. I don't think Kuldeep Lal will be looking for singles. Mukhtar, well, maybe he's just getting a bit nervy because he's approaching that 50. Probably thinking that. I want my 50. I'm not giving my wicket away. Not doing what you've done, Kuldeep. Yeah, Kuldeep. I think he's been out on 47 and 49. Dances down. Smacks it all along the ground. But Manav, no mistakes. Good start from Bale so far. Hasn't been hit for a boundary. Oh, this is not a good delivery. It's Gundy. And the Gundy ball disappears as it bounces once and gets over those boundary fence and goes into the snake zone. Well, watch out, especially this time of night if you're going into the bushes there. There's a few killer pythons in there. And well done to Vinod. He doesn't make any mistakes. He does get to his 50. Both badaya. Apne Mukter Singh nu Vinod. Apni half century puri kar li. Well, he's looking to go more. I think now he's thinking, all right, I've got the half century. It was gifted to him with that bad delivery from Bales. He was tardy up until then, wasn't he? Now, I think Mukhtar is saying, right, I've got to the halfway mark. Now I'm going to cut loose. And he does. Balle, balle, balle. Shaka Lagya. Ginna Sona. Ginna Badda Shaka. Well, I tell you what, he's not holding anything back. That has been given everything, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink, as that sails over for a big one. Bales started well, but now it's the batters that are finishing the over well. Waits for it, goes for the cut shot, misses out. It goes down and goes down like he's in a bit of pain, to be honest. But maybe just more frustration. So finishes with a dot. Yeah, it just goes down. You see, I think that's the knee that he has problem with. So when he's off balance, he feels it. He will struggle. Scheduled for tomorrow in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, the final group. Who's going to be the winners here, folks? Let me know what your thoughts are. Germany play the first one against Norway. Then we see Romania in action against Switzerland, Norway and Italy. Germany, Switzerland, and finishing with the match that will be played under floodlights, Italy versus Romania. And well, your doctor says you need 5 a day. Well, that's what we've been giving you. We've been giving you 5 a day, and now we're going into the 4th week of that. You can't be complaining. European Cricket Network, it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment and a little bit of drama. It's providing you with, well, you got to say it, it's the best cricket, the best form of cricket entertainment that's serving the world. And it's taking the world by storm as well. Manav goes in, and this is smashed. Adios, Balota. This ball is not coming back. It's going all the way to Marbella. Just leave it be, get another one. That has disappeared. This is a supersonic biz away. Super hit. And yeah, leave it be. It's gone. And I tell you what, if there's any wildlife in the bushes behind us here, I think the wildlife have done a run at the Kookaburra. They scared the life out of all of those. That's a big hit. That's gone a long way. Lal eyeing up his 50. He may get it here, you know, and I think he will. This goes all the way. It smashes into the boundary banner. Stronger together. That's what that banner says. And I tell you what, these two have been stronger together. What a partnership it's been. Both batters have completed their half centuries just the way they did the first time we saw them out there in the middle when Gracia put on 149 for 1 against Madrid CC. Kuldeep Lal on that day made 68 not out. Mukhtar Singh made 60. And here they are again. And both batters on 50. And what a partnership it's been as well. 109. Manav now is the man under attack from Kuldeep. Gives him some width. Hit hard. He doesn't quite get this one. Fielder comes in. Does Riley. Keeps it to 1. But really, see here at the moment, it doesn't matter who you're bowling to. There's no easy batter to bowl to. Both batters are in. It's hard work. You need to see the back of both of them pretty quickly. Down the ground, and it's going to be 6 more. It's as easy as that. Well, they're taking it in turns, aren't they? They're taking the bowling to the sword. There's a little bit of carnage happening here in the middle at the Cardamom Oval. Gracia are going wild. They're hitting 6s for fun. It's time. It's shaka time in the middle of the Cardamom Oval. Well, the fiesta of 6s has started. And he tries to go funky. Oh, don't like that at all. Didn't like that look. And I think sometimes you just forget you got an injury. And this is one of those. Just look at this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look. He wants to get funky. But I think he should just do this. Just stand back and hit straight and admire the balls. Go over the boundary for 6 runs. Well, the last one probably hurt him when he missed it, but this one is more hurt for the Costa del Sol as another one has been blasted out of here. And it's 6 more. That score just keeps climbing and climbing. Goes past the 120 now. 122 on the board. No wickets down. This partnership just keeps growing. And, just have a look at that. The worm is just been going up, up, up and up. Last one is one that hurts him. Goes magical. So 25 came off that over. Seen 2 magical overs. Lee Rimmers and Manovs. Richard Lake coming on. And well, it's showtime at the Cardamom Oval. As it's time to do the little dink. And I think Richard Lake might have had a thing to say about this. Well, Richie, when you've been put away like that, I think you just say, yeah, okay, good shot. I don't know what he said, but he makes that look so easy. It's time to do the ramp. And it's showtime here at the Cardamom Oval. Costa del Sol, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And we've certainly seen plenty of that here from the Gracia batters. And looking to go big here. Lake. How can he respond? Richard Lake, that is. And this has been hit big. Adios Pelota. There's another one that goes into the killer python zone. Carnage here in the middle. Doesn't matter who the bowler is. That kookaburra is finding its way over the boundary rope all the time. It's going high into the night sky. There it goes. There's another one. It's another 6. Boom. Shakka lag gaya kidna. Dosto. Swad aa gaya ki nahi? Apni mundi they're batting there. Gracia. Well, Gracia, they've had a long day here today. Well, whatever they had for lunch, I think it involved some atta, some alus, and a tava, a little gas burner, because they've had the aloo prontas. I'm telling you, they've had the aloo prontas. They are smashing the ball all over the place. Let's just hope that they wash their hands afterwards, because aloo prontas, you eat them to give you firepower, but if they're not so good for catching, especially when you've got those buttery fingers. Okay, Lake wanting to change the angle. And it may make a difference. Goes up in the air. This is going to be a really tough chance. And, oh, it goes down. Frustration for the young Riley. Does so well back patting. I mean, really, in all fairness, I think this is probably one that perhaps that the fielder behind him, not so sure who it is, maybe should have called for it. Look, you see he's standing there. That's Richard Hatchman. Riley wants it, gets there, owns it, gets unlucky, gets a couple of chances, but it goes down. Well, maybe half a chance there as well if the fielder is able to take this cleanly. Rimmer, but he's not able to. It's another single, and Lyle will go back on strike. He was dropped on one with the score on 132. He was on 61 at the time. Short, a little bit slower, so it doesn't get the power in it. One hand pick up for Marcus Lake. Keeps it to 1, so ball to go in the over. The 130 that they would have been looking for already on the board. And I think now here, looking for a 150 score. In the air, this won't go over the boundary. It's a tough chance, and taken. That's nicely done. And that's the first wicket. And it's Stephen Bales that takes the catch. So Richard Lake, credit to him, after being smashed all over the place when he's coming over the wicket, decided he needed to make a change, and it almost got him a wicket straight away. But Riley wasn't able to hold it. But this time Vinod, well, he goes for a similar shot, but it's been picked up. Good catch there from Bales under pressure, and they get the breakthrough. But what a partnership was. 135 between these two very strong batters from Barcelona. And Mukhtar Singh take a bow. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी आपने मुख्तार सिंह ने. काफ़ी देर हो गई है क्रिकेट खेलने में, बहुत पैरी सट लगी सी, ਹੁਣ ਵਾਪਸ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਆਇਆ ਐਂਡ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਇਹ ਮੈਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਵਾਰੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਾਫ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ. So yeah, congratulations to Mukhtar Singh. He's had troubled times, hasn't he? But showing that even though he's on the road to recovery, just showing just what a dangerous and aggressive batter he is. And when he goes back to full fitness, he's still going to be a class act. Remember, we've seen him play with the Spanish jersey on a few times as well, and I'm sure that's what his goal will be, to once again be playing for Cricket España. They do get a wicket. Richard Lake was the one that gets it at the end of the 9th over. They say it all happens in the 9th. It certainly did happen in that one. Plenty of runs came off it, and there was a wicket as well. 135. And we get to the final over. Hatchman to bowl it. And he's unlucky to get a wicket. This is the second time we've seen Lal do this. Did it very early on to, I think it was to Hatchman. So Hatchman has beaten him twice, and on both occasions only just failed to hit the stumps. Yura Mahey is the new man that's in, the captain. So a rare dot ball. Short. Well, this is no dot. This has gone big, and he's trying to send this to the other field. He may have done so. This has gone a long, long, long way up that mound. And, well, I wouldn't go up there. I'll leave it, because that's in killer python zone. You go up there, you take your own life in risk. Well, this is big. And, well, I suspect, no, it just hits one of those conifers and makes its way down the hill. And otherwise, that's down the other side. Well, don't look too far back, Tyrone, because you're going to fall over. Well, Tyrone Peters is a tall man. But Tyrone, you do this, you get busy. Have a look at him. There he is, square leg. He's there he goes, boom, and he looks back, and nearly falls backwards. Really big hit. Yeah, he's looking at that one, unless he's looking back. I think he was going to end up on his back. 141. This one should really be looking to cut. Kuldeep Lal plays the cut very well. Decided he wants to go down the line. Down the ground, I should say. Takes himself to 70 and gives the strike to his captain, Yura Mahey. Now this is going to be interesting, because it's never easy when you just come out there to try hitting straight away. So an opportunity maybe for Hatchman just to sneak in a couple of dots perhaps. And in doing so, trying to keep the score below that 150 mark. And well, where's this going? Is there anything on this? Yes, there is. It's 4 runs. There's nothing that Andrew Crom can do about this. And it just keeps going, and going. Yeah, Ajay, disappointment and disappointing delivery really from Hatchman. So wanted to get a tidy one into the captain of Gracia, Yura Mahey. 1-4-6, 2 balls to go. We'll iron up that 150, and they're almost there. And this one is on the pads. It's not going to be out. It was straying down the leg side again. I think Hatchman gets a little bit lucky that it doesn't go to the boundary. The unlucky side of it is that the last ball will be bowled to Kuldeep Lal, who gets to the striker's end. 146. I think with that leg by, you find it's 147 now with the ball to go. It'll be updated pretty soon. So I believe this is the last ball of the innings. Kuldeep Lal finds time to do his laces, adjust himself, and he wants to send this to the boundary. And if he does, well, they'll be very satisfied with this score anyway. But if they get to the 150 mark, I think that's a magical moment, a magical achievement. They failed by 1 run against Madrid yesterday. What will happen here today? He gets into the right area, but ends up crashing this into his own leg, and he's just going to get a single. That will be the end of the inning. So they don't get to the 150, but 148 is on the board. 148 for 1. It's an outstanding performance from Gracia, and yeah, you see Lee Rimmer and Egan Dantis, the first to congratulate Kuldeep Lal on what has been a really good innings from him. He finishes on 70 of 31 deliveries that he faces, but there was some really big hits there, wasn't there? I mean, just hit the ball to all parts of the ground. And an outstanding partnership with those two. I mean, some of the hitting here was just great. I mean, 135 runs that partnership was worth. I mean, look at this. I mean, just the way he's fetching that outside the off and getting the power in the shot. That's the other thing. Playing the shot is one thing, but getting the power in it's another. Manov came into the attack. His first one gave just a little bit of width and was smashed away. Well, that was an unfortunate moment for the youngster, but he made up for it when he made a superb stop later. But we saw a lot of this. A lot of balls going and disappearing over the boundary. Look, you see it over and over again. And there was the 50 to Mukhtar Singh. Good moment, power moment for him. He finished on 69. He was out on 69 at say of 28 deliveries. But Kuldeep Lal, well, he was still going strong. And I think it was a really good moment out there when both the batters, they both completed the 50s while being out there in the middle. And that was the turn for Kuldeep and, well, being appreciated by Mukhtar. This is an opportunity to get Kuldeep earlier, but it went down. But there was a good catch taken though to get rid of Mukhtar. That was the end of the innings. And yeah, a lovely moment there. I'm liking that also. Look, these two teams, of course, they're competitive. Of course, they want to win. Costa del Sol want to be back here on their home ground next week. But sometimes, you know, when you've seen a performance like that, you've got to just turn around and say, look, we tried our best, but you know, we came up against a super duper batting attack. But there's no reason why, and this is the other thing here, there's no reason why the Costa del Sol can't do the same. They've got the batting in their lineup. We know they have. They've got the likes of Rimmer, Richard Lake. Richard Hatchman has hit the ball big as well. And then look out for Adeteo as well. He can certainly give the ball a whack, as well as Nushat Alwus. And that's what they've got to try and do. And, well, that obviously innings was dominated by Kuldeep Lal, 71 of 31, and Mukhtar Singh, 69 of 28. Bowlers, well, not too much success. Richard Lake was the man who got the wicket, and that was with persistence and maybe some knowledgeable bowling when he changed his act and come round the wicket to get the wicket. Riley didn't bowl too badly. His second over was more expensive than the first. He went for 23, and Stephen Bales just 13 of the one over that he bowled. But really, there was a bit of carnage there in the middle as well. We saw some magical overs. Lee Rimmer went for 24 in one, and Manav, he went for 25 in one over as well. So Gracia are right where they want to be. They like to bat first. The reason they like to bat first is they like to put loads of runs on the board, and they've done that. Got 148 on the board. Costa del Sol, the home side. Well, if they are to book their place in the final here next week ahead of Gracia, they're going to need 149 of their 10 overs. Are they going to do it? Are they not? Well, it looks unlikely, but like I say, all it takes is one batter to get in and the others to work around him, and they'll get there or thereabouts. Join me, Rico Full, in about 10 minutes' time as we come back for the conclusion of the Group C final. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas tardes and bienvenido de Campo de Cártama. And hello and welcome to the final of Group C. Gracia taking on Costa del Sol and Gracia. Well, thanks to a marvellous opening partnership of 135 from Kuldeep Lal and Mukhtar Singh. They put themselves in the driving seat here. They've got the runs on the board in the final, 148, so 149 will be required. I see there's a change here also from Gracia. Sandeep Singh is behind the stumps as opposed to Kuldeep Lal. That suggests to me that they're going to be using Kuldeep to do a bit of the bowling here. So he haven't used him so far. I think this is all about making a change in the final because they've been very much predictable in what they bowled up until now. Well, Kuldeep certainly will add a new dimension to their attack. A slip in place for Hero Mahey. It's a nice looking shot, cut away. And the fielder deals with it nicely and gets the throw in. So just a single. Garcia will know that if they can get a good couple of tidy overs in here, and that really takes the game away from Costa del Sol. This is high up in the night sky, and the catch has been totally missed by the fielder. He doesn't even get hands on this. Well, he gives the apology to his captain, and the captain will say, I have your number. Next time we play, I know where you're batting. Aman Rathod doesn't get anywhere near this, goes all the way up, and it doesn't pick it. It's always difficult though, look, if you haven't played, and some of these guys will never have played in the night time, but no, he's going to have a go, is he? No. Sandeep gets there, then decides against it, probably to do with the screams of his captain saying, ran there, there's no point, don't take it. Yeah, nice to see some good chat there about the Spanish squad. That's been released. That's going to be returning for Finals Day. And some of the names that have been mentioned up there: Charlie, the young spinner, Ron Burns as well, and Yasser Ali. Interesting that all of those three are pace-off bowlers and very talented players as well. Charlie Rumi to come up through the junior system, and isn't that exciting? The likes of maybe Naik Manav, James Riley, and even Marcus Lake could one day be in the same position as this one has been blasted away. It's a good shot, not a good delivery from Mahey. It's too short, and Rimmer is onto it like a flash. And 4 runs is what's needed, is boundaries. So yeah, going to be looking forward to see Charlie here. Really, really good, talented cricketer. Yasser Ali, I think a lot of you already know about Yasser, and have seen plenty of Yasser. He certainly has been performing. Performed really well in the T20 Ice for Spain. Oh, well, what has happened here? I have no idea. And you tell you what, man, these things happen too. And it's Chauhan. Chauhan dropped 2 catches in the last one. Well, he goes down before the ball even gets to him. Not have a look at this. Oh, yaar, ki ho gaya? Kisne maine takka marya? Kidhar gaya banda? Kidhar gaya? Well, I don't know about that. Oh, glassy peeli honi hai 2-3. Oh, yaar, match poora kar lenda pehla. Well, he goes down. The ball bounces past him. Well, that's fortunate runs. The captain, he's not going to be happy about that. And the Sharul Chauhan, it all happens to him, doesn't it, out there. 13 matches without a golden ball as the first over goes down, goes for 12. And it's going to be Ishan. Now, Ishan Patel has picked up wickets, but he's also gone for a few runs. Short, wide, hit hard, straight to the fielder, makes a stop. And that's Manish Manwani. We were talking about young cricketers. He's another one that could, in time to come, make an explosive start for the national side. This one has been darted away. What a lovely shot this is. And is Rimmer. That's finding the ball coming sweet out the middle of his bat so far. It's a nice shot to play in the power play. It's a little bit too short from Ishan, and he just rocks back and powerfully hits this away. This is what they need to do. Keep believing. Keep playing their shots. And Ronnie has a go. Oh, this would have been out. This would have been out. A good pick up from the young man. Picks it up, fires the ball in, and then, yeah, if this hits, that would have been it. But they've got to take these chances, haven't they? They've got to keep pushing. Lake will be looking to hit a few boundaries himself. Yeah. Plays this one nicely into the area of Kuldeep Lal. There he is. 71, not out of 31 balls. What a weekend he's had in this FanCode EC10. Work to do here now. Has to get down, has to get dirty. And oh, he fluffs it. Kuldeep Lal, well, he's the last player on the field that you'd expect to make a mistake here. And you see, the other thing about this is there's no space for the other fielder to sort of back him up. So once this gets past him, it's 4 runs. So just applying a bit of pressure here, Costa del Sol. I'm liking this. They're staying up with the putt rate as well, these two. Ishan flights this one up. This is the miscue. Will this be taken? Yep, it is. That's the first wicket. It's the one they needed. They needed to break this partnership, and they do. And once again, just taking it on. Waits for it, and just at the last minute, you see, just that it's almost the bat rolls in the hands. He ends up slicing it up in the air. The fielder gets there quickly. He wants it, attacks it. Yeah, that's what it means to him. They know this is the partnership they need to break, and they do. The wicket falls. And the man that they get is Rimmer. Once again, unfortunately, he goes for 19 of the 8 balls that he faces. And Patel, as he does, he leaks runs, but he takes wickets, and that one comes right at the end of the second over. So 23 for 1, and Kuldeep Lal, just as I suspected, not behind the stumps, because they're going to use him to do the bowling. And just see there that umpire Tyrone probably spotting that Kuldeep had something white on his bowling arm or on the non-bowling wrist, which may interfere with the batter seeing the white ball. Ask him to remove it. Good alertness from the umpire. So Lal will come on to bowl. Sahil, who was the catcher. Down the leg side, and this is going to be Gandhi. It's going to be wide, and it's going to be 5. So the first one sent down from Kuldeep Lal is a Gandhi ball. It's down the leg side, and Sandeep Singh, who replaces Kuldeep behind the stump, he can't get a glove to it, and that's 5 from nothing. So though they lose that wicket of Rimmer, they get 5 bonus runs from nowhere. Ajay, Andrew Kroom is the new batter. It's a better ball. Richard just slipping slightly as he goes for this run. He plays it, he's on his back foot, and as he gets going, just a little slip. At least Lal has found his radar. So you could say that the first ball really was hit for 6, because that's the first legal delivery, 6 on the board. And this is that slow delivery. Well, it's a race on the Eba, and Kuldeep. Well, I don't think he plays footy. Well, if he don't play footy, the fielder there, who is that? Is that El Capitan? Hiro Mahey? Well, he doesn't play football either. Well, here we go. It's on the Eba. Everybody at the races. Well, it looks like that Richard Lake gets there. And who's this here now? Well, who's that? I think that is the captain. Now, stick to cricket, boys. Nice shot. Work to be done by the fielder. Will they get there? Yes, they do. Good stop. And keep it to 1. So a really, really good cricket. Being appreciated by Kuldeep Lal, the bowler. Of course it has, because it's saving runs if he's bowling. This is the way to do it, isn't it? Look, you get yourself down. You get dirty. He's been super out there. I think there's Sahil once more. Like a specialist fielder. Oh, well, it's that Yorker length delivery. It sort of goes through Andrew Crom. If he's able to step inside this, It's going to be a wide, isn't it? But it sort of gets drawn into playing the shot from Lal. But again, he won't be happy that he's getting this ball to drift down the leg side. 7 off the over, which included 5 wides, 2 balls to come in at 31 for 1. Short, hit back at him, good pick up. And he picks it up, and then just when he's looking to maybe have a shot, the ball sneaks out of his left. No run. Good bit of work of his own bowling and called it love. Yeah, it was hit hard. You can see here, makes a good stop to go back to the live action. Once again down the leg side, you just get a feeling that Andrew Crump is just moving a little bit too early. He's trying to give himself some room, and in doing so, he's unable to assess properly. These balls are going down the leg side and leave him alone. What he does do, he allows Kuldeep Lal to finish what ends up being a pretty tidy over. And the score will move on to 32 for 1. They're going at just over 10, but they need to be more than that. That rate already, you see there, approaching to 16, is very much the same as the last match between these two went. They need somebody here at this point to be hitting the big shots. It was Hatchman last time, and also the Teo that were able to do that and keep them in the game for a short period of time. Same needs to happen here. And looks like they're going with Manish Manwani to bowl over 4. Manwani starts just a little bit short, but the batter can't quite get under this. Manwani, a lovely young man. Met him probably, I think, about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, when the juniors from Barcelona came here to play a T10 junior tournament. And he was a young man. He was a wicket keeper at the time, still does keep wicket, but he was an exceptional all-rounder, very good batter as well. We've seen him score 40 runs at this weekend as well, and I'm so pleased for him because he is talented. He can, again, if he applies himself, go places. And certainly is developing into a fine young cricketer. Single off his first ball. Now bowling to Lake. And this one goes past Lake. Lake has a quick look at the umpire. Let's see this. I think, yeah, this is, yeah, sneaks that in. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Asad Ali. Up in the air. I don't think he's going to go to hand. Drops. No, they're taking on 2, and that's not the best bit of fielding from Ishan Patel, who's the club captain of Manish Manwani. So the two will know each other pretty well. And Manwani first thinks, oh, you're so lucky. And then he thinks, hang on a minute, how do you get 2 runs from here? Well, the reason is because Ishan, well, he's a tall man. He's got a long way to come down, maybe. Gets dizzy when he has to go that far down. Hits well down the ground. Ishan is the man in action again this time. He says there's no 2 here. Sliced up in the air, and fielder, oh well, this one, he throws himself at it, and it ends up throwing himself at the ball. Who is it? I'm not going to tell you. You know who it is. There's only one man who's having a mare out there with the field. Is there anything that can happen that can go wrong? It's going to go wrong to that man. But look, I take my hat off to him. Charles Chauhan, he may not be having the luck out there in the field, but it's not stopping him throwing himself around. Goes for the catch, brave, and takes one for his team, but keeps the ball from going to the boundary. And this is an intelligent shot now from Lake. He is a classy player. They need him to find his touch, and pretty quickly they need boundaries from him. And look, gets himself into position. And I think Manwani there as well, that's good from him. I think he sees this and holds his ball back. But unfortunately, Lake is able to pick it and plays it away. So Manish Manwani's his last ball of his over does go to the boundary. But still, it's not a bad over. Look, you give 9 away when you're needing Well, now needing 18, you need double that. So it's a win-win all the time. The captain ain't going to mind that at all. 41 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. So the batters really need something to happen now. They need big runs. Well, one man who has gone for big runs is Patel. He's coming back in to bowl, bowling his second. And he could be gone here, and they're going to go upstairs. This is all the question of, well, is about the Kookaburra versus the bat. What gets there first? I think maybe he was quick. He may have just got there, but, well, this is 50-50 for me. It's all about how well Sandeep Singh takes this ball as well. And let's have a look at this from the other side. That's what we're looking at here. And it's got to be really quick. Oh, that is so close. You've got to have a look at that shot there. Just this one. When the bails come off. And where's the bat? Is it down? Is it up? Just at this next frame, I think. Let's have a look at the next frame. And that's the shot that you're looking at. Very, very close. I think looking at that, maybe you're going to say not out. But what an action that is. Look at the feet of the bat. I know everybody's looking at the bat. But look at the feet. He's like he's doing a bit of yoga there. Bit of yoga. To feet together. Well, I couldn't do that if I tried. Well, he's done it. Trying to get himself back in. That's sensational. He's like a frog. What's the decision? That's what everybody wants to know. For me, I'm looking at that and I'm saying, oh, it's so close. I'm going to say not out. I'm going to say from that, you can't clearly look at that and say, yeah, he's out. I think it's also interesting what the umpire on the field decided before going upstairs. So I think they're having a good look at it. And well done, of course, to our team here from Spring Productions. It's been absolutely brilliant, not just with the coverage, but also with these replays. I'm liking that replay. That's a shot and a half for you. That's doing a little bit of yoga while you're out in the middle. All right, somebody make a call. All right, I'll make a call. I'm saying not out. Not out? Anybody? Anyone want to give me anything on that or not out? What are you thinking in the chat? Come on, you've had enough time to think about it. Anybody? What do you want to say? Oh, nice to see that Corey's been doing a little bit of lurking. Yeah, not out it is. I told you. Too close to call. So, gets lucky. Still there. Ishan Patel. Thinking he had another wicket. He doesn't. Yeah, Corey doing a bit of lurking. Of course, Corey will be part of the Good Time crew tomorrow as we bring you Group D action. Myself, Corey, and Vinny will be coming to you from the green box. This is well hit. Needs to be stopped. And, well, how about this for a stop? Well, this is a bit of team relay. I've never seen anything quite like that. He says, I'm not only just going to stop it, I'm going to dive. I'm going to punch it to you, Galawant. You have it from me. How about that? That is great work there from the man in the field. Don't quite know what that is. It's pretty dark in that corner. And this one is going to be more work from him. Well, let's see if we can find out who it is now. When he comes into the light, it's the captain, Hira Mahey, making a really, really good stop. The ball before. I'm liking the way he just punches it back to Kulwant. It says, Ale, main stop kar liya, tu throw maar. Team relay fielding at its best. Asking the question. The umpire saying no. But leg by signal, but not enough runs coming off these overs at the moment. Goes very wide this time, changing the direction. Asking the question, I think it's the height. Doesn't matter what part of the body he hits. If you think he's going to hit the stumps, it can still be out. Has to get back onto this, really. Otherwise, I think each time was going to beat him. And here comes the throw. Another single. It's been a fine second over from Ishan. Will he finish well? Or will Richard Lake find the boundary they desperately need? No, he won't. And it will be a single. So another over that goes by. Another one where they fall well short of the runs that they need. And that point of no return has been reached. 47 for 1. And just to give you some news, some of you may be looking at this and hang on a minute. It's changed. Yes, it has changed. And this is hot news coming in now because of flight issues with Germany. Germany were scheduled to play the very first match. So the schedule has been changed slightly because Germany were not going to be able to make it for the first match. The changes in their flight itinerary. So it will be Romania and Switzerland that will kick off Group D tomorrow. Norway, Italy, Then Germany, they will be here for that one. We'll be playing match number 3 and 5. So Germany versus Switzerland, Italy versus Romania. So match number 5 is where that changes. So things have just moved around slightly, but I'm sure that's not going to upset anybody. We're still going to have those 5 matches, 5 international matches. This is a wide, and it's going to be another 5. Well, that's 10 runs that are being given to the Costa del Sol. Unfortunately, though they've been given 10 of these, they haven't been able to capitalise too many off their own bats, haven't been getting the boundaries that they need. And Manwani is getting a little bit of a talking to from his normal club captain, Ishan Patel, saying, hey young man, what are you doing? Come on. Yeah, I also think here that, all right, it wasn't a good ball, but I think that Sandeep Singh should have been looking to stop that. Well, gets a bit of a talking to after bowling that wide, but that's 5 valuable runs. Also helps to bring the 50 up. And good response, similar to what's happened with when Kuldeep Lal bowled his first ball, which was going to be 5 wides. Followed it up with just a single. So if you like, that's like being hidden 6 off the first ball. Yeah, Mandrake is asking a good question. What about Maya? Is she on the same flight? Is she going to be arriving late as well? Well, I don't know. Maya. Maya's probably, well, I know she's going to bed early because she's got a long day ahead of her tomorrow. But either way, I know we'll see Germany tomorrow and we will see Maya tomorrow as well. Good shot. Well, this ball, we may see this tomorrow as well. This almost comes in to the commentary box. Well, I tell you what, it's a good job Corey's not here. Corey would have been diving at this and would have ended up outside the window and on the deck somewhere because he wouldn't have stopped him. Look at that. That's not far away from where I am. Big hit. Nice shot. Well, I said the boundaries weren't coming. Well, they're starting to come here now. Is this going to be the turnaround? It's not over yet, you know. I know it looks unlikely, but it's not over yet. Good shot. So, Andrew Crom finally finds the middle. AJ there. Well, that was sweet when it's sweet out of the middle. And you know what I say to that? Sweet to then a bowl of rasmalai or gulab jambu or jalebis. What do you fancy? This one's belted into the deck. Gets a single. Rotation is also key. You've got 2 batters there that are more than capable of hitting the ball well. Richard Lake, though, be a little bit frustrated at his strike rate at the moment. He's on 15 of 13 balls faced. And he needs to get going. He needs to find the boundary a few more times. Just hit the 1-4 so far. Hits this well. Fielder does really well. Kuldeep Lal, no mistakes this time from him. There was one that went through him and then gets the throw in pretty quickly as well. Doesn't allow the batters to take the second. Yeah, really good work. Same area, that one did sneak through him. Well bowled. And, well, I'm not sure if there is a touch on this. I suppose we'll never know because the umpire doesn't have to tell us. But the bowler, yeah, no, I think even if there was, I think that would only have been hit back into the deck. It's only probably Sandeep that was interested. And then, well, if this hits, I think he may have been out, you know. Good effort from Sandeep. Maybe if he went for the throw straight away rather than the appeal. Back to the live action here, and this has been hit. And it's a good stop. So this is the ball that was just played. Hit into the deck, so it's not a catch. And Manish Mawani then throws it wildly back at the keeper, but luckily this time Sandeep able to control it. So once again, there's a couple of runs, a couple of good hits in the over, but not enough. The rate keeps on growing, keeps on going up. Now, where that rate is past the 20s, Gracia have this match exactly where they want it. Captain Hira to come back on 61 for 1. Nice to hit. You know, this is a tough call here right now. But you know, when you've got in your team Richard Hatchman, who can blast the ball to all parts of the ground, even someone like Stephen Bales, and also, well, there's 2 more, Adeto and also Alwis. Do you turn around and say, hey, Richie, come on back, buddy. You've had a go. It hasn't quite worked. Lyle, good boundary work again. Good boundary patrol. Only the single. Yeah, would you just say, look, the way this game is now, if we're going to win this, we're going to win it with sixes. We're going to win it with somebody coming in, blasting the ball all over the place. Call back Richie, who hasn't really got going, or any of these two, and give somebody else a go. And, what's this one here? I think this comes off the keeper. The foot is firmly planted, not out. Now, do you make that call? Because this is what they can't afford. They can't afford dot balls. Somebody's got to go out there that can start hitting sixes from the word go. And you've got batters in your lineup that can do that. Just balls are being chewed up here. Richard Lake 17 of 16 run a ball. Crom 14 of 15 practically run a ball. These two, I know they're trying their best, but maybe you're better off just having somebody out there that is able to connect. There you go. That now makes it a runner ball from Richie Lake. It's not easy. You need a lot of runs. You're looking for boundaries. Now you're at a point where you're looking for 3 to 4 boundaries every over. And if you haven't got your mojo right, then maybe give somebody else a chance. This one could be out. It's straight. He's plumb. Yeah. Adios. Well, let's see if that works, because Richard Lake, you don't have to pull him off. He's going to go. He's 17 of that. He's 18th delivery. This is full. It's straight. And Richard Lake, I know it's late, but I know what your least favourite fruit is. It's plum, because this is plum. It goes right across the line, and that's hitting. Just trying to make something happen. You see, just thinking, all right, this ain't working, that ain't working. Maybe I'll do this. And, well, Hira Mahey, the captain, knows he's got his man there, because Tyron Peters has probably got a big smile on his face as he nods, and that big right arm of his starts coming up, and he gives the batter the finger, the decision. And Lake goes. It's been a torrid time for him out there. 18 balls to get to that 17 before his LBW to Hira. And, of course, you see, that's only the second wicket to go. Okay, are we going to see some bombastic stuff here now? They're going to need it, because this game is, well, it's practically gone, isn't it? I mean, if they another good over here, then literally you're saying that they're going to be needing a boundary or a 6 boundary of every ball. Okay, well, this man we know can hit him. Let's see what happens. Hira, the captain, just takes a wicket. And 2 down for 63. Well, this is in the pads. Slightly quicker delivery there from Hira. And that also completes the over. So it stays at 63. And what a good over that was. And only 2 runs come off it. Quite incredible. And that's not what you need at this stage. So right now, that bottom spot, it looks like, unless we see something sensational, which I haven't seen before, looks like Gracia are going to be there. So it looks like we're going to see Gracia, Catalunya, 2 teams from Barcelona. Well, they can share a coach on the way down, can't they? To save some costs. Against Madrid United, a team from the capital. That will make up a championship weekend. Unless, like I say, we see something quite amazing. 86 of 18 deliveries. That won't help. There's another dot. And just like Richard Lake above him, Andrew Kroom, AJ, not through shortage of trying, just cannot make the contact that he needs. It's another dot. And Chilochan Singh with the ball. Well, he hits this pretty well, and this will stay hit, so that is 4 of them. And Manish Mawani reluctantly has to go and get this one. Luckily for him, it doesn't go the other side of the fence. So 4 runs, not the best of balls from Chilochan. This one is in the same area again, and he's going to go all the way. Balle. That's what we need. We need some boundaries. And, well, we're getting to a point where there's got to be a boundary more or less every ball, aren't we? Well, Andrew Crombie saying, well, okay, I'm starting to see it now. I'm starting to hit it now. With T. Peters saying, yep, it goes all the way. Just helping out his colleague out there, Assad. Let's hear it for the umpires. Haven't they been fantastic this weekend? Sullivan Saeed, been the tournament referee, Asad Ali, Tyrone Peters, been outstanding with the Ruffy as well out there. This is in the air, he backpedals, deciding he doesn't want to take the catch and saying, yeah, it's more important that I stop the ball going to the boundary. And I know why. John doesn't want to take the catch. He's probably saying to everybody, nay, catch it, नहीं जाएगा but ball to stop going here. Yeah, good choice. Rob Old. Dot ball here just kills the game, doesn't it? The ball before, just a single, that one a dot. And just going through the motions here, Gracia. Look, I want to say a big thank you to everybody involved here. Been brilliant. Hello Kitty Huntley. She's joining the likes of Keanu, Mandrake, and Luke on the chat there. This one is hit right up in the air. Fielder coming through it. It's going to be difficult. And Ishan takes, oh, what a sensational grab and slide this is. This is a jalebi catch from Ishan Patel. Well, he comes a long way. And I like the way he holds the slide here. This is such a good catch. And it comes in, takes the catch. But what about the finish? Have a look at this for a finish. Well, he gets the brakes on. Well, his brakes work, don't they? This is about taking the catch and pulling the handbrake. There we go. There's the catch. Okay, pull the handbrake. Stop now. There you go. Nicely done. Good catch. And Trilochan Singh, he gets a wicket. And that will be the end of Hatchman. You can't blame him. He had to come out. He had to try and go for the big shots. They're running out of time. And when you're needing, well, when you're needing 36 and over, and you're hitting, will have to be hitting every ball for 6. That's what happens. So he's going to go for a duck. Unfortunately for him. And I think you'll find that the next batter that's coming in, that looks like Aditeo, is going to be trying to do very much the same thing. It's these two guys, I mean, I was calling for it earlier, needed to come in earlier. They're the guys that can hit boundaries for you. Maybe you change your batting order up slightly, have Aditeo and also Hatchman, and maybe the likes of Bales come in slightly earlier so they can maybe get you a start and try and bring that run rate down a little bit. But now they're coming in a situation. It's sort of a no hope situation, really, isn't it? And that's a very good delivery first up from Kuldeep Lal coming back into attack. Better than the first one he bowled. 74 for 3 was the score at the end of the 8th. And Lal just, well, confirming what we now already know. This is a repeat of the last one, and he's getting closer and closer to the stump. That off stump of Andrew Kroom. Tries to give himself space, can't get it away. And look, give a shout out to the two teams that don't make it through here. So Costa del Sol looks like they're going to fall short. They did have their highlight when they got that victory over Gracia earlier today. Now this is going to go up in the air. Fielder's coming across, and that's a nicely taken catch. And look who it is. Give us a smile, Johan. Turn around and give me a smile, because finally he holds on to one. Well done. Give me a smile. Big smile from Chauhan. Yeah, give me a smile. Give me a big smile. He's saying, me? What's going on? What's going on? What's he saying? Yeah, give me a smile. Thoda hus ke diska rahe. Catch the ball. Well, you see, that's how things can change. And he's had nothing going his way at all. And then he takes the hardest of catches that he has to. Running in the night, underneath the floodlight. You'll see it better here. He's got a long way to come, you know. Here he comes. Where is he? And he comes, and come on, admit it. Who thought he was going to take that catch? He says, you're talking about me? Yeah, we are talking about you. You took a catch. Give us a smile. Oh, well done to Chauhan. There's another one that goes, and that was the end of Ajay getting frustrated. And what a good moment there for Chauhan as well. He's been in the walls, but look, he never stopped trying, and he does well. He finally acknowledges me. You know why? He doesn't know who's talking about it, because it's pitch dark in the box. I'll tell you a secret, I don't turn the light on here. If I turn the light on here, all the midges come in. All the little flies, all the mosquitoes. I did it for about 5 minutes, and basically everything, including my screen and monitor, was covered with these, you know, the flying ants and all of the other midges, the old mosquitoes. So it's lights off here. So they can hear my voice, but they don't know who's saying it. That's why he turned around and said, where's that voice coming from? Well, I'm up here. Wide ball from Kuldeep. Be disappointed with that one. First one to the new batter. And it's a Manav. Right, Manav that comes in. That's a lovely looking shot. And he's got the timing on this to perfection. That is beautifully played. Well, he is a classy player. And Kuldeep Lal just gives him a little bit of width, not too much. And he executes this beautifully. Lovely shot played all along the deck. And well, maybe a little bit slow to move there. The fielder is thinking, man, I'll just let this go. Well, Tyrone Peters, he's a tall man. He's probably feeling a bit of the chill out there now. Not long to go, Tyrone, don't worry. See it through, buddy, see it through. Slower delivery, and this time doesn't find the gap. We'll get the single. Well fielded. He's been good out there, hasn't he? I think that Sahil really has fielded well. He certainly is a specialist fielder. Ball to go in the ninth, 80 on the board, 4 wickets down, match is already completed. But yeah, I was just saying, wasn't I? Look, congrats to the teams. Costa del Sol, the home side, they've had their highlight. Madrid as well, they made a good start, didn't they, when they beat Costa del Sol first up yesterday. Oh, well, he does well to get back onto this. Well, this is this is the ramp gone wrong. He ends up getting an edge to it, and it's 4 runs. He couldn't play this if he tries again. I'll tell you that for now. Well, Atatole Adateo, well, this is a crazy shot, because I think this ball, and look at Kuldeep Lal reaction, that ball is smashing into leg stick. He's gone for the ramp shot, he gets it totally wrong, he wants to go funky, he wants to play a little bit of sexy cricket. Well, I don't know if that was sexy, it didn't look very sexy, but it does go for 4 runs. Somehow he manages to get an edge on that. This is an incredible, have a look at this, goes for the ramp, gets it all wrong, he's going to be out here, and then somehow he manages to get the edge of the bat onto it. It's going to be 4 runs, so 4 of the last. Now you see it, now you don't. And 84 for 4. And who have we got coming to bowl this last one? It's York length delivery, he misses it. And he's saying, didn't I touch it? Yeah, he did. That is out. Well, Adateo, well, first of all, he comes up with a remarkable highlight where he somehow manages to hit the ball for 4 runs. Then the very next ball is at the non-striker's end. The bowler, Tulachan Singh, comes in the bowl. It's hit straight down at him. He gets fingertips on it. Look where he is. He's just standing and looking. Couldn't put the bat down quick enough. He still puts the bat down but doesn't get it past the line. Oh dear. And now he has to go. Okay, now यार मेरी उंगली तो लग गई है बार खरा पता नहीं बार क्यों खरा केरी वेट करता बस तो आ रही नहीं out again. And the umpire says, yeah, he's out. He's standing in the middle of nowhere. He's got to give him. Oh, well, what a way to go. Adateo, he gave us a highlight when he went for the ramp and got it wrong, but still somehow managed to send the ball for 4 runs. Now he has to go. He gets run out. It all happens in the European Cricket Network, doesn't it? So Tulachan there gets a little pinky on that. The thing there about Adateo is he knows he's got to get the bat down. He's in no man's land, but the arm wouldn't go down. And then when it does go down, when it's too late anyway, it doesn't go down past the line. Manad this time negotiates this away. Don't know if he was trying to do a bit of the helicopter shot here, but he still gets a single, and he gets Bales on strike. Costa del Sol, the home side, loving what they're doing here, loving the way they all are involved with making sure that cricket is a big scene here on the Costa del Sol. Well, this time he gets another hand to it, but away from the stumps. Yeah, they've been absolutely marvellous the way they've supported Cricket Hispania and the European Cricket Network in putting the biggest show on earth together here at the Cardamom Oval for the Euros of Cricket, Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. There's nothing bigger than that in cricket world, you know. And it's still going as Group D, as we know, is about to start. This one is out. It takes the edge. And, well, there's the Chak De Phatte celebration from Tulachan Singh. Well, his name is Tulachan. He takes a wicket. So he's happy now, as it says on the back of his shirt. And, of course, he's happy. Things are going his way. He gets a cheeky little run out. Now gets a wicket here, courtesy of Sandeep Singh. Taking a nice catch. You can see a fair chunk of the inside edge there. Chak De Phatte, he says. There's another one. We see a better celebration from here. There's the catch. Turn around and say, Kidna? Alle. Chak De Phatte, kidna swad aa gaya. Bada maza aa gaya. There's another wicket that goes down. And, yeah, it's a moment for him to savour as well. But not a moment for Stephen Bales to savour, because he'll go for another. Yeah, it's another duck that's going to go into the lake at the far end of this ground. Of course, we're playing from the hill end, but there is a lake at the other side. A lot of ducks in there, and we just keep adding to them. So, we had a few today, that's for sure. But yeah, going back to the Costa del Sol, look guys, it's you got to the final. I think you played some good cricket. I'm loving the fact that you got the youth playing as well. Loving the juniors in the squad and the future. When you've got youngsters playing for you, the future is always bright. And I think they're going to get bigger and better all the time. And look, you know, what a place to be playing the cricket at this ground. So you're on the map. Everybody knows about you. That's why so many touring clubs are coming here all the time. Even Mr. Maximo gets a few games in here, you know. So well done to the Costa del Sol cricket ground for, well, all of their marvellous efforts here on and off the field of play. Also to Madrid CC. I mean, commitment and dedication. That's don't get any better than that from Madrid. I mean, not only coming here and the amount of miles they have to notch up playing cricket, but also when they're playing in the domestic scene. And they're an outstanding club with outstanding players and members. And certainly the work they do, not just for the club, but for Cricket Hispania, is huge. So shout out to them as well. But we're not going to see them in next week's finals weekend. Is going to be Gracia. Gracia, well, we talk about dedication, also come all the way from Barcelona. And they've now completed the victory. Chulachan finishes with 2 for 12. And well bowled from him. 85 to Costa del Sol they finish with. Just weren't able to get the acceleration that they needed in. Big smiles on the face of Hira. Yeah, they are, of course, are smiling. Book your tickets, boys. You're coming back to the Cardamom Oval next weekend. And maybe, well, if you maybe can coach share or car share with the Catalonia boys, because they're coming as well as the team from Madrid United. Well, this is how it started. There was the boundary. There needed to be boundaries. There needed to be a flurry of them. And this, well, Johan, he has had a remarkable day in the field. Kuldeep Singh didn't start well either. Well, in the field, he was making mistakes. As this catch was no mistake. Sahil came in. He took it. It was important that he took it. He fielded really well. And this one from Lal is how not to play cricket. He didn't see his first ball. And, well, not only Lal, but Hira doesn't know how to play cricket. And this one, well, I'm going to tell you who that is, Johan. But Johan does get a highlight. He does. He does take a catch. I think from while I've been in the dream box, he's probably gone for 5. He's probably dropped 5. But when he gets the 6th, he gets it right. Well, there's a man I won't go temping bowling with. This was absolutely plumb. And eventually Richard Lake, who was there for 18 deliveries for 17, found a way to go. But by then, unfortunately, especially because I think his other batting partner was having the same sort of trouble, and that was Vijay. They just chewed up too many deliveries, and by the time the big hitters did come in, well, they just couldn't make any impact. We'll talk about impact. What a catch that was from Ishan Patel. That ball went a long way up, comes in, takes a catch, does the slide, and does the handbrake stop. This was a good one as well. And guess who takes it? It's Johan. He takes the catch. I'm shouting, well done. He said, somebody called my name. Who was that? It's me. I'm in the darkness. There's no lights on here. I'm keeping the midges away. This was sensational. Somehow, he manages to do the old scoop. And then, well, then he's standing at the other end, still thinking about that great shot he played. He's standing in no man's land. A little touch there from Chulachan Singh, and he's run out. And it's nice to see that he had a smile on his face. But that has got to be the most unluckiest ways to get out. And then Chulachan just this time getting a wicket for him with the ball, which goes down as bowled Chulachan, as opposed to run out by Chulachan. Well, he's done his fantasy points. Some good. Well, there's a nice shot there of the captain. Well, captain's happy. Everybody's happy. Chulachan, he's got happy written all over him. And well done there to Gracia. They are the team that will come back next week for the, well, it's going to be the Champions Weekend, isn't it? In this FanCode EC10 Spain, as we have a quick look at the scorecard. So, look, if you were chasing a score around about 100, 110, it's not a bad start, is it, from Rimmer, Lake and Andrew Crom. The strike rate, though, was the thing that really squeezed. And when you got big hitters in your side, I mean, 18 balls for 17, 22 balls for 25, it's not through a shortage of trying. I mean, they're trying hard. The bowling was good. But sometimes I think you just got to make a call and say, look, we've got aggressive big hitters or natural big hitters in the side. When you look going for a big score, maybe give them a shout out up there first. And it didn't quite work for them with the bowling. Chulachan 2 for 12, pick of the bowlers there really. But nobody really went for too many. Manish Mawani, he had a little bit of disaster with those 5 wides, as did Kuldeep Singh. But really, when you are defending so many runs, you can afford one or two to go wrong. So Chulachan, the pick of the bowlers for me, 250. Hero Mahey, the captain, he bowled really well as well, fielded really well as well, made some outstanding stops. Ishan Patel always goes for a few, but picks up wickets and took a really, really good catch as well. What a stunning catch that was in the night as well. Coming in, sliding, and, well, showing clean, safe hands to get the catch. And, well, once again, as we look at the match summary, congratulations to Gracia, the team from Barcelona. Only the one loss in all the matches that they played, and it was against Costa del Sol. So they knew that they had to be at their best. They knew that Costa del Sol were a team that could beat them, and that's why I think it was so important for them to go out there and put the runs on the board, and they did. And runs on the board in the final, well, they paid dividends, don't they? So congratulations once more to them. Commiserations to the Costa del Sol. They're a lovely bunch of lads, and well, they're gonna absorb this loss pretty quickly. I think they all know that they were beaten by a better side. They're not going to be too disappointed. They're a lovely bunch of lads. We're going to have you see them in the bar a bit later on and have a talk about it. They'll be certainly enjoying some stories with Gracia and also with the boys of Madrid CC that are around as well. It's been a fantastic weekend. It's just time for me to say to everybody, thank you very much for a lovely weekend. Certainly have enjoyed my time here yesterday and today. And great to be here in the night sky of the Cardamom Oval. Again, Cardamania certainly taking the world by storm. Thank you to everybody that's been involved in the chat and our global cricket family, all of you. I mean, we're a community of spirit here, and it's great that we've got all your support as well. And remember, if you just joined us, well, tell us you like us. Give us a thumbs up, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family. Let's just keep this family growing all the time. It's been great. And remember, the cricket continues tomorrow. We go back to international cricket. Is the Dream 11 European Cricket Championships, which will start again tomorrow. We go into week 4, which is going to be all about Group D. Looking forward to it already. That starts here at 11:30 local time. And remember, we're going to see the likes of Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland battling it out. Only one team will go through. 5 matches coming to you every day. So remember to join us tomorrow. It's going to be a scintillating day. We're going to see some action, excitement, entertainment, and maybe poquito de drama as well. Thank you to everyone around the ground here, to Max Bai, to Samir, and to all the umpires led brilliantly by Suleiman Saeed, Asad Ali, Tyrone Peters have been great, to umpire Rafi there as well, and also to our crew of Spring Productions. You've got to admit, they are simply the best. I mean, you see the best coverage and the best production of cricket anywhere on the planet. So well done to everybody, and if I've forgotten anyone, my apologies, but look, this is a team effort. The team here at the ground have been amazing. Thank you to our groundsman as well, David Cooper, for this marvellous wicket, and you know, people watching from around the world are looking at the Cardamom Oval and saying, you know what, it don't get any better than that. Well, it doesn't. Well, it's time for me to say good night and God bless to you, my global cricket family, and I'll be here tomorrow back in the Dream Box along with Corey Ruckus and Vinny Sanders. So adios mi family, esta mañana, buenas noches.